Well, a very good morning to you all from New York's Finger Lakes region and Watkins Glen International. This is the World Racing League on DriversEye Live. For the first time, WRL makes its visit to one of the most storied venues in American motorsports, a place that oozes history, it oozes tradition, and certainly oozes speed as well. One of the fastest tracks WRL will see throughout the 2024 season, and we all begin our run to the national championship in just a few short weeks' time at Circuit of the Americas. For now, though, we turn our attention to the penultimate round of the 2024 Eastern Region Championship for the World Racing League. Good morning to you all. My name is Brendan Kazmarek, joined this morning, as always, by JT Tammy. Good morning, JT.
Good morning.
And for the first time in many, many moons, joined also this morning by Joseph Mudrak, the irresponsible mathematician himself. Good morning, Joseph.
Please don't hype me up like this. I can't take it.
That's fine. That's fine. Like I said, we're going to ease you into this. It's been a little while since you've been back with us at the World Racing League, but happy to have you along for the ride for today's 8 hours of racing, 7 more hours of racing to come tomorrow. It is an absolutely stunning weekend for us here in the Finger Lakes. It's a great excuse to write off a leaf-keeping trip if that's the sort of thing you're into. The fall foliage is out in full force at the south end of Seneca Lake. A little bit of lake fog this morning, valley fog as well, but the temperature is coming up nicely with the sun. We were in the mid-30s, let's say low to mid-30s actually, right around the freezing mark when things got started this morning, headed for a lovely high of about 70 degrees today. Just about that many cars in the field as well. We were slated for a full grid of 75 before a handful of withdrawals, notably including the pair of Thunder Bunny Racing Toyota Supras, which leaves something of, it leaves no shortage of intrigue at the top of GTO anyway, which we'll come to in a moment. Jordan Worth is our producer this weekend, who I'm sure will chime in throughout the course of the day. Watkins Glen International, 3.45 mile layout. We are hashtag running the boot this weekend. You see the cars, the general production cars, headed out from the outer loop into the entry of the boot. It is arguably the fastest track we'll see on the 2024 WRL calendar, largely unchanged since the last major layout change in the early 70s. Very much the same layout that Formula One ran for years. Very, very few venues can boast the sort of multidisciplinary tradition that Watkins Glen International does. Formula One Grand Prix host in the 1970s, of course, sports car racing throughout the years, including the Watkins Glen 6-hour. The IMSA Firehawk series ran a handful of 24-hour races here back in the 90s, which I'd love to be a part of again someday. And of course, the NASCAR Circus comes to town once a year, this year part of the 2024 NASCAR playoffs. We, however, have the honor of, for the first time, running 70 GT4 and production cars and a handful of sports racer prototypes around, again, the fastest venue I think we'll see all season long in this 2024 season. On the front row, gentlemen, you will see a Porsche 991.2 Cup car. That is the number 70 from round 3 racing, alongside the BMW M4 GT4. That's the G82 model from ACP Tangerine Associates. The number 52, who will start on the outside of the front row. 89X Motorsports in the number 123 from NFC Motorsports on the second row. A second Mercedes AMG GT4 from Go Karts Go Australia. Real ones will recognize that car as formerly being the BD Autosports entry, but picking up title sponsorship for the team name this weekend as well. Bruce Innovations, which Joseph may not recognize the team name, but will recognize that car as being the ex-JTR Motorsports Engineering BMW. Some lineage being built in the World Racing League. If you've seen the grid, and Joseph and JT, I don't know if you have.
Kind of.
Okay. So if you look at the lap times, you'll notice that the GTU cars actually set faster times in qualifying yesterday than the GTO cars. There's fewer of them. The concern was, as I understand it, with the temperatures being so cold this morning and the GTUs taking so long to get their tires up to temperature, that those first couple laps were much more likely to be chaotic with the GTU cars at the front, even if they were capable of lapping, let's say, 2 or 3 seconds a lap quicker than the GTOs. So the decision was made to start the GTOs at the front. Those are your GT4 cars, a little bit heavy, actually quite a bit heavier, and should be up to speed a little bit more quickly than those GTU entries, and then to allow those 4 GTU cars to gradually pick their way through the heavier, more powerful cars as the tires come up to temperature, the track comes up to temperature, and that sort of thing. Look back at the general production cars as racewrl refreshes to show a full course yellow, second of 2 pace laps. Pole sitter in GP1, the number 38 from Palomar Racing, alongside the number 5 from All-Star Racing. That car, including Johann Schwartz, we know is starting that car this morning. Steve Park will be on board that car a little bit later on today. That's your 2000 NASCAR Winston Cup Series winner at Watkins Glen International. So some history to note there. And Kenny Hendrick on board that car as well. Second row consists of the 392 from Harrison Motorsports. I believe that's a V8 BMW. Alongside the 44 from PC Racing, Zelus Motorsports, and Choice Racing, the number 522 there in GP1. If you're new to the World Racing League, those general production cars, as I had this conversation with Joseph yesterday, very much now your builder's class. There's nothing saying you can't go out and build a GTO car, but we've seen as the series has developed that much easier to go out and buy yourself a GT4 car, be competitive, get all the electronic bells and whistles, driver's aids, and a lot of the home brewers, the home builders, let's say, opting to move their cars down to GP1, where we've got a whopping 21 cars on the entry list. Very, very excited for GP1 today, JT.
Oh, definitely. You like seeing these large production fields, and GP1's always a good knife fight.
GP2, Ruben ASF Motorsports, the 525, alongside the 211 from Krabby Kraut, the 41 from Rockwell Autosport Development, and the 164 from Harrison Motorsports on the second row. Open throttle with a brace of GP2 cars on the third row, 66 and 67. North Loop Motorsport, I'm told, was changing an engine yesterday again. And the 369 from Chattanooga Tourenwagenmeisterschaft had an incident yesterday just before lunchtime up at the inner loop. That car I do not anticipate being on the grid today. Your GP3 pole sitter is a 600 from Ruben Performance Garage, alongside the 65 from Open Throttle Racing, 605 from Round 3, and 75 from AOA there to start behind them. As the GTO field makes its way 2 by 2 out of turn 10 into turn 11 and onto the front straightaway, we set the timer to 5 p.m. this evening to get 8 hours of amateur endurance racing underway from one of North America's most storied and certainly fastest motorsports venues. The green flag will wave in just a moment's time from up at the top of your shot, the right-hand side. We wait on the starter, and something like 25 GT4 cars. The green flag waves. You will see 3 wide over the crest of the hill down into turn number 1. ACP slots in behind the number 70 Porsche Cup from Round 3 Racing, the 123 from NFC Motorsports round the outside. And as they head out of turn number 1, you will see 2 cars side by side up through the S's for the first time. 70 leads 123, 52 leads 333, and 25, 30 cars strong ahead out of turn number 2, up the crest of turn number 3. Glorious sight. The first time the World Racing League is at Watkins Glen International. It does not get better than this. Single file now down the back straightaway, trying to find your space in line before you heave on the binders into the inner loop. Porsche leads BMW. That is the Bruce Innovations car now up into second, taking the spot away from the number 123 NFC Motorsports entry. Back on the front straightaway, the general production cars, something like 35 strong, head down into turn number 1 for the first time. A little bit messier here in the GP field, but a little bit more time and space to sort yourselves out before you head up through the S's.
Harrison and All-Star side by side exiting turn 1.
There's the number 2 ACP car, by the way. Didn't see them on the formation laps. Looks like they've opted to start from pit lane and are at the tail end of the general production cars there. as you say now, JT, PC Racing up into second in GP1. They'll head down into the inner loop for the first time.
Yeah, that shot that we saw of the GT classes, I think it's going to be really interesting to see. As you mentioned earlier, the GTU field were single file. It'll probably only be a couple laps before they're up to temp and on the back of the GTO field, and so now they're going to have to contend with, how many different entries? Quite a few, for them to get up to the head of the overall running.
It's going to be tricky too, Joseph, with those GTU cars. They are a good 2 or 3 seconds a lap quicker in really ideal conditions. The pole time was set, let's say, about 1.5 seconds apart between the Round 3 Racing number 70 Porsche and the pole-sitting Stratus Racing. I think it was the number 58 that started on pole, one of those Sebico NP01s. The problem is going to be that those Sebicos make their time up in these long, sustained corners, of which there are a multitude here at Watkins Glen, but that really presents a challenge for how you make and execute passes, just because you're not utilizing late braking opportunities to make those passes, but rather that sustained mid-corner speed.
Yeah, the GTOs are going to really gap the GTUs all the way from turn 1 down into the inner loop, and then it'll be really that entire section, maybe down into the heel of the boot, where the GTs are going to be clambering all over the GTOs.
Speaking of GTUs, into the pit lane comes the number 6 from, is that Heraflight? That was shotgun on the GTU field to go along with Dawn Motorsports, who's here as well in the number 95. That number 6, bright orange Sebico NP01 into the pit lane at the end of lap 1, paying attention to the front left corner of that car. Almost looks like they're taping together some of the bodywork, either trying to seal up a gap that's causing some bodywork to come loose, or maybe an off-track excursion that put some grass and detritus into the intakes of that car. Anyway, that car is sent. Look at the GTO field headed out of the heel of the boot and into what we call, exclusively, we call the Achilles, which is this left-hander, slightly off camber, cresting the top of a hill. Very little runoff room on driver's right at the exit before you go over the tunnel that leads you to the outside of the circuit.
Yeah, and Jordan's picked up exactly what we were just talking about. So now you've got the head of the GTU field on the back of the GTO field, and they're kind of bottled up. There's nothing really for them to be able to do with these cars, to the point where they've kind of tightened up the top. I think 3 are right on top of each other. They seem to have gapped positions 4 through 6 here. Immediately,
a couple of car lengths being put on the Sebico NP01. This is the number 60 by the TLM USA Aston Martin GT4 as they head up through. I'm sorry, that's not. That is the 172. Yeah, because we're at the tail end of the that GTO train.
Part of the reason why the GT field after the top 3 Hisprail is because the number 6 is in the pit lane.
Correct. Yeah, correct. Those Stratus cars over the last couple of races have sort of started in lockstep. It's very Toyota at Le Mans-esque. I think they sort of made a name for themselves in the early years of their program by just running their cars single file, nose to tail for hours at a time, not really pushing anything, not looking to spread themselves out too far, and manage the pace together. It's sort of the way things go until maybe one of them hits trouble, or somebody can take advantage in terms of strategy, and they begin to separate themselves a little bit, but very, very little ultimately to choose from between those 3 Stratus Racing Sebico NP01s in particular down in GTU.
GP1 classes, which will be JT's interest. We've got a lead change in GP1. PC Racing is taking the point over All-Star, the number 5. Is that the one that should be the Steve Park car, right?
Sure.
That was the entry that we've seen Steve Park run in. Fierce battle down in GTO, the NFC Motorsports 123, over the exit curbing at turn 1. Gap that last time by between that car and the 333 of Bruce Innovations was 0.6 of a second. The round 3, number 70, making their way through what looks like the GP3
AOA entry.
Yes. So they've now started to catch lap traffic, and that's going to add another variable into the GTU situation. So as the GTOs get further bulked in the corners.
We're going full course yellow.
Yeah, the number 95 is stopped. It's being called in by 7A. They are stopped drivers right there.
Yeah, that'll be headed out of the toe of the boot, down the back, sort of the back straightaway of the boot section of the course before you crest the hill, and head down into the heel. There is the other Sepico NP01. The 95 will be the Dawn Motorsports entry. That's a white, similarly shaped vehicle.
Yes.
Just want to briefly welcome to the booth Johnny Liberman for the first time WRL competitor.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah. First time at Watkins Glen, actually.
Oh, fantastic!
Yeah.
Even better.
Yeah. What a track.
It does not get much better.
I know
than
you
this.
shouldn't.
I mean, it's not surprised anyone who's been here, but wow, this is much more impressive than I imagined. I'm blown away.
And it's a treat for us too. It's the first time WRL is here, of course.
It's awesome.
A lot of people taking the opportunity to come check this place out. It really, I said in the intro, it kind of oozes history, tradition, and it's vast as hell.
Yeah. Yeah, I've done a lot of laps at Laguna Seca, which is another great American track, and this one is like right up there, on par with like that place. It's just awesome. Having a blast.
You're behind the wheel of the number 63 this weekend from Colorado Racing.
Yeah, we got an E92 V8 M3. Yeah, and straight pipe V8 sounds pretty good. And car's doing great. We I got last couple days. I got about 7 stints under my belt. With really bad tires. So we have nice tires on the car finally today.
It's Continentals.
Continentals, and we have new rotors and new pads. So we think we have a real monster. And we got my buddy Klaus standing right next to me here is one of our drivers. And then we got Tato Siderman's in the car right now. He's like kind of a homeless college kid in a weird way, but he's very fast. He's putting us old men to shame. And then we got Michael Ryan Johnson, who's our coach and co-driver. He's pretty quick too.
Fantastic. Is that a car full of mostly renters for you guys this weekend? Just kind of coming together.
Yeah. I think all renters. I mean, Michael's like I said, our coach and driver. But yeah, Open Throttle does a great job. I think they're running 6 cars, something like that.
Yeah. There's amazing pictures of their trailer on the highway. It looks like it's pretty insane what Mike puts together. Mike Gorman.
Yeah. Gorman's great, and he cooked this lunch yesterday. Actually, I was supposed to talk about that. Actually, I'm not supposed to talk about that, but I'm going to talk about it. It's funny. So there's this huge Rhodesian Ridgeback that walked up, and there was a stack of American cheese slices, and it just licked the whole stack of cheese. And there was 4 burgers on there that had cheese on them. I'm like, I'll take one of those. He's like, we're all dog people. We're all dog. It's fine. So, no, but we've been having a great time. Nice. And Open Throttle, super cool. They had there was this poor other M3. It was a 6-cylinder, and it got like a fist-sized hole in the block. Oh, and they had to pull the engine, put it with the transmission, take the transmission off, put a new engine on, and they got it done in a few hours. And the car's out there right now. So,
wow, very impressive.
Yeah, very, very good team, very, very cool team. If you're looking to do it right, I recommend them highly.
So, what's that process like? If you're a renter who wants to come in, and certainly Open Throttle has the acumen to be able to throw a bunch of butts in seats, let's say, and make it all work. What is it like for you coming in as kind of a one-off renter and beginning to coalesce as a team of drivers?
Yeah, well, this is kind of an unusual case. So, so Tato's father is a guy named Sergio Siderman, and Sergio's a really good friend of mine. And then Michael, I actually met him. He was a Porsche instructor at the Porsche Experience Center in Los Angeles. Okay. And I had the most amazing day of my life where during the pandemic, Porsche brought out, 996 GT3, 996.1 GT3, so
Okay.
the one we never got in the US. 997 GT2, 997 GT3 RS 4.0, 911R, and 991
Oh my
GT2
gosh.
RS, and I just got like 25 laps in each car,
Mhm.
following him around.
Yeah.
And so I was like, oh, I like this guy. And then I got my wife a lesson from him. And then when I did Pikes Peak, he was my coach.
Okay.
And he really helped me out. He had a simulator, because how do you practice for Pikes Peak? You can't,
Sure,
except
yeah.
for a simulator. But he really spent time with me. And he did it like literally because he's a nice guy,
Yep.
And then, he got hooked up with Sergio, and we have this kind of car gang out in LA called Riff Raff. Shout out to Riff Raff. I think a lot of them are watching, even though it's 6 a.m. In California. And and then they met Klaus. I have no idea how they met you, but Klaus is a commercial airline pilot, so steady hands.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Talk later.
Yeah. And then Sergio just said, "Hey, you want to go race Watkins Glen?" And I here's me. Yes, and that's about as much thought as I put into it. And then I knew that this open throttle team existed. I showed up. I was instantly felt at home. Super cool. They make good food, and the cars run, and the car's strong, and they have a bunch of crew chiefs that seem to know what they're doing. I think our guy Ronnie, I think he was born on a racetrack by the looks of him. And right? Klaus is saying right.
Yeah.
And it's like it feels like you're part of a race team. So it's super cool. Yeah, I'm really so far enjoying it.
I'm glad to hear that. Like I said, you picked a fantastic weekend to join WRL for the first time. There's a growing contingent of West Coast-based drivers, West Coast-based teams. Palomar Racing down there, you're not stablemates, but competitors in GP1, based out of the San Diego area.
Yeah, I mean, Klaus here is from Las Vegas. We got on Tato's in the car right now. He lives in Vegas. And then we got two other guys on a different car. They're based in Vegas. So, we consider Vegas part of LA. So,
They'll look the same anyway.
Yeah. But there goes our car right now. It's looks like full course yellow, but
yeah. So we should touch on that just very briefly. This is a Code 35 weekend.
Yes,
as I'm sure was discussed at some length in the drivers.
Boy, that
yesterday.
was surprising the first time I saw that without ever hearing of a purple flag.
They probably don't do much of that out west, do you?
We literally everyone's like, "What's a purple? I've never seen. Are you colorblind? You sure it wasn't blue?"
Yeah. So we do it at Barber once a year when we go there in March. We used to do it at VAR as well when we went there. But the Flagtronics implementation, which you guys all have the flag readout inside the car, the driver ID pucks, it's been in development over the course of the 2024 season. Now allows us to do Code 35 basically anywhere, as long as the track is equipped for it. WRL, Flagtronics all have the ability to enforce it fairly, and prevent us from having to group up behind a safety car. So we can go pick up a car when there's any sort of risk to a safety team, get it back into the pits, and then as soon as the course is clear again, send the thing back to green without really interrupting the flow of the race.
Right, so sort of a virtual safety car, and then nobody stacks up, and you don't have like crazy restarts and all that.
Is that something you guys have talked about as a team in terms of strategy and how that gets called, how your driver rotation changes?
No,
okay.
We don't have much strategy.
I gotcha.
we're I think we're here to have a fun weekend. We haven't really talked too much about strategy. We probably should. Next time we will. But I'm just trying to learn the track and learn the car.
Understood.
So I did a bunch of simulator, but obviously, it's much. Actually, you know what? To be fair, the simulators are getting good. Like this, I got here and I knew the track pretty well.
So for running a production car, what's your vehicle of choice to get laps in, figure out the track, figure out the car combination? What kind of gets you closest to your V8 M3?
We were using, it's funny you say that because we were using like some BMW that was on a Assetto Corsa, I think.
Okay.
No, it was iRacer. It was like I can't remember. It was like the last GT4, and then the software updated, and we had the new GT4.
Yeah.
But I'll put it like this: as a rank amateur who's terrible on simulators, on the sim I was running like 158s. Here I'm running 20 seconds beyond.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So that the oh, here we go. Green.
Yes, we are.
So that was what we practiced on, but it does feel faster in the real car.
I bet it does. All of a sudden, those arm codes are in 3 dimensions, and you're like, oh, there's something to hit here.
Yeah. No, it's I was talking with MJ, our coach, about that. Like, I guess I should notice that there are walls here because I keep talking about the drivers' meeting, but I'm just looking at the eyes up, looking at the next corner.
Sure.
So.
It's an interesting track. I mean, we talk about how fast it is. It is, I think, the fastest. Ooh, as we get it off there for what I think is it is the 997. No, it's 605.
Yes.
That's the Boxster down in GP3, goes off and on there at the exit of the inner loop. Again, cold tires will have lost a lot of heat during the Code 35 process. And with the temperature just about climbing up into the 40s, you guys were outside a little bit more recently.
Freezing. It was freezing this morning. Yeah.
I dressed appropriately, but as soon as I got in here, it was boiling. Anyway, you lose a lot of heat there. It takes some time to get back temperature back into the tires and into the brakes, and easy to make a mistake like that. I'm actually not sure that car didn't catch the safer barrier on driver's right, moving very slowly out of turn number 6 towards the toe of the boot. I want to go back to just GP1 very briefly. So you guys aren't employing really any strategy of note this week, and that's fair, right?
I mean, look, they might be. I'm out of it.
Sure.
You might want to talk to Klaus about that.
I gotcha. So
that's our strategy: is bring the car back. That's our strategy.
One piece. Give it to the next driver the way you found it. Put your toys away.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. No, I get it. It used to be that way up and down the the WRL field, particularly up in GTO.
Ooh.
And as the fields got deeper, the fields got faster, the margins got a lot closer, and people started to realize that the only way they were going to contend for podiums and wins is to really focus on the strategy element, right? Call the full course yellows and the safety cars right, call your pit strategy right, tire changes, all of those things feed into a successful decision-making process that will eventually net you a result. GP1 may not be there yet, but I think over the course of this season in particular, it's been headed there. There's so much depth in that class.
And I'm downplaying it a little bit. Like, we trust me, if the flag condition changes, we hear it on the radio. Klaus and I were out there yesterday in the pit practicing, getting in and out of the car with our suits on and visors down and all that, just to because when you get into the car in the paddock, you're slowly getting in, talking to your friends, and so we were just practice doing it fully dressed, in and out. So we do a little bit of a strategy, but it's mostly Tato and MJ and Klaus go real fast, and I don't wreck the car.
Standing yellow out there at the exit of the inner loop. My guess is we're headed back to Code 35, and indeed we are. Do we have a race control log note that maybe this is for the 605? Does it note an impact or anything up there at turn 5, JT?
It does. Impact drivers right.
Yeah, it looked like maybe it got far enough to clip the safer barrier-lined concrete on drivers right there, headed between the 3rd and 4th apices, which is exactly where the Chattanooga Tornwagen car came to grief yesterday. Looks like the 605 was briefly able to continue before having to come to a stop, I assume somewhere down in the boot. Don't have look at the log. Where's that, Jordan? Oh, it's in the shadows.
You can see it in there.
Yeah, right next to the catch fence. I see it there. Driver's right, just past the end of the curb. That's a tough one to spot. Yeah. So anyway, 20 minutes in, second Code 35. It's not been frantic as such, but it does seem like it's going to take this race a little bit of time to kind of find itself in a rhythm. When do you anticipate being in the car?
Well, Tato is either going to do a stint or a double stint, and then Klaus is, I think, do a double stint is the plan. So probably after lunch for me.
Okay.
By the way, want to talk to a commercial airline pilot?
I can do that.
Oh, come on. Get on the headset.
We'll get Klaus on here. Now, Klaus.
Uh-oh.
I've done my fair share of talking to commercial airline pilots.
Well, let me put on my airline pilot voice.
Don't do that. We don't need to do that. I gave up air traffic controlling some years ago.
Oh.
Yeah, out of Newark.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, well, you say that. Yeah, I'm here now talking about amateur endurance racing for 8 hours at a time. So, but no, welcome up to DriverSeye Live.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
First time here as well?
My first time at the Glen.
Yep.
Probably my 4th time racing with open throttle on the mic. But new to WRL. I think this is probably my first season running W.
Okay.
Maybe NOLA. When did we do NOLA?
22 and 23, I think.
Yeah, maybe one race then.
Okay. This is not NOLA.
No, this isn't.
there are hills here. There's some speed here, and I don't think it chews up tires the way NOLA used to.
No, it doesn't.
Of course, you guys on those Spec Continentals, planning to go the whole day?
Yeah, I think that's exactly what we're planning on doing.
Okay.
I heard you guys talking a little bit about a strategy. I think the strategy that they told me is bring the car back. Don't wreck the car.
Yeah, sure.
That's what they told me. 8 hours is a long time. It's not one at turn one in the start.
No, it never will be. Yeah, easy way to lose it, of course, and that's happened many times. But I'm sure Mike has hammered into you guys the importance of bringing those cars home. Not that he doesn't have another one to replace it, because he's got half the BMWs. I think E36s and E46s that exist are now painted in lime green. But of course, these are long days, and I'm sure there's some hope for you guys developing as drivers as well. You're not after the hero lap time. You're after bringing the car home and handing it off to your buddy or whoever the other renters are in one piece.
That's definitely a team effort. There's no doubt about that. We couldn't do it without Mike and his crew for sure. They've been wrenching on that car all hours of the night. They come in bleary-eyed and ready to go with a cup of coffee. Hey, here's your car. Let's go.
So I saw you come up here with the headset on the radio. Are you sort of involved in any of the decision making for the number 63 for the GP1 effort, or is that just sort of a hey, let's keep in touch down there in case something happens, we need to run back down?
I just want to stay connected to what's going on with the rest of the cars there. And there's some of our other teammates in one of the other cars that are open throttle there. I'm really kind of listening in on them. It's a team that maybe I would join in the future somewhere down the road. But it's really just a headset for me to keep in touch with what's going on out there.
Understood. Do you find yourself getting sucked into that the broader picture, let's say, rather than just your car and what's happening in that moment?
I think when I think about motorsport, at least for me, it's fantastic fun to drive the car, isn't it? But there's so much more to it. Most of my racing has come from sprint races, where this is a whole different animal about, hey, when are we going to fuel up the car? What does this purple 35 mean? When should we swap the drivers?
Sure.
When's Johnny getting in? Is it smart to put Johnny in now? Is it smart to put me in?
Yeah.
Should we just let Tato run as much as he can?
Yeah. That's so. That is what we love about the World Racing League, right? Yes, it's cool to see cars out on course. It's cool to talk about, GT4 machinery at the top, Sebico NP01s and the little prototypes, and all the production cars and various approaches to building out a race car up from a street car. But then you add in the strategy element. You add in those fine margins. Mo Dodka, former GP1 competitor, round 3 racer, said, GP1 was there a few seasons ago, dialed in with driver changes and paying attention to how much time you're losing in the pits. That adds a whole extra layer to just driving a car quickly and driving it consistently that you don't really get anywhere. And then you add the depth, right, where you can land anywhere from 1st to 21st in a weekend, depending on how consistent you are, how fast you are, and how good your decision-making and execution is in the moment that you just don't get too many other places.
No doubt about that.
Very cool.
No doubt about that. I'm excited about RJ publishing the 25 schedule for WRL.
Next week. I don't think there's a formal announcement, but I did see a couple of posts saying, hey, schedule's coming out next week. I know a little bit behind the scenes. I'm very, very excited to see what next year looks like. I don't know how long you've been following the World Racing League, but DriversEye Live has been involved since about 2017. First for some one-off events down at Circuit of the Americas, and more recently covering full seasons. And I think next year should be really, really special. Really special. Looking very much forward to 2025. Plans to come back and do a little bit more of this?
Absolutely.
Awesome.
Absolutely.
And are you pretty committed to the Mike Gorman experience down there?
I think so.
Okay.
Why wouldn't I be, right? Lots of his cars are in the front most of the time, right?
Yeah.
He's got a big old outfit down there with a bunch of extra parts, a bunch of guys running around turning wrenches. Why wouldn't I?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Klaus, Johnny, thank you guys for coming up and hanging out for a little bit. Enjoy your first weekend at Watkins Glen International. Enjoy the fall foliage, the lovely weather we've got this morning, and come and see us again, or send us a message and let us know how things are going down there with the number 63.
Right on.
Fantastic.
Thanks so much, brother.
Thank you, guys.
Joining us, we're still under code 35 here. Unfortunately, the 605, as we went back to racing, had an incident The bus stop. Come to a stop down the hill, turn 6. Being retrieved right now. All cars should be doing no more than 35 miles an hour.
Radio would be nice.
So at the top of the field, still have the 70 round 3 racing leading over the 333 from Bruce Innovations. 89X Motorsports, the Aston Martin just a little bit further behind over the Mercedes from Go Kart Go Australia, formerly DD Autosports. GP1, BSR Racing in the 981 came in fighting PC Racing, and number 5 from All Star Racing.
As we work second code 35 here and approach the half-hour mark, I don't want to lose sight of a couple of pit stops this morning. I think it's easy to write them off as being too early, and you kind of, on the surface, would maybe wonder if it's the right call. But remember that under code 35 in the pit lane, you're doing the same speed as the cars out on track. So you're only really losing the time that you're stationary. And even then, your competitors are out there doing 35 miles an hour. So you're not losing heaps of time or track position. And with that in mind, the 92 from FPRS Motorsports, that's the new spec Ford Mustang GT4, was in, as was the 909 from Automatic Racing. More on that later. The 119 from Shift Up Now by AE Victory. The 59 and the 60 from Stratus Motorsports were all in. They sit at the tail end of GTO and GTU, but remember that as things get back underway here, if we see any prolonged green flag running, and other cars have got to make green flag pit stops, that they will eventually cycle up towards the pointy end in GTO.
Yeah, that's definitely something to take count of as the 89X Aston. The bus stop takes a bit of grass.
Yeah, again, cold tires, JD. This is not enough residual heat in the track yet, even with the sun beginning to come up and put some energy into still fairly new asphalt, actually, repaved back in 2017. The tires just lose whatever they've got running around at 35. Look at the traffic.
Yeah, and remember, these are not competition slicks. These are treaded, so their ability to retain that heat is not necessarily as good, and they're going to be a bit more slippery.
Yeah, and without safety cars this weekend, remember too that you go back to green in fundamentally the same track position order, not necessarily just the same class position order. So as the GTO leaders head out onto the main circuit, having completed another run of the boot, remember that they're immediately into slower class and general production traffic, never mind having to contend with the other 4 or 5 cars that run in their sort of battle pack at the pointy end of GTO. And you're still doing all of that on cold tires, cold brakes.
Yeah, this is one of those opportunities where if you're aggressive enough, you can gain quite a bit of time here, as everyone's having to deal with a sudden traffic. But there's a lot of risk involved.
Of course, yeah. It's a fairly wide track when you compare it to, let's say, Road America, which is both fast and narrow. Here, there's good amount of paved runoff at some of the slower corners. The curbs are wide and fairly forgiving. Not everywhere, but generally are fairly forgiving. So you've got a little bit of wiggle room to go and make some of those moves without immediate consequence. But it's a very inviting track, almost too inviting, right? Where you think you can carry more speed, and you can pull a pass off here or there, let's say at a braking, or try and carry more speed through a corner and be safe on the other side. Eventually, you run out of more. right? Eventually you run out of the ability to carry that extra speed, to break that little bit. Later, as we go side by side for the overall race lead, 333 Bruce Innovations is going to try and go around the outside of the toe of the boot on the number 70 Porsche from round 3 racing. We won't catch them again until they get to the heel here in about 10 seconds time, but we'll need to look to see if we see red, white, and blue or blue and yellow around the end of turn number 8. That is Porsche leading BMW as the camera just skips a few frames and heads up into these cameras are back to back, which is very interesting, but heads up into the Achilles and onto the main circuit once again. Go-Karts Go Australia, the number 153, sits there in third, and now it's 3 cars nose to tail, a couple of extra car lengths back to the number 123 from NFC Motorsports, and our first 4 cars overall sit line astern with now just another couple of car lengths back to the number 89 from 89X Motorsports. That's the first of the Aston Martin GT4s. It is so good to see WRL racing at Watkins Glen.
Yes.
It is. This is, for my money, about as good as it gets. Notice the 333 there over the exit curb at the exit of turn number 1. Again, very, very inviting. Lots of paved runoff with some highway-type sunken grooves out there in the runoff to try and deter cars from running very, very wide. We are enforcing track limits here this weekend. And the track limits are not the curbs. They are the white lines. So doing that too many times that the 333 just did, 4 tires out over the white line onto those painted curbs, eventually is going to result in a call to race control and anything up to a lap penalty for excessive abuse of track limits, as the FIA would put it. I need to keep an eye on the race control log for that over the course of our weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. Just because the high-speed nature of the car, the tires, the way these cars move in the corners, they're quite playable, but at the same time, it's easy to just take a little bit too much and use that runoff.
Again, it's like I said earlier, it's a very inviting circuit, right? You think you can get away with more because there's curbing and runoff on the exit, but eventually you take too much and it's going to bite. And to some degree, it already has. We saw the 605 has been in the wall up at the inner loop. It really doesn't take too much of an overstep there before you find yourself in trouble, just because the sustained cornering speeds here are as high as they are.
Yeah, have we noted the race control logs? A few team reports of contact before the most recent Code 35.
I had just pulled it up, Joseph, but I'll allow you to take the reins on that one.
Yeah, 2 different ones, all on the, I guess you'd say the old circuit. Corner 4 between the 55 and the 92. 55 would be the AOA, one of many. And the 92 would be, that's a number that's new to me.
That's going to be FPRS, Ford Performance Racing School.
So that's
current spec GT4 Mustang.
That's GTO versus GP3. Those are you have 2 options basically. It's either within your class or outside of your class. That's 2 cars coming together. One car significantly faster than the other, probably a misjudgment in traffic. Another between the 70 and the 123, which is that would be racing for the lead in GTO.
Yeah.
So that's an example of the other. And then the 525 and the 777. So 777 for Big Mission and 525 for
Rubin ASF. They're in GP2.
Yes. So similar-ish in speed, which can create its own challenges, obviously.
Yeah, that's to say nothing of these drivers having their hands full with racing for position as well. Fastest laps being put in by all of the top 5 in GTO. Round 3 racing, Bruce Innovations, Go-Karts Go Australia, NFC, and 89X. To some degree, I think as the track warms up, obviously you'll see a slight increase in pace, but this will really be the first time with these 2 Code 35s that we've had where I think those cars are getting out into some reasonably clean air. They cycled their way through most of the general production cars, the GP1, 2, and 3 cars to this point. And as the 70 dives up the inside of the GP1 leader, that's where you start to see a real stretch. I'm sorry, it's not the GP1 leader. That's 4th place in GP1. which is change in that class as well. It's finally allowed those cars to have some breathing space, and I think they'll get a couple of laps more worth of that until we're basically in a situation where the course is just coated in cars.
Yeah, and obviously the fact that we're code 35 around this circuit and not full course yellow, so to speak, it helps with that, because we don't have the situation where we would typically get where we throw out a full course yellow, we bump everybody behind the safety car as we have just an absolute gaggle coming into the inner loop.
This is the way. This is the way. And Bruce Innovations, the number 333, not letting the 70 round 3 racing Porsche Cup get away. It was 1.4 seconds at the line. It's maybe 1.4 car lengths now, headed out of the outer loop into, I have no idea what you call turn 6 other than turn 6. It's the entry to the boot.
Yeah,
I guess
the shin.
No, I don't think I like that.
Okay,
we'll table that discussion. Worth noting, 7th place in GTO Modern Auto Body VAC puts in a personal best and one of the quickest laps in GTO to this point, 159.6. I think that might actually be the quickest time in GTO. No, sorry, 9X has done a 59.5. So very, very close to being the pace setter in the GTO class. That is something of a local, let's say, interloper in WRL. We've seen that car once before from memory. Excuse me. Back in New Jersey Motorsports Park last season. Typically runs races up here in the Northeast. It's a V8 BMW. It's awfully quick. It's loud. And despite not being quite at the pointy end in qualifying yesterday, worked themselves very solidly up from 10th into 7th and sit within 10 seconds of the overall race leader while setting quicker laps. So keep an eye on that orange and black V8 BMW, now onto the back of the 74 BMW M4 from AOA Racing.
Yeah, you made a note about track limits at turn 1, Brendan, and I can't help but notice.
Yeah.
Would you describe that as flagrant disregard by everybody?
So, I'm going to tell you a story.
Okay.
So, our first trip here at DriversEye Live to this famed circuit was last season in the as part of the SCCA Hoosier Super Tour. And as you might imagine, when you run spec classes, as is the SCCA's wont, particularly with the spec Miatas, you tend to utilize every available inch of road, up to and including and overstepping the track limits. So when they set out for their first qualifying session last season, every car ran off the road at turn number 1. And it was happening so quickly and with such regularity that the corner station couldn't keep up with the calls, with lap times that needed to be deleted. And the race director chose to throw out an entire session of qualifying, just DQ the whole field for the whole session because nobody was adhering to track limits. They quickly realized for 2024 that was not sustainable. So they opted not to enforce the track limits at turn 1 because you just couldn't you couldn't fairly enforce them with any sort of regularity.
The problem with trying that is, I mean, okay, turn 1 is such an important corner, right? Because it's the beginning of the run all the way down into the inner loop, which is a long run.
Uphill as well.
Yes. And let's be honest, most of the cars that are running in the Super Tour are thank you, Jordan. Most of the cars that are running in the Super Tour are momentum cars, frankly. Yeah. So yeah, you're gonna use all of that. You need to use all of it to be competitive.
My favorite story is when Brendan went to Sebring to cover Super Tours, and what was it? The Le Mans corner, turn 16, I think it is.
Yeah, 15, 16.
15, 16. We were asked to stop using the camera there because the cars kept cutting, going so far wide, and it was visible, and they didn't want us to show that on the broadcast.
Well, and there's a discussion to be had there, right? They were very quick to point out that, hey, we don't have a camera problem, we have a track limits enforcement problem. And in professional racing, where you've got cameras and motion detection, and I think even in Australia, 10, 15 years ago, they were using timing loops on the backside of the curb to count track limits cuts at places like Adelaide. And that's all fine when you have the technology to enforce it fairly and with an acceptable amount of precision. This is still amateur racing, and while we've got some pretty nice cameras, there's no technology attached to that. So you've got 70 cars running 8 hours over at least 3 places where track limits are going to be a concern, right? Turn 1, turn 8, the heel of the boot, and again at turn 10. How do you enforce that? I think Race Control's done a good job. They did a really nice job back at Charlotte, where the chicane, the bus stop chicane on the backstretch, had no 3-dimensional curbs. They did a really, really nice job of enforcing that fairly. It's just really difficult to do that multiple times a lap, and it's difficult to do when you've got 70 cars instead of 30. So they've got their work cut out, and I do just wonder what that means for us in the long run down at turn number 1.
Here's the move, okay? You assign one team, actually, no, 2 teams. You assign 2 teams per entry to snitch on the other entry.
God.
And it's like an angle of attack that they have to agree.
Yeah. That's fair. Because you're always going to get the most aggressive call from that team.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah. That's an interesting thought. We've got 70 spotters up in the grandstand at the exit of turn 1 with eyes and binoculars pointed squarely at the exit of 1. I like that.
Yes.
Yeah.
I am reliably informed, by the way, from the live stream comments that it is they're the laces on the way.
Oh, the laces.
Yes.
Sure. Yeah. I prefer to just make up corner names where they don't exist. Laces is fair. Achilles is. I just don't understand how that hasn't taken off.
Thank you.
Real quick, GP3, we've had a really good battle for second between Ruben Performance and AOA, the 85 car. This last lap here, coming across the line, Ruben Performance was able to take that second place position, but that fight is by no means done.
Yeah, nice to see a little extra depth in GP3 this weekend. There were a couple of races there over the middle part of the season where it was essentially just AOA and open throttle. And it's nice to have that Ruben car along as well. Visor Blitz Racing, the number 602 is in there. Taija, the 760. Round 3, of course, had the 605 there as well. That car has seen some grief already. But having eight cars take the start, 9 cars on the entry list in a class that I think it's fair to say has been up for some debate as to the future direction of the bottom end of the general production classes. It's nice to see the depth there. And the same thing goes for GP2 as well. 9 cars on the entry list in that class. The Chattanooga car, unfortunately, as we said, had the incident yesterday, did not take the start. I don't think the North Loop car has taken the start this morning either. They had an engine change to effect during the day yesterday. My guess is they just haven't gotten that finished up in time for the green this morning.
Something has happened to the 525.
Yeah, they had a issue earlier, possible contact, and then they had a body work. So now they, I believe, are on pit lane.
I don't see that white BMW. It is possible they're back in the paddock, but I don't see anybody along the front straightaway here.
Where is the? Do we know where the pit loop is here? Is it at the end of pit lane or at start finish?
I don't know that they're using the pit loops this weekend. I think they're just using the start finish line.
Okay.
We'll get more detail on that as the day progresses.
Yeah, because I've got them on my timing. I've got them as having gone missing. They had just set the fastest lap for the class.
So if you're at the track this weekend or you're familiar with Watkins Glen International, what you see with cars headed into the garage, let's say, leaving the pit lane, the exit into the garage is at the end of the pit lane. So you make a right-hand turn instead of going down the exit lane to rejoin the track. You make a right-hand turn. And what it does is it brings you around the backside of the Armco, but still following the same direction as the actual track layout. Then you head down to the crossover gate between turns 1 and 2, and you make a right turn and head up the hill to rejoin the paddock area. It's a long loop, like a really long loop, to get back into the paddock from the pit lane. It costs you a lot of time to do, and you've got to do it all obviously at pit lane speed first, and then at paddock speed, which is 15 miles an hour, headed back up into the paddock area. So that tends to cost a lot of time, and even if, you know, it's a quick trip of the timing loop here at start finish, that car can go missing for minutes at a time, or a minute or so, before you see it back up the other side of the hill into the paddock area, which itself is split, you know, to the north end and the south end where the NASCAR garages are. So we've kind of got cars all over the place, and it's possible to actually lose them for a minute or two before you can figure out where they're actually sitting.
Number 24 is being called as slow by the turn 5 marshals.
Bummer.
So that's the Big Mission Motorsports, Montgomery Motorsports, number 24.
Yeah, that's the 2 series.
Yeah, so I don't actually, Joseph, it's been a minute since you've been here. I don't know if that car was ready to go last time you joined us, but that is a BMW 235i. It's not an M235. It's not an IR. It's not, even though those cars are now eligible in GP1, that is somebody trying to take a modern 2 Series and send it racing. Certainly one of our favorites here. The Montgomery Motorsports guys are fantastic people.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of that kind of thing.
Yeah. Well, and we talk about it frequently, but it's worth noting for new viewers. I mean, the GP1 class is very much an open class, and while it is dominated by BMWs for the most part, and your E36s and 46s are still one of the most cost-effective ways to go racing, eventually we're going to run out of S54s or whatever your engine choice happens to be, and parts are slowly going to get more expensive. And I think that, or I know that car is an effort to kind of get out ahead of that and prove that you can still race BMWs competitively without having to go get the tried and true. That's 3 wide, almost 3 wide, down the back straightaway into the inner loop, involving your no longer your overall race leader, because the number 333 has jumped the number 70 within the last lap or so and taken the overall race lead. The 70 gets balked through the last part of the inner loop and has to go around the outside, but is being absolutely hounded by a pair of Mercedes AMG GT4s. First the number 123, then the number 153, headed through the outer loop and down into the laces of the boot. Fantastic stuff.
Yeah, I mean, that's the balance of this kind of racing, right? Because a big part of the reason why they've lost all this track position is because they're being cautious through traffic. But that's the balance of this, because you're too over-aggressive. You make contact with a slower car, and it's caught, you know, emphasis on someone's got to report it. You'll lose a lap for that contact. So you have to play the long game here. There's 7 hours left. It's okay if you lose the lead here. It's going to be harder to claw back a lap deficit that you pick up from a penalty.
Especially doing code 35s.
Yes. Yeah, there's no opportunity for a wave by here, unless, you know...
No wave bias. You're good.
A red flag situation. You know, hopefully that doesn't happen. But you know, you're hoping for something really kind of catastrophic to pull that lap back. So you really cannot afford mistakes. So the contact on track and execution of the pit stops are going to be absolutely critical in situations like this.
Yeah, the main thing is always going to be staying out of trouble, you know, staying out of pit lane.
Yeah, it always is. Go ahead, Joseph.
Speaking of pit lane, we've got the 60 with its first stop of the day. So Coming out of pit lane now, I think, in that shot. So about 50 minutes of running in with 2 code 35s. Expect the rest of the GTU field to follow shortly after.
24 is into and out of the pit lane as well. That was the slow BMM Montgomery car that was noted just a couple of minutes ago. The 760, I believe it's the 760, is the orange and black ND Mazda Miata, or MX-5, down at the north end of pit lane, is there at the attention of the crew as well.
Yeah, and it does also look like the 24 has left pit lane and is back out on track. Yeah, it's coming right here through our shot.
Oh, man. It's 3 wide down the back straightaway. It's not going to get old.
Well, and that's the thing. If you're in one of these cars that is going to make their time in straight line speed, you really, really, really want to make that pass before the inner loop, because the rest of the circuit is a lot more stop-start. That, like we were saying, that run from turn 1 into what is, I think, officially 5A, 5B. That is absolutely critical if you're in one of the faster classes and trying to get around slower traffic.
Yeah, it's not necessarily a risk thing, but you certainly can't accept breathing out of the throttle on a regular basis in there at that part of the circuit. You're just going to lose so much time when your competitors are racing away at 145, 150 miles an hour, and you're sitting there stuck behind a general production car doing, $120, $130. You're just going to bleed time away. And as we've seen through the bulk of the first hour here, seconds are going to make a difference. I think that's going to be the case through most of the day. Your top 10 cars are separated by just about 20 seconds. Your top 7 cars are separated by 7 seconds. And every time we pick up the lead gaggle in traffic, it's just a ball. It's a ball of cars.
Yeah, I mean, that goes back to the code 35 situation where you're, oh boy, that is a nasty situation, because now you've got a car on the apex that is just trying to stay out of people's way.
Lead change again. Porsche now leads the BMW. There is the Bruce Innovations car with the yellow headlights that's just been overtaken by the number 70 from round 3 racing. So that 991.2 Porsche Cup has found a way back through the erstwhile race leading Bruce Innovations number 333. Get a good view of the run down into the toe of the boot. Again, the 2 Mercedes kind of in lockstep, but now they're both being hounded by the number 89 Aston Martin GT4 from 89 Extra Sports. That car had, I think it's fair to say, something of a coming out party back at Road Atlanta. Led so much of the race on Saturday. Our 8-hour race down there, Michelin Raceway, Road Atlanta. Things didn't really go their way on Saturday, but definitely didn't go anybody's way on Sunday. Nice to see that car back at the pointy end, up in the top 5, even with the field as deep as we've got up in GTO. On board with that number 89, great pickup by Jordan, just on the tail end of the silver Go-Karts Go Australia number 153. Good mid-corner speed from the 89. There's a 153, runs a little bit wide, slightly out of position, headed into turn number 11, and you see the difference it makes in mid-corner speed. Just a mile an hour or 2 is enough for the 89 to draw alongside, headed into the braking zone for turn number 1, fully alongside, and with the primary racing line able to get the move done, up into 4th place, and now the Aston Martin splits the brace of Mercedes AMGs.
Yeah, you saw the Mercedes try to carry a little too much speed into that left-hander, and the way that they had to pull it back, the Aston was so much more composed going through the right-hander, had the line, had the better exit out of the corner, and just made that run into turn 1 so much easier. .70 on that lap, officially back through on the 333. You see it going into the outer loop, and they'll make their way onto the Grand Prix circuit. I don't see a ton of traffic in front of them, so that'll help keep that battle pretty static for the time being. The traffic that is in front of them, pretty sparse. One of the, I believe, GP3 Miatas, which
all of that. Oh, go ahead, Joseph.
Process of elimination tells me that's the 600 for Ruben.
looks like things have sort of strung themselves out in GTO. The gap from 1st to 7th is about the same. It's still right there. It's come down, if anything, down to 5.6 seconds, but there's a much more even split between each of the cars. Instead of being a gaggle of 5 and then 2 stragglers or so off the back, you've got a couple of car lengths between everybody now, where everybody's got, at least for the next lap or two, a little bit of breathing room to find some space and stretch their legs. The 914, what that really means is that the 914 is able to catch up to the back of the number 153 Go-Karts Go Australia Mercedes. And actually, as they make the move into turn number 1, I think the BMW, that V8 powered Beamer, is going to lead we'll pick it up here in just a second. That's the 9.4 BMW in Endurance Radio Orange. Now your race leader, then Bruce Innovations in green, NFC Motorsports, 8.9. And there's the 914 from Modern Auto Body. So good move from the 914. Actually had it done at the start-finish to be able to get up into the top 5, drops the 153 back to 6th, and into the clutches of the number 74 BMW M4 from AOA Racing.
Yeah, another note of contact being called in as a team report. So that's the 1, 2, 3, and the 333. I believe
NFC and Bruce.
Yeah, it looks like it's the 123 that's called that in. So if you'll remember, there was a team report of contact between the 70 and the 123. So all we're missing at this point is a report of contact between the 333 and the 70, and then we'll have a three-way fight in race control to see who gets penalized more.
Yeah, not as busy over in race control, a couple of doors down to my right-hand side as I would have thought this morning, especially after our pair of Code 35s, mostly single-car incidents. Well, one wasn't even an incident, it was just a car came to a halt. The other one, a single-car incident up at the inner loop. Worth noting, we just had a text message from our friends down at North Loop Motorsports who are just confirming that they're making progress on the motor swap. Yesterday, uncontrollable overheating, which when the ambient temperature is about 55 degrees is not something you want to see.
No, and those BMWs, the E36, E46, are known for having very sensitive cooling systems.
Yeah. Look at that transition from the professor.
I was just about to throw something in the Discord. What a lovely transition.
Oh, he's got.
That's so good.
He's got a library full of them. we got clocks. We got wipes. We got fades. We got all kinds of stuff. Around the outside of the S is there for Bruce Innovations, headed through turn number 4. There's your fade.
Coming up on 2 open throttle BMWs. I've been watching some of the open throttles in the past couple laps here. The 67 was doing pretty well, but the 66 had got around the 41 from Rockwell Autosports to take second in GP2. And then just roughly around the same time, the 65 in GP3 got around the 602 Weiser Blitz Racing car for 4th in GP3. And has been running pretty well here. A little bit quicker than the Rubin Performance MX-5, 30 seconds up the road. But running more or less on pace for that class at the moment, just under 220. The open throttle car's doing well.
It is, given that we haven't had a true full course yellow, led by a safety car to bunch things up, the fact that the top 7 in GTO are separated by 5 seconds from first to 7th, the AOA number 74 in 7th position is 5.2 seconds behind the leader. That's insane at this point. We're an hour into the race.
Well, let's not lose sight of the fact that even behind that group, 8th, 9th, and 10th sit a second apart. So
yes,
your top 7 are within, less than a second between each car. And then you've got 3 more that are all bunched together with, 3 cars that are equally as likely to contend for a podium or a race win under normal circumstances. That's the 888 from TLM Mona, multiple race winner this season. The 99 from GTR 99. Again, sort of all-time consistent deliver on the promise team. And Stoic Racing, who's back with us for the first time since their big incident on Sunday at Road America. I don't know that the car was written off, but if it wasn't, man, there was a lot of work to do to get it ready. Now those 3 cars head into the S's. You'll see them here left-hand side of the shot. 3 GT4 cars and a Sebico NP01 to go with them. Headed up over the crest at turn number 4. Aston leads Supra. Aston Martin just seems to have the punch headed up the hill, but the 99 is able to draw back into the slipstream, headed into the braking zone for the inner loop. Stoic Racing just off the tail end a little bit. Triple Eight goes in a little bit deep, misses the second apex, which allows the 99 to hang right with them, but unsighted in the transition out of the bus stop into the outer loop / carousel. Round the outside of the carousel goes the Sebico Racing NP01 from, which car is that actually? It's not a battle for position overall. We'll pick it up here based on the trim color. To the inside goes the 99.
Huge dive.
That's bold. That is bold. I was
hopefully 2 cars come out of that corner.
Yeah.
That is the 58, by the way, Stratus.
Okay, very good. So I was going to make a point that what you saw on display through the outer loop that time was, I think, an excellent sort of graphical explanation of how the GTU cars have to make their time. They're not the quickest in a straight line, even though they run to the same power to weight number, making something like 200 horsepower to get to that 9-to-1 number, whereas the GT4 cars around it are much closer to 400 horsepower. So you're talking about half the amount of power. Means you're even in the best case scenario, you're nowhere near the top speed. But with as many quick corners as we've got here that are not quite flat out, but are closer to it in those Sebico NP01s, your options are either to sit behind the GT4 cars through the 3rd and 4th gear corners, or to find a way through, even if that means going the long way around through one of the quickest corners on track, round the outside up against the white track limit line to driver's left there. Successful, yes. Slightly risky, probably also yes. But you just lose so much time in those NP01s if you don't. And even having completed that move, actually now finds itself back behind the Stoic Racing Supra once again.
Yeah, lots of chopping and changing throughout which by the way, we're getting close to pit stop time.
Yeah.
For these GTO cars, and this will be really interesting because you obviously, these are not professionally drilled crews that are all working together. I mean, some of them have a rapport with each other, but you get a lot of variation in pit stop times up and down the field, and so I'm really curious to see how this all shakes out. You're really going to see a demonstration after this round of pit stops who's outperformed really, because like we said, 6 seconds now between 1st and 7th place. Everybody's all bunched up. So if you end up with a big gap to your competition in either direction, it's going to make a big difference. And because there is no full course yellow here, there are no safety car interventions, fingers crossed, every second that you spend in the pit lane is going to translate to how you finish this race.
Yeah, time loss is time loss. You're not getting that back, which does really put the pressure on. But now, ironically, what we see in these Code 35 races is that more often than not, they actually wind up closer than the safety car races. Some of that is just you shake things up in a bottle and it all just kind of comes out in the wash. Some of that is actually these teams and these cars are so close that if you give them equal opportunities to call strategy, or you let one team take a small advantage here, small advantage there, eventually they're all going to kind of end up in the same place at the end. We see it time and time again, like we say at Barber. I'm looking forward to something very similar today. The other point I wanted to make about strategy and this first round of pit stops in particular, you think of Watkins Glen obviously as a high-speed circuit. It's a lot of time spent full throttle. The run from turn 1 up to turn number 5. You've got the run out of 7 into 8, and of course run down the front straightaway. And that is all very true. You do consume a lot of fuel. So I'm assuming here as the 914 makes its first pit stop, and the 74 from AOA Racing does as well. The flip side of that full throttle time coin is that you're able to roll a lot of speed into some of these corners. And if you want to take the fuel-saving approach, particularly in a Code 35 race, you can roll out of the throttle fairly early, carry the speed, coast the speed into the corner, and pick up the throttle right at the apex without losing a whole heap of time. And
yes, that won't necessarily extend your stint because most of these cars won't have, to the minute or to the lap updates on fuel economy.
Sure.
But it will, if you're just worrying about topping off in your pit stop, that will reduce the amount of time that you're in the box.
Yes, very true, Joseph. And as we know, and have just discussed, there is quite a bit of variation in those pit stop times. So if you're able to cut out, even if you're not able to cut out a can of fuel, right, we fuel 5 gallons at a time here, there is still the opportunity to save yourself a couple of gallons on a slow fill there. And those few seconds you save stationary in the pit lane could add up over the course of the race to, let's say, 15 or 20. And as we know, that can be all the difference. Into the pit lane comes the 888 from TLM Moda. So most of that pack we were watching towards the tail end of the top 10 has been in now. The 74 was in, 888 in as well. 888 in now as well.
Yeah, I almost said in the lane. So it's going to be a tough one.
I got to be careful because we've now got the Go Karts Go Australia car.
Yeah.
We got to be real careful.
An interesting development in race control. The 164 for Harrison lost a lap. It doesn't appear that it was registered on the transponder. They've used the Flagtronics data to credit them with that missing lap. So that could be an interesting, an interesting development. If you see a car go missing for a lap or so, particularly that car, racing for the lead in GP2, that may be something to keep an eye on.
Something of a new wrinkle for us.
Oh no, that's Rockwell.
And that's
a dangerous.
broadside.
That's dangerous. That's a blind part of that corner. A lot of cars hopefully are looking for that yellow flag.
We're doing good so far.
Yeah, the good news is everybody is moving drivers right, which gives this car an opportunity. And now we have a couple of cars going drivers left. What I was going to say is it gives the car the opportunity to pull forward. I assume this is going to be a pretty quick full course yellow.
If it is a full course yellow, this is going to be huge depending on where the leaders are because that entire gaggle, remember the 74, the 888 have all pitted. If we do go full course yellow, that gives these other cars who are at the beginning of their pit window, the end of their stint basically. This marble's getting kicked up at the end of the S's. That gives those cars an opportunity for a very, very cheap pit stop. So that could end up dropping the 74 right down the order through no fault of their own. That's the other wrinkle to this Code 35 business that is going to be really curious. It is full course cautions just come out for the 41 spun broadside at turn 10. Thankfully, nobody's collected that car.
Yeah, our good friend Stevie D, on the team radio, I'm sure will have seen that and heard the corner report and immediately jumped on the team communication frequency to let them know that there is a car stopped on the exit curb at turn 10, and for drivers to not just slow appropriately, but I would say slow excessively on the way in there and pick a lane left or right to make sure that car is not collected. Obviously did not appear to be ready to move under its own power, so we go full course yellow, and immediately the Watkins Glen safety team is on scene. As you point out, Joseph, this is the ideal opportunity for the GTO leaders to make it into the pit lane. The problem is we went full course yellow just after they came through.
I wonder if that was intentional. It's not a bad move. I go back and forth on. They'll talk about in IMSA or IndyCar, IndyCar famous at this point for waiting for the entire field to be able to take the opportunity to pit. F1 goes the other direction with it, where they will just, at least publicly, they say that they will just throw it regardless of where the leaders are to try to avoid giving somebody an advantage. It's a tricky situation. The other thing I want to note is a lot has been said, obviously, over the years about tarmac runoff and what that does. It saved probably a much bigger incident in this situation here, because everybody knew that they could go to the right-hand side of that stopped car, and nobody had to make a split-second decision. Do you take to the grass, the gravel, or try to cut that to the inside? That could have been, to steal a phrase from John Watson, an absolute mother and father of a crash.
Yeah, it opens up your field of vision, right? You tend to get tunnel vision where the track is lined with Armco, lined with grass or gravel, and as you aim towards the exit of turn number 10, you sort of think, if let's say we had grass up to the edge of the circuit,
yes,
your only option is to go left and to try and pinch the corner off, which at that point, either you're collecting the car that's already there because of target fixation, because you're not looking to the right side of the car, or you are hauling the car off the exit curb and potentially putting yourself in a situation where you're spinning into the left-hand side blue Armco.
Yeah.
Right? Which is not a small incident there either. Whereas here, as you come around the corner, you see a car stopped broadside on the exit curb. You've got, I don't know, probably 50, 60 feet of pavement off to the right-hand side. Your eyes go right, the car goes right, and you're out in, albeit some pretty dusty tarmac.
Yes.
But an option that is more safer, much safer, and more intuitive than you might otherwise get if we didn't have the tarmac runoff there at the exit of turn 10. So it's a really fair point, Joseph. The race leaders have made it around at 35 miles an hour into the pit lane. NFC Motorsports is in. Modern Auto Body VAC is out and in. 153. The Go Karts Go Australia car is in as well. I look to my right, and I see the number 70 from Trimtex Racing. I'm sorry, from Round 3 Racing with Trimtex sponsorship. 333 is in as well. It's a driver change for the erstwhile second place BMW M4. And as you say, Joseph, what we're looking for is the string of cars that pitted under green flag conditions. They are nowhere to be found. 70 is rolling. The 333 is not. And we look for the 123 Mercedes, who I think has jumped the number 70 Porsche.
I think that's right. We'll have to wait until the 70 pit on its last. Yes, that's the 123.
Yep, a 70 is going to be 2 cars behind it. The lead change for the first time that NFC Motorsports Mercedes leads our 8-hour enduro Saturday enduro at Watkins Glen International had shown the nose on the open race lap. Took a really, really quick start down into turn number 1 before settling into, 3 seconds off the overall race lead. But nevertheless, track position is track position, and you'll take it. What we're going to need to wait for, ladies and gentlemen, is to see where the green flag stoppers cycle through relative to that car. I can't imagine that anybody would have stayed out here. The shift up now car from memory was in at the second code 35, but it's been so long since then that I think you'd come in and make the stop anyway. I think your top 7 is more or less going to stay your top 7.
Yeah, I missed the last time that we had eyes on turn 10. I think Jordan was just showing it. But I don't remember. Yeah, that incident's been cleared away. So we're very close to going back to green at this point. Thank you.
It's worth noting, we have not discussed this. The Mercedes you saw into the pit lane there was the number 124 NFC Motorsports Mercedes.
So I thought that they had pit earlier. I thought that they had pit during the green flag. So I'm kind of wondering if you've pit recently, like if you've already been in, although I am a little surprised that we haven't gone green yet. So we must be repositioning people or equipment. If you know that the Code 35 is going to be out for a while longer, there's not a ton of, because I believe the pit lane speed limit is also 35 miles an hour.
It is.
Yeah, there's not a ton of harm in just coming through, topping off. I mean, there's every risk of catching a pit lane penalty, which is its own issue. But other than that, if it's going to extend your stint by however long, there's not a ton of penalty in doing it. So you almost might as well in the hopes that it'll shorten your last pit stop under green. So I wonder if anyone is gonna take the opportunity to do that. It's certainly not a dramatically shorter lap to do that, but it is an awfully long pit lane.
Well, so let's cast our mind back to Barber, right?
Yeah.
Barber Motorsports Park is our consistent other track on the schedule where we do this every year. The way we've distilled this down as a team of analysts is basically to say your starting point should be to pit under every full course yellow.
Yes.
Right? There's a little bit more nuance to it than that, but generally speaking, as we go back to green, there's very little harm in doing it. Even if you're only putting 2 or 3 gallons in the car, you're stationary for 3 seconds, or let's say 10 seconds, right? 10, 15 seconds.
Yeah, sure.
Because the rest of the field is only doing 35 miles an hour, at race speed, that amount of distance is probably only worth about 5 actual seconds on track. And so your penalty calculation for what it costs you to make that stop is dramatically different. Add to that, at Barber in particular, the pit lane is actually noticeably shorter than the track lap because it's cutting the inside of the first and last corner.
Yeah, Barber was exactly what I was thinking about when I was talking about the lap being shorter, yes.
Exactly, right? So you're getting, I mean, not a lot back. You're getting maybe a second or 2 of that track position back as well.
Let's keep eyes here and see who was in pit lane when the green flag came out, because there are going to be a handful of cars that are caught up in this, including, is that the 89X Aston?
It is one of the Aston Martins. It's possible it's 289.
Okay.
It is the 289, actually, just shown in the pit lane. I think the 89 is going to come through out on track. So we've got now the first handful of cars across the start-finish line. NFC, Round 3 Racing, Bruce Innovations, Go Karts, Go Australia. Those were the 4 cars in the lead pack that were in and out of the pit lane most quickly under the Code 35. I'm sorry, my attention is just drawn to the S's. There's a slow Ford Mustang GT4 headed up the hill through turn number 2. It looks like it was headed out of the pit lane, and it maybe just looks like it hasn't disengaged the pit speed limiter.
Yeah, but blinkers are still on.
Yeah. That's the number 91, I believe, from memory.
And they've it's almost like he's trying to recycle it.
I think the pit lane's good. Now, okay, flashes are off.
Yeah, they had gone back off around turn 2 briefly. So I think they're trying to recycle something.
Yeah, I think you're right, Joseph. So there's a gap in the wall here past the corner station on driver's right.
There's enough visibility to avoid that car, but not a ton. Their white flag is out at that corner station to indicate that there's a slow car on track.
Yeah, I think the good news here is that the car doesn't look to be at risk of stopping out on track unless they shut it off and can't get it restarted. But with that said, at 35 miles an hour, pit speed limit, it can get its way home, as you say, with enough visibility to be safe. Corner marshal's covering that with white flags as well.
If that car does have an issue that's going to prevent it from being at racing speed, I don't mind the idea of it taking the shortcut and taking the NASCAR circuit.
Yeah.
Although that seems like that's picked up speed again. I don't know if that's just a trick of the camera, but that does seem a little better. Yeah, that seems like that's picking up speed again.
It's not doing 35 miles an hour anymore.
It's not doing 35.
Sure.
Yeah, I think that seems like that's healthy again.
Yeah, I think you're right. So those 4 leaders, as we were kind of in the process of saying, 4 leaders are now 17 seconds apart instead of 7 cars within 7 seconds. Some of that is the variability in pit stops under the Code 35. Some of that, unfortunately, is just the way the Code 35 and the green flag pit stop cycle shook out. We know the 89 was in under green. and instead of being in that 5-second window, is now 43 seconds off of the overall race lead. The Lupe Tortilla Fast Track Racing number 188 slides into 6th there, and that is the flip side of that same coin, right? Where, okay, the 89 lost a heap of time, but the 188 kind of, you could say got lucky, you could say called it right, whatever the situation might be. But anyway, it's taken the advantage where the 89 has kind of fallen away. 124 has picked up the advantage there as well to fall into 8th. Stratus 59, your GTO leader in 9th, and then the 909 from Automatic Racing rounds out the top 10 overall.
Yeah, one of the reasons why we would see the 89X Camaro...
Aston.
Well, no, the old Camaro.
Yeah.
Because it was a very heavy car, had a very oversized fuel tank compared to the rest of the class. It would end up in pretty favorable positions just because it could run longer, and so you're taking fewer green flag pit stops basically just out of good fortune. But that's one of the reasons, or one of the things that you need to plan for and set yourself up for, if you're able to, being able to extend your stint length puts you in better situations than if you're, for example, if you've got the fuel tank that is the size of like a GTU fuel tank, for example, where you're having to make a pit stop earlier. You're not going to get caught out every time, but you are going to get caught out more often. And over the course of a long race, over the course of a championship, certainly, that can pay dividends to have a little bit of a larger tank, just to put you in the margins of being able to catch those lucky breaks more often.
Sorry, muted my own microphone. That's a fair point, Joseph, and it also underscores the discussion about, or helps to strengthen the discussion about pitting under the code 35s, right? If you pit and top off every time you get one of those purple flags, those full course yellow conditions, it allows you to stretch that stint out, which isn't necessarily going to add up into any long-term advantages, but your focus is on making sure you minimize the chance of making a green flag stop. It's that you're focusing on the same outcome, right? Give yourself every opportunity to pit under a code 35, and in order to do that, you need to lengthen the stint as much as you can, because these green flag stops, as we've already seen this morning, can become real killers at quite literally the flip of a switch.
Yeah, noting race control, the 2 is taken to the short course, so I'm wondering if the 2's got an issue, and when we'll see them in the pit lane shortly. They're currently sitting P12, so
already on their way out.
Right. Okay. So that'll be they will, I'm sure, not be credited for that lap.
To remember that was the car that started from pit lane.
Yes.
I was wondering about that because they
Yeah.
actually had pole.
That's a car there that looks like they almost.
That's the other ACP car. That's the 52.
That's interesting. That car didn't look like it had any intention of making the chicane. I don't know if they blew the braking enough that they knew they weren't going to make it. A few cars have had to shortcut the chicane. The 760 did it 2 laps in a row earlier in the race, and then immediately after the 59 for Stratus did as well.
Worth noting, as I did my lap this morning setting up cameras, we're back to the, let's say, new curbing configuration, the new old curbing configuration up there at the entry to the bus stop. I know there was some hullabaloo over the NASCAR weekend about what curbs were being placed where, but these are identical to the pictures that first surfaced back in April and May as to what the entry to the bus stop was going to look like. They've pushed that Armco back to driver's right. They've got the, I believe, are bolt-in curbs there at the apex with 2 much larger curbs behind it to push you out away from that blue Armco. So yeah, all is as you would expect there at the entrance to the bus stop. I don't know that it necessarily means you're carrying any more or less speed than you used to. Although I will say, I think we've seen a little bit of less taking to the escape road at the entry to the bus stop than I would have otherwise expected this early in the morning.
Yes, I think that's one of those situations where I in general, I assume that most people who have to take to that shortcut will only need to take to it because they were moved well off of their ideal line by traffic, like you see in this cluster here. That's the sort of situation where I would expect someone to have to bail out, basically.
Yeah, we've seen plenty of 3 wide on the way into the inner loop, and if you get a general production car that's out to driver's left on the outside, sometimes it may be safer to just peel off to the left, come to a stop, and go again. We obviously don't encourage dive bombing here in the World Racing League, but again, you can lose a second or two caught up behind a slower class car through this still really quick chicane on the way into the outer loop. And if you send it up the inside there, that is kind of the only bailout, is to go straight on. This is on board the number 600. I've had it confirmed from Alex Rubenstein. I wasn't
nice
sure.
Onboard.
It's really nice.
Yeah.
I have it on good authority what camera that is. A little bit of LTE bonding at work there.
Ooh.
Yeah, without an external encoder. Very, very cool unit. This is another one of those. I mean, we see the Ruben Performance guys in the World Racing League from time to time, also in other series that run regionally here in the Northeast. And it's nice to see some of that crossover, right? It deepens the field a little bit, brings a little bit of local knowledge, not necessarily home track, but series that have run Watkins Glen more often. The same thing was true at New Jersey Motorsports Park last fall. And it's very cool to see teams like Modern Auto Body, Ruben Performance Garage playing along and performing well with teams that, let's say, have more. If they don't have more knowledge of the track, they've got more knowledge of the rules and maximizing what is available through the rules.
Yeah, and just being able to take the series up towards some of those teams that are based out of the Northeast. So they're not having to make these long treks to be able to compete here.
Well, and we can have this discussion later in the weekend as well, but we're an hour and a half in, so now is as good a time as any. There's a lot of discussion being had about doing the same, but moving to the west.
Yeah.
Right? We've got kind of that frontier at the Rockies with High Plains Raceway, where, of course, we just wrapped up the Midwest Championship a couple of weeks ago, with more teams bringing their cars from the West Coast and drivers from the West Coast out to the races that we run in the middle part of the country, and even here with Palomar, about the discussion is now being had about, okay, how do we bring the series to them? And how do we ensure that it's a relatively low risk sort of thing where we're bringing more of the WRL traveling circus, more of the teams to make that tow out to High Plains, out to places further out west in the Rockies and beyond. We'll see what the 2025 WRL schedule holds in that regard. But I know that many more teams, not just the WRL leadership, are having those discussions about, is it time? Do we start looking at making WRL a much more national and overall inclusive series of what the best of North American racing has to offer, with a premium amateur product beyond what's accessible, from the Rockies east?
Yeah, it's a tough conversation to have, especially when you do have, sort of established markets over there. We'll say, there are series that cater mostly to west of the Rockies, and yeah, to sort of get into that backyard is a daunting situation. We'll say from a business point of view, it would be great to see more events out there and to bring some what would undoubtedly be more new to the series competition, but yeah, you do have an awful lot of teams who are based in the Eastern Time Zone, and yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of back and forth and a lot of conversations to be had and that are going on about, okay, if we had an event out here, would you be able to make the move?
Yeah.
When does it have to be on the calendar? The timing of that stuff is as important as the location. That is well into the runoff. That is on the way to Lake Ontario. That is out there.
Might as well be running races in the Mountain Time Zone at that point, anyways.
Yes.
Yeah. Look, I think if you're going to talk about the place that WRL holds in this sort of amateur racing scene, there was a time when WRL was just the Midwest representative for amateur endurance racing.
Yeah.
Right? It was still highly regionalized. You had a Northeast series, you had a Midwest series, you had a West Coast series.
I mean, there were
and then
like 3 races in Texas, you know?
Right. Well, and you were going to places like Topeka and Mid-America. I don't know if they ran at Mid-America, actually, but Motorsports Park Hastings and Brainerd. And I mean, you name it, right? I think the identity of the series has changed where WRL is now providing let's say, a premium product within the scope of amateur endurance racing that the other existing and long-term existing regional series maybe are not, right? And yes, the pricing is slightly different, but the product you get is also appreciably different. And from that perspective, it's easier to market the product across multiple geographical regions rather than relying on the geographical regions to sell your product. The downside to that is that it's still a risk, right? You've got to convince the teams that are committed to running in those areas to buy into a premium product and ensure that they're getting the best of what WRL has to offer, which includes, I mean, a real depth in competition. It includes teams that are friendly and willing to help get a team integrated into the WRL paddock and into the WRL mindset, and encouraging teams based in, I don't know, Jacksonville, and teams based in Louisiana, and teams based in Illinois to make that trek out to supplement. Maybe you get 10, 15, 20 local cars to help fill out the grid, make it a business success, and take that risk away from hosting events in a traditionally not WRL region of the country. We'll see, like I said, we'll see what 2025 holds. But I think that is the way you market it, is to say, listen, we're not coming in to do what that series is already doing. We're coming in to do WRL and do the WRL thing at the highest level in places we've never done it before. I look forward to it, but we'll see what the details on that are, and if indeed that trigger gets pulled for next year.
Note from administration in the YouTube comments: schedule will be released next week, so we won't have to wait too long for that suspense to play out. Yeah,
Kelly Hatcher says, "Come to Utah." WRL says, with a smiley face.
I'm looking forward to the return of the Barbados Grand Prix myself. Kidding.
Oh, no. Let's talk about those old like F3000 street races. I am all the way in on that stuff.
The WRL Birmingham Super Prix.
The Moosehead Grand Prix in downtown Halifax, around at Citadel. This is the way.
I mean, listen, we're already at one Savory Green property. I don't see why we wouldn't be at Exhibition Place next year.
That's right. That's right.
So this battle continues to be incredibly close at the front of GTO here. You see them occasionally in shots here, but NFC and the Porsche from Round 3 Racing are just neck and neck. It's been quite... As unfortunately, Stoic, I think that is, having to go a little bit wide navigating traffic there.
There's been a little bit of a shuffling around at the head of GP1 as well. So what was a 1 or 2 second gap, I believe, I don't know who, I lost track of who was leading that at the time, but that's now blown up to a 12-second lead for the All-Star Racing number 5.
Yes, so it had been a good fight between them, the 38 Palomar, and the 981 for the SR. Unfortunately, the 44 for PC Racing, it just hasn't had the pace. Unfortunately, it's falling down a little bit.
Excuse me if you mentioned this already, but the 70 has gone back on the 123. Jordan's just picked that up. So the 70 on that last lap retook the lead and had already pulled a 1.5-second gap on the 123.
Yeah.
Just briefly back to GP1, you wonder if that is Watkins Glen International expert Steve Park on board the number 5.
He didn't race the boot though.
That's very true.
That's half the corners.
Did he have any Grand Am starts here? I don't think he did.
That's a really good question, actually. I wouldn't have been surprised.
There was a time in Grand Am when they ran like a Thursday or Friday evening race on the short course during the NASCAR weekend, and you got all kinds of bonkers entries from guys you wouldn't normally see behind the wheel of DPs. I don't think he was included in that. I know like Bobby Labonte and guys like him I don't think Steve ever made it behind the wheel of one of those. I know how we can find out.
Either I get on Wikipedia or Steve Park shows up in the booth. Those are two possible options.
And listen, we've had Steve Park in the booth before.
I don't see why not.
Yeah. Anyway, thanks for joining us, everybody. We are a cool 1 hour and 37 minutes into the Saturday 8-hour enduro from Watkins Glen International. It is October the 19th, 2024, as you see on screen in that. My name is Brendan Kazmarek, and I'm joined by JT Tammy and Joseph Mudrock.
All cars are inside the wall, as you see in that.
As you see in that. Jordan Worth, the professor, is on production duty this weekend. Nice to be back with Jordan. It's been... Listen, I don't know when the last time DriversEye Live has had 7 weeks in between events was. It's been a little weird. I got to be honest. But business picks up here with 3 races to come in the next 7 weeks. Of course, today at Watkins Glen, we head to Sebring International Raceway to close out the Eastern Region Championship in 3 weeks' time down in 2 hours from everywhere, Florida. And then, of course, the National Championship at Circuit of the Americas, December 6th through the 8th, before what has become an extremely short off-season in the World Racing League. Don't know exactly when our 2025 season is going to begin, but it's not a whole lot of time to get cars turned around and back on track for that season opener. This year, of course, that was down at Eagles Canyon in Decatur, Texas, just outside of the DFW metro area. I think a reasonably successful event. Be happy to make a return trip there this year, even if they don't have any walls to put cameras on.
They might by now. You don't know.
Well, the problem is I didn't have tripods, so that's what cones are for, actually.
Oh, okay.
Just find the backside of a drainage ditch and hope for the best.
Is that a euphemism?
Nope.
Okay.
That was the one where you were commentating under construction.
Yeah, I think those suites are finished now. They were supposed to be done in time for the SVRA Historics weekend, which I think was either March or April this year, and they were not done by the time I got there, and unfortunately, it was the only safe, quiet place to put yours truly. I ended up so sick. So there was so much dust flying around. I had already kind of come into that weekend with a little bit of a sore throat, and man, that was tough. Tough one for your boy.
Melissa Russell says hello from Australia.
She just followed us on at DriversEye Live on Instagram, I had noted. And I wondered if that was Melissa Russell of the Russell Racing family.
Yannick Van Gennep. I don't know if that's a soft G or a hard G, but I'm going to say Gennep. Do you also cover races in Belgium? They want us to go to Zolder.
No, it's not just that, Joseph. I've made it an hour and 40 minutes into Saturday before I brought up a VW Fun Cup. This may be a personal record. The VW Fun Cup is a prime competitor for the 2025 GTU Championship, should anybody choose to undertake the mission. However, there has been a wealth of discussion in the WRL Racers group on Facebook about the VW Fun Cup 25 Hours, which takes place every year at Spa-Francorchamps, of course, in the first weekend in July. Something like 90 or 100 tube-frame VW Beetles show up.
You know who's probably going to be there? Paul Crosswell.
Oh, yeah, he does strategy for a team every year, doesn't he?
Yeah.
So, listen, Yannick, you know anybody in the Belgian racing circles?
Lando Norris.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, Belgian British.
Vanina X.
Yeah. Listen, so years ago we made a pass at trying to cover the 24 Hours is Older the same way we covered the 25 Hours of Thunderhill. We were probably not the right company for it at the time. I think we're probably the right company for it now. We're, those 24, 25-hour races are tough, but there is nothing like the VW Fun Cup 25 Hours of Spa, in your boy's opinion. Actually had a Sentinel onboard camera from that race a few years ago. Somebody put a French SIM card into the Sentinel and was able to make it work for at least a few hours there. I'd love to cover it. I think it's a tremendous race. Zolder, maybe not what it used to be since the GT1s and 2s went away from in a national level motor racing. But we could cover races in Belgium is the answer there.
I got a passport.
See? Joseph does too.
A break.
Wow.
It needs stamps. Let's go.
Yep. This is the way. This is the way.
A lot of traffic a second ago into turn 1 with the shift up now Audi making its way through GP1 traffic. It is how that tends to go around these longer tracks, especially after you've had time for the traffic to develop a little bit. You just get these clusters of cars in different classes. It never seems to stay too quiet for too long.
No, there's lots of good battles all around. I've been watching GP2, the fight for second between the 66 Open Throttle and the 211 Krabby Kraut. They've been going back and forth a bit here. They're roughly 18 seconds behind the 164 from Harrison, leading that class after they got their missing lap credited back. So it's good.
The counter to that, this ends up being a little bit of a PSA to as the automatic Aston. Going a bit wide coming out of the inner loop and still struggling to get speed back up. Is that car slow? That car may be just slow.
Yeah.
But the PSA that I was going to offer up, the 84 didn't slow sufficiently for the chicane and had their lap time deleted. So that is something to keep an eye out for and to remind your drivers of, is that if you do have to blow that chicane, you do have to come, I believe it's to the old NASCAR rule of coming to a complete stop.
Yeah.
If you don't, and it appears that you've gained an advantage, you are at risk of losing that lap, which is a much bigger penalty than stopping in the chicane.
Yeah, that's a 2 minute roughly time penalty.
Yes.
That you're happy to be served.
Yeah, and look, I understand being in the heat of the fight, and whether you're racing a car for position or not, it's easy to take to the escape road and your brain not to go immediately to, I have to stop now, right? But it is the responsibility of the team owner, team manager, strategist, engineer, whomever, down in the pit lane to ingrain it into the driver's head so that it's a rapid recall, right? It's a reflex.
You got to hammer that in.
Exactly. It's no different than visor down. It's no different than fire bottle at the ready. It's the same mentality that, in fairness, it's taken years to iron out in some of our competitors down in the pit lane.
Still getting them.
But sure, right? But a lot less of them or a lot fewer of them than we used to, for sure. And again, with this being a first-time venue, I get it. But all of those things, those race-specific notes and things that you wouldn't think about just getting behind the wheel and driving the car, have to be hammered in some sort of a team meeting or driver's meeting to where you're not costing yourself. It's a lap, right? It's not a drive-through. It's not a couple of seconds. It's a lap. That's a huge penalty.
That 909, by the way, did end up coming into the pits, I believe, or if not, they've at least had a very slow lap. They looked like they were on their way into the lane that last time by. So there may be something going on with that car, maybe something on one of the corners.
Yeah.
Well, they're back around now, so they may. Oh no, excuse me. That's
missing now.
Yeah.
The Stratus 58 came through. The 92 FPRS car has come through, and now, you know what? I do see it up on the jack stands at the south end of pit lane. So it's actually prior to the start-finish line. The 997 Porsche Cub car is down there as well. That's the first-gen 997, just a couple of stalls ahead of it. We should note, with regards to automatic racing, not that there's any particularly good time to bring something like this up, but news did hit the motorsports world a couple of weeks ago of the untimely passing of Ramin Abdul-Vahabi, who has been associated with that automatic racing team for at least a decade, maybe longer, running Aston Martin GT4 or Vantage-based cars anyway, in various series, particularly over in IMSA, what is now the Pilot Challenge. The invisible glass branding on those cars. I mean, Ramin and that name kind of went hand in hand with automatic racing. Thrilled to see the team out here. We've had Ramin behind the wheel at WRL events before, and I know David Russell behind that automatic racing effort. That team is obviously more than just Ramin, but it was still a tough headline to see. He's just 58 years old, and I know there are good things to come for that automatic team, but still got to be hurting with the loss of Ramin Abdul-Vahabi just a couple of weeks ago. So we move on from that. We send our condolences to Ramin's family and, of course, the automatic racing family. Thanks for being out with us and at the track this weekend. I know it can't be easy, but thrilled to see that V8 Vantage out representing Ramin's memory well.
Yeah. Sad news out of that. I mean, especially when it's somebody in a paddock that you've covered for a while, and you recognize those names, if not necessarily the faces of the personal interactions. It's tough news to swallow for sure. But it is nice to see that team out here and still competing, and I think when you're somebody who is who has racing as your hobby, there's nothing that you would prefer than to have the people that you enjoyed that hobby with continue it without you. So it's great to see them still doing what they love to do.
It's not just that, Joseph. They're actually, I have heard of some plans for 2025 for that team in the World Racing League that are tremendously exciting. We already heard some exciting news from the Round 3 camp, who also have their car in the pit lane, ironically, about joining the GTU field for next year. That was announced back at High Plains with 2 Sebico NP01s. One of them is going to be on the grid at Circuit of the Americas, which is awesome.
That's very exciting. It's exciting to see that class continue to grow, even if it is sort of a de facto single make class at the moment. I think
it doesn't have to be.
It doesn't have to be, and I think the more that class grows, the more I think we have a chance of seeing somebody doing something interesting with another lightweight car. There are so many options out there. I'm glad we have the NPO1 to give us that variety, but I would not mind if we had we had a fairly lightweight Miata.
VW Fun Cup.
Yes. Okay. Because it is an interesting class right now, because it is dominated at the moment by, I don't know if you would call them downforce cars exactly, because even GT4 cars are downforce cars at this point. But to have something lighter weight to be that other direction, to go quickly in this series, I am always curious to see what people can come up with to sort of break the game, if you will. Oh God, there's a collision.
That's a big incident. Exit of the bus stop. That was, is that the Rockwell?
Rockwell, yeah.
Yeah. So that's 760, and I think number 10 got hooked together coming out of the exit of the inner loop and hard into the wall on driver's left at the top of the hill. You see the telltale marks into that blue painted Armco on driver's left. I don't know that those cars are going to be continuing from where they sit just outside of our camera shot. I think this is going to transition into a Code 35 here in fairly short order.
I think so too. That Murillo branded car, the orange and black machine, went nose first into the wall.
Yeah.
Heavy impact. If you missed it, it was the I believe it was a GTO car to its outside, and the Murillo car. The GT car was trying to make a move around the outside of the outer loop. Had actually gone too off into the grass, but the Murillo car continued to track out, really just following its line. I wouldn't be in a position to ascribe blame to either car there, but basically going for the same piece of tarmac, the GTO sort of doing what the Stoic Supra did a few laps prior, going 2 off to try and go around the outside of slower traffic, but the slower car trying to take that, was it the 760?
Yeah, so it was the 760 from Taija, and the car that was trying to pass it looked like the 41 from Rockwell.
Correct. Also correct.
And yeah, I don't know what shape that GTO car is in, but there is, I think, very little chance of the Taija 760 coming back out. That would have been nose first and done all sorts of damage to the cooling structures at the front of that car at the very least. Full course caution is out.
Yeah, and that was expected. We'll keep an eye on the pit lane, as is the case during our Code 35s. The good news in watching that on replay is that it didn't look to be as hard a hit as the sort of shock, catching it out of the corner of your eye on the screen would have suggested. In my initial reaction there is that the move was on there for the 41. And I think that's a fair place to try and make a move. But also, you never know exactly what kind of line the car ahead is going to take, and you've got to be alert to the fact that they do have the right to that portion of the road up to a certain point. The 41 is in the pit lane. So it looks like they may have gotten away with that one. It was a 760 for sure that took the harder hit into the Armco, whereas the 41 was just kind of pushing it along, so to speak.
Yeah, they sort of, accidentally pit maneuvered that 760 into the Armco.
It mostly circumstantial there. It wasn't obviously an intentional maneuver. Remember, too, that 41 was stationary / dead stick over on the exit curve at turn 10 not so very long ago. So unfortunately, kind of in the middle of 2 of our Code 35s already this morning. We expect the pit lane to be busy. In addition to that car, indeed, 89X already has one of their black Aston Martins into the pit lane. The 87 is in from Stoic Racing inside of the top 10, as is now the 333 from Bruce Innovations out of P7.
The 89 has to be held there for the Dark Horse to come in around it.
Yeah, and it is the 89. The 289 has just come through on track. The 59 from Stratus Racing is in. 87's release. 52 from ACP Tangerine Associates is in.
This is going to be one of those longer full course yellow periods, because if for no other reason than there was an impact to the Armco, the track is going to want to make sure that Armco is still in a safe condition. So this would be one where I would expect, even if you weren't particularly close to the window, like maybe some of the GP3 and GP2 runners might be, but you might be maybe half an hour or so into your stint if you're in one of the general production classes, you would still want to take to the pit lane here, fill up, because it's going to take a while. You're not going to get caught out in this pit stop, you would think. So this is a perfect opportunity to save yourself some time on. You are effectively, from the green flag, you're effectively back timing from the end of the race. So any opportunity you have to save yourself some time coming into the pit lane under a yellow flag versus a green flag, and with the understanding that you're probably not going to be caught out by the green flag coming out while you're in the pit lane, that would be an opportunity I would think you'd want to take.
I think you could, and we've seen this at Barber before, where we've had some particularly long full course yellows and numerous full course yellows, is the ability to come back in and top off, or to wait till later in the full course yellow cycle to come in and actually make your stop, right? That extends your green flag run by potentially a lap or two. And as we made the point earlier, the stated goal is to minimize your chances of having to make a pit stop on your green. And if you can extend that by a lap or two, as we saw at the 1 hour mark, that lap or two can be the difference, right? It's not a slam dunk or a guarantee, but there's so much time lost from making that green flag pit stop that it is almost worth it to come in, maybe top yourself off, or go buy a lap and then come in the second time around. If you're watching our coverage on DriversEye Live as well, you'll see that we've got track safety crew up at the exit to the bus stop there realigning the Armco. We're not doing a full Le Mans cut and replace, but it does take some time to get it aligned. Sometimes they drive a 2x4 into the backside of the Armco there to straighten it up and stand it up a little bit more rigidly. And we've already begun that process. So we know we're going to have a little bit of extra time to get that done.
Yeah.
Or while that gets done, to come in, maybe top yourself off, or wait that extra lap to pit slightly later and give yourself, maybe an extra lap under green, should you need it.
Yeah, I mean, it looks to me like we're just in the assessment phase of dealing with the Armco. So it really is a who knows how long this is going to take. If you're going around this track at 35 miles an hour, I don't think there's a ton of benefit in waiting until you think you're towards the end of the period to do it. Because
exactly.
You're not going to be burning that much fuel, I would think, for it to make a huge difference. And so I think my tendency, if I'm playing strategist, come in basically at the earliest opportunity, and then just allow yourself to coast around at 35 miles an hour.
Yeah.
And see what happens. One of the points that I wanted to make after the first round of pit stops that we never really got to, that first hour or so of running can be the tightest in terms of actual performance, because a lot of teams will start their ringers, their driver coaches, their professional drivers early in the race. So you've got cars that are very tightly balanced in terms of power to weight and performance modifications, and then you also have professional or semi-professional drivers behind the wheel of those cars. So you sort of have the opening stands of the race playing out like a GT4 America's race, and then after the first round of pit stops, you've got the variation between the cars and the pit crews in how long it takes them to service their entry. And then you've also got, as drivers change out after the first hour, maybe second hour, you have a lot more variation in driver ability and what the lap times are going to look like. So now we're going to get into the point of the race where the order is sort of chopping and changing a little bit in sort of a slow burn sort of way. So you're going to see gaps open up that you would expect to close up in the later parts of the races, that sort of thing. So this is going to be a very different character to the race now than we had in the very beginning of it.
Yeah, in some ways it's a shame that things got shaken up so drastically at the beginning, with the Code 35 coming out in the first cycle of pit stops, catching about half of the GTO leaders out. This is kind of an opportunity to bring some of that back, but let's not forget that with all these stops taking place under Code 35, that the advantages that you get by having a quicker pit stop, a more efficient pit crew, or by saving fuel and thereby shortening your fill time, those advantages are diminished slightly where you don't have cars running around at full speed on course. So the calculus changes a little bit, our projections change a little bit with how things are affected by pit stops. But in any case, these things do still matter in the aggregate at the end of the day. And that's what we need to keep an eye on when things begin to cycle out here. We're 2 hours into the Saturday 8-hour Enduro from Watkins Glen International on DriversEye Live. The World Racing League's debut event in the New York Finger Lakes region rolls on after we say hello to Continental Tire, the spec tire provider for the general production classes. We'll be back on the other side of this commercial break.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the Smart Choice in Tires.
Back at Watkins Glen International, the fall foliage in absolute full bloom at the moment. Even though the leaves are dying, the bloom is not really a thing. But anyway, the colors are on full display here. It's an absolutely gorgeous weekend. Kind of straddling the line between shorts weather and pants weather here, which is proposing a little bit of a challenge for yours truly up in the booth in direct sunlight at the moment.
But Brendan, let me hit you with this.
Yeah.
A breakaway pants.
Oh, zip-offs?
I was gonna say this wouldn't stop.
Yeah. No, that's very true. Camo pants. I don't own any camo shorts, unfortunately. Anyway, it's gorgeous. We knew this was going to be the case. I don't know if it comes through on cameras the way it does in person. I took a couple of pictures the other day that were maybe a little bit more muted. But it is, I mean, maybe a week later and you get some more vibrant reds and oranges, but this is pretty close to as good as it gets. Just a really, really nice weekend. Popular weekend to be in Watkins Glen, as I noted yesterday, driving into town. A little bit chilly overnight. We were down very, very close to freezing last night. And some frost, actually, on the grass down at turn 7. When I went to put the cameras out early this morning, made climbing the Armco a little dicey. But in any case, hope you're enjoying your weekend here at Watkins Glen International. If you're with us, track's open, or has been open to spectators this weekend as well. If you'd like to stop by and catch some GT and production endurance racing action from, for my money, the best endurance racing series in all the land. Certainly
Bring a camera.
The
take
longest.
pictures.
We are the longest race that's being held at Watkins Glen this year, despite the North American Endurance Cup or the Michelin Endurance Cup running there. 6 hours of the Glen. Get to extend that by a couple of hours.
I will say I don't know Watkins Glen well enough to know where the spectator access points are. But,
You just come in through the main gate.
well, I was going to say where the good photo spots are, because if I were an amateur photographer, it would be pretty cool to have GT4 cars with fall colors in the background. You don't get that an awful lot.
I was gonna say, it's hard to speak for Joseph here, but I'm fairly certain he and I are both quite jealous of the photographers that are there this weekend.
Yeah, I definitely am.
You two were both with us at various points over our time out at the 25 Hours of Thunderhill. I think it suffices to say that the landscape here is substantially different than what you would find in Northern California in early December.
Yeah.
Which is most of the work I've seen from the two of you.
It's
I
either
suppose
that,
other Savory Green venues between Portland and Mid-Ohio.
Yeah, I was gonna say it would be Mid-Ohio for me.
Fairly major project going on down there in Mid-Ohio in this off season. Of course, they repaved the entire circuit last fall, let it cure over the winter, and then WRL had the debut competitive race on the new surface in April. We understand that much of the work, some of it is paving in the paddock area and some general upkeep. We also understand that the runoff at China Beach down at turn number 4 is being modified pretty substantially. And it's hard to picture that happening without the track itself also being slightly reprofiled in some way, even if it's camber or elevation or whatever, for a track that really hasn't seen any major layout changes since I guess the Pro Straight was added into the keyhole.
I was gonna say probably not. Yeah, which would have been what, the 80s? I think
90 or 91, I think.
Yeah, the bypass the keyhole has been there for quite a long time. I mean,
flag. Correct.
Yes, either. Yeah. You can see it behind the timing tower. It's either a green flag or people have just given up on the Code 35.
All at once.
Yeah.
I'm intrigued to see what the details of those Mid-Ohio adjustments are. It's either way, it's not a small project. Joseph, you and I had a brief chat about what was possible there. They've got a spectator tunnel that probably can't be touched in the braking zone for turn 4. So either way, you're moving a lot of earth to get rid of the lip and the bank that exists there.
Yeah, over time, you've had such massive accidents that are caused by cars going over the lip of turn 4 at pretty unabated speed. Or the earliest ones that I can think about, the earliest ones in my memory are Adrian Fernandez and Michael Andretti.
Yeah.
Most recently, it's probably ended the full-time racing career of Simon Pagenaud.
Yeah.
And so I understand why they want to reprofile that, but as you say, I do wonder what form that's going to take.
Yeah, it's much like Watkins Glen. Actually, there are only a handful of venues left in the United States where the character, if not the actual fundamental layout of the circuit, really hasn't changed. In as long as it's been the case at Mid-Ohio and at Watkins Glen. Even tracks like Sebring have seen various parts of the course chopped off that have changed the approach to the way it's raced. And that list is fairly extensive. I guess Road America is another one. But it is arguably going to be one of the biggest projects there. And if it's reprofiled in any meaningful way, I think it really does change the approach to turn 4. If not, other things like spectator viewing areas and sightlines and things of that nature. But details are scant there. Just know that it is a project that's being undertaken. Also be interesting to see if it impacts WRL's date there as well. That's it, from where we sit now to where that race ran this year is under 6 months away.
If WRL goes to Mid-Ohio, we don't know.
That's true.
Find out next week.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully that if that race isn't able to go on, hopefully that's a conversation the track has already had with the series, and they don't decide to say free pay runoff in the middle of a racing season.
Yeah, that'd be unfortunate if we
Yes.
we'd have like a Daytona situation.
That's exactly my point. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, we haven't run down the order in a minute. Now that we're back to green, I think it's a good time to do that. Everybody has taken to the lane who has wanted to at that point. No obvious substantial repairs to the Armco coming out of the inner loop, which is of course a good sign. I don't think we'll see the 760 back on track. They're certainly in the paddock right now. But GP3 then is headed up by the 600 of Rubin Performance Garage. They pit on lap 41. They're currently on lap 45. Is that right? Yes, I think that's right. So they lead GP3, having just pit under that full course yellow. The AOA tandem of the 75 and 85 back there, they did not pit on that last Code 35, which will be an interesting development to watch for. It looks like they pit on the previous one, question mark?
No, they didn't. They pit under green flag. So 75 pit exactly an hour and a half into the race. So I think that's a bit more driver schedule for making sure they get a specific amount of seat time.
Yes.
So it's going to be interesting to see how that works in terms of, the Code 35 and how things shakes out going forwards.
Yeah, the 85, the team car did pit under the Motor Racing Code 35, didn't pit alongside the 75, which is kind of interesting. So the 85 has probably helped themselves out a bit, getting up the order relative to their team car. Does make me wonder if the 75 will eventually have the pace to re-overhaul the 600 for Ruben Performance Garage. So that'll be something to watch. Honestly, within the next maybe half an hour or so, I would maybe expect those cars to we'll reappraise that gap and see where they stand. The 600 was a bit quicker in the opening stages of the race, but it will. Given that the AOA, the 75, is only 20 seconds behind, having had to take a green flag pit stop, I am curious to see just how that gap develops.
Yeah, because keep in mind the 600 had been fighting for, I want to say, second or third at the time, before we got towards this code 35.
And then going up into GP2, Harrison Motorsports at number 164, they are working lap 47 at the moment. They hit on lap 26. So they may actually be due in relatively short order, depending on whether or not that was towards the end of their natural stint length. That was the second pit stop for them, having pit on lap 9, which would have been one of our first two code 35s. I think that would have been the second one, based on timing. So they've already pit twice. It'll be interesting to see how far they can take it, whether or not they have to pit under a green flag condition. The 211 for Krabby Kraut, about 36 seconds arrears. They did pit under that code 35, so it'll be a minute before we see them. I think we're on board the 600 now. Your GP3 leader. Is it the 600?
Yes, this is, yeah.
That's that's going around the laces of the boot at quite a clip compared to
An MX-5.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, it'll be real close here, and then the BMW with its V8 will just walk away.
I'm genuinely surprised by that. But then you see that car going down into the heel of the boot, and it makes a little bit more sense. So Krabby Kraut in the 211 hit on lap 43. They're working lap 48 now, so they have quite a ways, maybe call that an hour and a half or so until their next pit stop, depending on, of course, as you alluded to, JT, whether or not they just need to get drivers in at a particular schedule. There's a BMW stopped at the inner loop. Looks like they're cycling systems. That is not just stopping for a shortcut. That I believe is them taking to runoff so that they can address an issue with that car. Right. I don't know that we have an ID on who that is at the moment, but that is definitely going to be a cause for concern. Thankfully well off the racing line, but if anybody is unsighted and needs to take avoiding action in the chicane, not a great place for that car to be.
It's reported as the number 2 from Team ACP.
I don't think that's right. I think that's a separate incident.
Unless they got a new color.
No, the 82. It's been amended. 82.
Okay, so random vandals.
Yes, and that makes more sense. They had just lost a spot to the 914 for Modern Auto Body on that last lap, so I wonder if they had been running into issues already. We'll keep an eye on that. Going back, continuing to go through the order in GP2, the last entry on the podium as things stand, open throttle number 66. 2 minutes and 15 seconds behind the Krabby Kraut 211.
Because of their stop.
Yes, because they pit under a green flag. So we're already seeing that create pretty big gaps in the running order. And then we've really only had 1 or 2, depending on the class, pit rotations. So very very, very critical. I mean, just underscores how important it is to try to make the most of these Code 35 periods.
Yeah, and it's very noticeable in the fact because the 66 and the 211 were fighting on track for position just before the 66 did have to make that pit stop. They were right there neck and neck, going back and forth. They had to do a green flag pit stop. The 211 got to it under the 35. They've come back out, still together out on track. They're running together right now. The only problem is now the 66 is down a lap.
Yes, yeah, and that's just happened. That's just switched around. The 211 has fully lapped the 66 at this point.
Back to Code 35.
Yeah, I was
For the
just
stop
wondering if
car.
we were going to have to go to Code 35 to pick up this this number. We think the 82.
It
for
is the
random
82.
vandals.
Yes.
It's this or possibly something in turn 10. Reported contact for 89X Motorsports.
And that's also left debris at turn 10 as well. I don't think we can see it from this shot unless it's been called in by turn 10 and the debris is somewhere around turn 11.
Yeah, I don't see anything on the way in here. That was a good pickup, Jordan. Don't see anything on the way into the corner either. This is Code 35 number 4 on the day.
Should be 5.
Oh, is it 5?
Is it 5?
Yeah. So the first
right,
one was Dawn Motorsports. Second one was round 3, the 605.
Yep.
Then we had Rockwell in turn 10, stuck on the curb.
Right. Yep.
And then Tyja up at the exit of the inner loop.
Interloop.
I'm wondering now, we were just talking about, so open throttle, that 66 is coming back in. I'm wondering if we're going to see the 164 in as well. I think this would be a good time for them to pit. The 5 has pit out of the lead in GP1 for All-Star Racing. They are taking that strategy of pitting every code 35, which I think is interesting, and I'm very curious to know how that pans out for them, because that's the strategy that we always kind of espouse, is just come in every single time, just top off. So, and in addition to the fact that they do have a decent amount of pace in that car, I'm wondering if that bears fruit. I would like to see somebody carry out that strategy and kind of test that theory for us.
So the argument you make early in the race for not doing it is, well, it's going to cost us track position, right? And when the field is bunched up, that's definitely true. But as the race wears on, and particularly the situation we find ourselves in where the gaps have spread themselves out, in part because of the Code 35s themselves, and the difference in pit stop strategies and that approach, you're approaching points here where, depending on where you shake out in the GTO or whatever field you're in, you may be able to make a pit stop and not lose any positions, right? Not that that matters when you're doing Code 35 as such, but the argument that, well, I'm going to get stuck behind other cars or behind a gaggle of GP2s or GP3s or whatever, that argument starts to go away the deeper into the race you get. And I wonder if we're just, as this race is wearing on, more people are saying, well, I'm not going to fall behind this group of 3 slower cars that I just worked so hard to get past because I was 30 seconds out in front of them when the Code 35 came out. I'm going to make the stop. Right? It's safe, in quotes, in traditional thinking. Again, not that those things really matter when you really kind of think this through, but I think you can make a stronger case for just pitting, or a weaker case against staying out the deeper into the race we go.
We're going to carry that 82 through the up course, so that should be carried away pretty quickly. They're not going to get credited for that lap, I wouldn't think, because they're not going to complete the full lap. Not that it's not a timing loop thing. I think that's just per rule. They're obviously not going to gain an advantage by doing that because they've been stopped for a lap and a half. Car's obviously rolling just fine, so it's not that it's had damage to any of the corners or anything like that. Just no drive and no apparent fluid coming out of that car. Otherwise, they wouldn't be towing it. So, curious to know what the issue with that is and whether or not they're going to be able to get that car back out. I don't think it would be a, he says with no idea whatsoever, a fueling issue. No, because they pit on lap 46. So it wouldn't be anything like that.
No, and it really never should be an issue in Code 35 races, but it definitely not in this case a problem for the 82 with running out of fuel. I have no idea. The flashes are on. Whether that's a product of visibility for the tow itself, or whether that contributed to the problem, some kind of limp home mode or something like that. In any case, it certainly didn't limp anywhere. It just kind of came to ground to a halt.
Go ahead. You're just about to make the same point that I was going to make, which is that the 5 has just been given their first pit lane warning of the day for having a visor up during their most recent stop.
It's more than that. I was going to go for 525.
Oh, yes. That's a good one. Oh, that is interesting.
Yeah.
I did not read that correctly at first. Go ahead.
Yeah, so we earlier had our first instance of Flagtronics being used to credit a lap for a car that was missing one. That in particular was the number 164.
Yes.
This time it's the 525 who's been credited with 10 laps. Green flag is back out. 70, which was your race leader, was headed down the front straight, kind of caught napping on the restart, whereas the number 123 from NFC Motorsports happened to see the green flag come out at the flag station and now has jumped right all over the back of the number 2 ACP Tangerine Associates BMW, which is the only car that sits between itself and the overall race leading number 70. Let's take that a step further. You see the number 333 Bruce Innovations BMW out just, let's say, maybe 20 car lengths ahead of the race leading Porsche. That is to put that car a lap down. The car that was scrapping for the race lead with the Round 3 Racing Porsche is now in serious danger of going a full lap down. Again, without safety cars, that doesn't have the same impact it used to, or it otherwise might, but time loss is time loss. And going down fundamentally 2 minutes to the race leader is a massive, massive disadvantage for that 333.
Yeah, I mean, that exactly speaks to what we were talking about. There's so much more variation now coming off of what had been for the first hour of the race, really just head-to-head racing. The first hour is effectively a pro or semi-pro sprint race, and then once you get out of that, once the pit stops come into play and strategy and pit crew performance and the performance of the second driver, once all those variables are introduced, everything gets thrown out the window from that first hour. So you get a really interesting sort of three-phase of the race. You get that first hour where it is all flat out bumper to bumper racing. Oh, we're gonna funnel down into turn 10.
That was definitely a little
they almost touched. They may have touched.
They did.
That was the 70 in the 333. Give me if I'm wrong, but I think at least one of those cars was involved in contact earlier.
I bet both of those. Actually, I don't know that the 333 got.
No, it was a 70.
So
70 and the 123.
No,
Yes.
well, they didn't together, but both were involved in separate incidents.
Look at that.
Both featuring the
fade to the
123.
inside of turn 1.
It's important to note there were no penalties from either of those incidents.
Yeah, I don't know that actually anybody has been penalized yet in this race.
Flying Fur did. Since then, there's been a couple more updated ones as well.
Oh yes, yeah, there were a few from very early on in the race.
The number 70 coming up to the back of the Matt Connolly Motorsports Pontiac GTOR. So hard to even say the word Pontiac, given it doesn't exist anymore. But nevertheless, it's exactly what we have going on.
The pride of Pontiac, Michigan.
With a new livery.
Hellertown, Pennsylvania, my friend.
Oh, whatever. I'm talking about Pontiac. I don't care about Matt Connolly.
Matt Connolly Motorsports has a cat for a team mascot, by the way, Beamer, which, is not
That's not really appropriate anymore.
No, I would say so. General Meowder. Anyway,
Boy.
yeah. The Pride of Hellertown, Pennsylvania soldiers on with a new livery on that Pontiac GTOR.
Is this the old? I forget. Is it the old Stevenson Pontiac?
No, it was an old TRG GTO.
Right. Okay.
From 05. I think they ran those cars for 2 years before they put the GXP R bodywork on it. That car is obviously a tube frame chassis. Prep 2 spec from Grand Am GT Racing. Matt and team kept one of the GTOs and campaigned it in the 2009 Rolex 24, maybe 2010, well after the GTO was nixed again. And then it just sat around, I guess, until it was ready to go WRL racing. But they've rewrapped the car instead of having that TRG livery. Thank God, it is now in plain white with some blue and orange trim.
Thank God you didn't like it. I mean, to be
didn't
fair,
care.
the only thing I liked about TRG was the fact that there's this cool livery on this car in WRL.
And you know what? As time has gone on, that has gotten less saving of the logo. I think that's a pretty universal opinion at this point.
I will say, if we keep following, particularly the head of GTO, I'm really enjoying watching that shot coming out of turn 9. Watching that number 70 Porsche hook up at the exit of that corner, really fun to watch, actually. There's obviously a big, it's not even really a camber change, but it's just that really awkward rejoin between the Grand Prix circuit and the Cup circuit, where, yeah, right there. It used to be a much worse transition before the repave. It's probably still not super pleasant to drive around. But you watch some of the cars pick up the throttle on that exit curb, and it looks like an awful lot of fun to drive. '70 should be coming in the shot, I don't know, in 2 to 3 business days. I'm not sure how. There it is. That one wasn't as exciting. I played that one up a little bit too much. But
Matt Connolly getting quite loose there on the exit.
Yeah, actually, that's probably the move, is to go back to the car that's 20 years old to watch it navigate a corner like that. And I'm glad that there's a car like that in the GTO field, right? Because I do think GTO runs the risk sometimes of turning into a field of GT4 cars, and so yeah, it's great to have somebody bring something in that is a little against the grain.
Like running a VW Fun Cup GTU.
Okay.
Joseph's been back for 3 hours. Sick of it.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to.
That's fair.
I got another engagement to get to. I gotta leave.
No, that's me. Hold on.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. That would be fun. Just to leave Brendan hanging for 3 hours
With Jordan.
Yeah.
Hey. The professor.
I don't know what you're doing, but I was
production assistant Jordan.
I was
right.
For a second. Oh.
Have you not seen this before?
No.
So this is how we avoid the NASCAR copyright strikes, is by just putting that up every so often.
Okay.
since you weren't with us back at Charlotte, Joseph, Jordan did that quite a few times. But we were up on the Jumbotron on the back straightaway.
Oh yes.
It is. We determined at that point it was the biggest WRL logo any human had ever seen. Full screen on a 80-foot Jumbotron. Truly a work of art.
What is that one larger than the one that
No.
that's on the back straight of Texas?
No,
Motor
Texas.
Speedway?
So Texas is referred to, or has been referred to, as Big Hoss.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the whole Eddie Gossett. Rest in peace, Eddie Gossett, by the way. That's a recent development. And that was Eddie Gossage's thing, and then I think Charlotte did it afterwards,
Yeah,
or
that's
just
what I
before.
thought.
But they just named their Speedway TV, which is not nearly as exciting.
Well, so what I was thinking that the Charlotte one was larger because it came after the Texas one, but I didn't remember if the Texas one had been replaced by a larger one since then.
I believe the Texas one was larger, but I don't know. I didn't.
Okay.
Honestly, I didn't do the math. Probably should have at some point.
All I'm saying is, maybe there's an opportunity if they're going to send Cup cars around road courses. Maybe there's an opportunity to have GT4 cars around an oval, and we just have 4 hours around Texas Motor Speedway, just on the oval.
I was going to say only if they bring the Roval back with the chicane at turn 1. Big fan of temporary chicanes here at DriversEye Live.
Yeah.
Well, 1/3 of this production team anyway, 1/4.
That blue BMW with the orange windshield banner looking a little worse for wear, has to be said, on that front bumper.
Is it
Montgomery.
like a dark metallic blue? I was gonna say it's at the 24. That
Yeah,
one.
it is.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't know what sort of. I don't remember seeing that car being listed as having contact. It was listed as slow about 45 minutes into the race, but I wonder if that's related or if that car started with that bumper kind of askew.
So we've lost a pretty significant player here. Recall that as the Code 35 came out, the number 89 from 89X Motorsports had ducked into the pit lane. I assumed at the time, there's a big gaggle of traffic here on a turn number 10. I assumed at the time that was just a strategy call on an otherwise routine pit stop for the 89. That car hasn't moved, and they actually just pulled a wrecker up to the front of it. Go ahead.
The race control log tells a story about that 89 entry.
Okay.
So at 11:15, contact under investigation between the 89 and a second car, yet unnamed. Debris then at turn 10, which was the debris that we were looking for and couldn't pick up.
Yeah.
We went Code 35 almost simultaneously as they round up one of the AOA Miatas down the back straight. So we went Code 35. The 89 came into pits and was driving middle lane, was warned for driving middle lane. The thing that is interesting about the middle lane penalty, it is either, 10 times out of 10, it is either an inexperienced driver or a car that has something else going on with it that they are pretty preoccupied with. I'm going to say, based on context, it's the latter.
Yeah. They're also dumping, bags worth of speedy dry onto various parts of the pit lane there. I wonder if the contact down at turn number 10 did a radiator in on the front end of that Aston Martin. It's just been pouring coolant out of the front down the pit lane.
Yeah, sure.
Right, because that contact was just before the Code 35.
Yes, we knew the car was stopped there, and then while we were in that time between the car stopped at the inner loop and actually going to yellow is when there was that call out for contact and debris.
Unfortunately, coolant pouring out of one of the front corners of your faster car is slightly damning of your involvement in the incident, at least into where the contact was made, and you can infer a lot from that information.
The radiator doesn't tend to be in the back of the car, does it?
No.
The car ahead just got loose and they had nowhere to go. Move on.
In an NPO1, at least you have the case of the radiators being somewhere along the sides that you can make a strong case. But in one of those cars, it's a little tough. It's a little tough to claim innocence. They are actually now sending a tilt bed to pick up that 89. So in any case, the real unfortunate part of that is, as much as we've seen the top of the GTO class spread out over these Code 35 cycles. And to be frank, just with the on-track pace of the 70 and the 123 at the front, it's left that 89, or it's left us with one less competitor in the form of that number 89 to kind of fill things out at the top. So tough day there. The 289 Soldiers on. The sister car currently sits down in 18th overall, which, if I do some quick math, I think will land it in 16th in class. Shouts to Fast Track Racing and Lupe Tortilla in the number 188. I still haven't ever eaten Lupe Tortilla, but that car, that team, Judson Holt, usually the name behind it, has typically fielded a BMW M2 in the past. They've jumped up to a BMW M4, GT4, and whether it's been good strategy, which is borne out by the pit log for that car, or good fortune, or just really good on-track pace, they found themselves on the GTO podium at the moment, inside the top 3 overall, and within 1 minute and 8 seconds of the overall race leader. So really, really good start to the day for the Lupe Tortillas team that we haven't really seen back in WRL paddock in a little while.
600 for Rubin Performance Garage has just put in their fastest lap of the race at a 2:17.7, and that was almost a half-second improvement over their previous best. So quite a bit of pace on the track. We've seen actually a decent number of entries put in fast laps over the last, really even just the last 10 minutes. Obviously, every time you put in a new driver, there's always a chance that driver is one of the quicker ones for that entry. But I do think the track is seems to be in decent shape. You're not seeing a ton of rubber off the racing line, other than really maybe around the S's, I think is the worst of it so far. Right there, as a matter of fact. But that's really only going to prevent you from going like 2 or 3 wide at a place where you really shouldn't be going 2 or 3 wide anyway. So the track conditions are decent. Obviously, as you mentioned, no threat of inclement weather here. So, yeah, good racing conditions so far. Absolutely nothing on the radar.
Yeah, it could not be less at risk of inclement weather. South end of,
I appreciate the progression in the radar.
Yeah. Just to prove to you that we're live, and it's not just a static image. Yeah.
We're holding up today's newspaper. HQ Autosport as well in P5 and GP2. It's going to be as interesting as anything, not just the podium battles, but also deeper in the points-paying positions as the 74 for AOA overtakes the 99 for GTR on that last lap. Yes, and having already gapped them by almost 2 seconds. So really good lap for the 74, not so good for the 99.
That 74 from AOA Racing, make sure I have this correct. That is fielded by, obviously it's campaigned by AOA Racing, but the supporters behind it are the old Economy Motorsport TCR team. You may remember them, Joseph, from 2023. They ran a Hyundai?
Yes.
Yes, Hyundai TCR that unfortunately expired on them back at New Jersey Motorsports Park in pretty spectacular fashion. That car was really competitive, and the drivers were exceptionally quick. They obviously moved away from that platform, picked up a G82 BMW M4, the current spec of car, and have run it to really, really good results thus far in 2024, where we've seen them. And indeed now find themselves inside the top 5. Kind of on the outside looking in, where being competitive for the overall race lead is concerned. That being said, we're less than 3 hours in here, and not even a full rotation of drivers have gotten into the car at this point. So much can change, despite already having some of these slightly larger gaps across the top 4 or 5 spots in GTO anyway. Good battle on between GTR 99 now and the 153 Go-Karts Go Australia. Number 153 Mercedes. There they are. You see it?
Yeah, and just up ahead of them is that AOA BMW, which did, I believe, yes, take the position from GTR 2 laps ago.
Yeah, this is a little bit the GTR car slipping back, I think, into the clutches of this sort of 5th, 6th position area, with that 153 being able to jump forward. Remember, a handful of these cars are kind of out of position. Not that you don't get these changes over the course of a race anyway, but I think they're just slightly out of position because of that early Code 35 split in the field between green flag pit stops and Code 35 stops. So we're going to see some change over these next, let's say, the next hour or so.
Yeah, I was going to say, we're like an hour too early for GTR to be, like, knocking on the podium position.
Right. And that's a quick group as well. I mean, that 74, 99, 153 group are all down in the 202s, matching the race leaders on pace, certainly the 70 and the 123. And then if you look further back between the second NFC Motorsports Mercedes, the 888 TLM Mona, and the 333 from Bruce Innovations, they're all kind of outside of that performance window. So they're hanging with the leaders and at least stabilizing the gap, also pulling away from the cars behind them. Kind of finding their home, so to speak.
Six is being looked at for potential blocking, which is which is interesting. In that car is a few laps off the lead in GTU, so that must be a protecting an apex sort of blocking.
Yeah, it's the I mean, it's the Pruitt fade, right? You would assume, where especially in a GTU car, you know your car is quicker through certain parts of the track. Not reported by any particular corner, but you know it's going to be quicker through the higher sustained speed corners, the outer loop, the turn 10, turn 11, turn 1, that sort of area where somebody might be trying to out-drag you down one of the longer straightaways, as is quite right, because they've got more horsepower.
Yeah.
But you're trying to protect the position in the corner where you know you're going to be quicker. And it's kind of it's a difficult balancing act, particularly at a place like this, where the GTU cars do have a speed advantage through these longer corners, where you've got to kind of work against that natural instinct to want to hold your position and let the race kind of flow as it's going to. It can be very frustrating, I'm sure, but generally those things have a way of working themselves out over a couple of laps anyway.
Yeah, I wonder if that's a sort of a development of the frustration of being back a bit. I'm not sure if it was a particular... Yeah, I'm not sure what exactly is dropping down the order. Maybe just... Yeah, I think it's just been pace. So maybe that's a case of a driver being a little frustrated with the performance of that car, just trying to make time wherever they can. But that's not the sort of behavior that's going to endear you to the rest of the field, and is not going to make other drivers around you very inclined to do you any favors.
So in just quickly reviewing the race control log, one of the notes that I had sort of missed was from 10:41 this morning, where the 89 and the 333 were noted for contact, causing the 333 to spin. Now, we obviously haven't seen video of that. We didn't pick it up on the cameras in real time, but you would assume if the 333 is the one that went around, in the phrasing being causing the 333 to spin, that the 89 would likely have been at fault. That being said, number one, the 333, it is possible for that still to go a different way.
Yeah.
And for that to be adjudicated in a not obvious way. And number two, there's also the chance of some damage having been done to that number 333 car that would have taken some of the edge off of the really, really good pace we saw from Bruce Innovations in the beginning part of this race. Their pace is still more or less there, right around a 2-minute flat. I'm sorry, 2:02 flat. But they've obviously lost a fair amount of time, both from the pit stop cycles and from presumably that spin down at turn number 11 as well. So long term, let's keep an eye on Bruce Innovations there in that BMW M4.
Yeah, absolutely. The gap between the 70 and the 123 has grown a bit in the last few laps. Now that's up at over 10 seconds at this point. Coming out of the last car 35, they're pretty much nose to tail. So that's the 70 continuing to stretch its legs a little bit. Lap times over the last, say, 10 laps or so, averaging around a 2:02. The 123 has not been that far off, so it's just been sort of this incremental sort of stepping away by the 70 over the 123, just continuing to build that gap little by little.
And a little further down. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, we also don't really know the true stint ranges of these cars yet, because everybody has been, for the most part anyway, has been able to wait for a Code 35 to come out to allow teams to pit under yellow.
Yeah.
So
we got close.
We got very close to the point where I think it was the 74 got caught out by it and did have to pit under green.
64 is slow down the front straightaway. That is the open throttle BMW in GP1.
Yeah, they were last across the line in 9th. You said they were 5th before that, JT?
No, they had been 9th.
Okay.
Yeah, they had been trailing the 63.
Oh, and a slow, I think, 777. Yeah.
They're really doing the same pace. The 777's picked back up. I don't know. Had they just come out of the pits? They may have.
So
yes, they were. So that was the 777 coming back up to speed. Maybe a new driver, but this 64, as you said, Brendan, did come across start finish on the racing surface. So not the same situation for them at all.
Yeah. So it was interesting. It looked like it would have come through. Oh, that's a slow 90 Toyota Supra up the hill there as well. Actually, wonder if he got caught behind the 64 and had to breathe out of the throttle. In any case, that 64 was on throttle, it appeared, but pulling to the right, coming down the front straightaway, which means he would have missed pit entry. So whatever happened there around the exit of turn 11. And I actually wonder if maybe he caught the safer barrier on the exit of 11. It's not a place we've got a camera, and nothing has been reported in the race control log as yet, but there is some scuffing around the left-hand side of that otherwise bright green BMW.
Yeah, I was trying to tell if it looked like it was slightly down on the left front, but it's not looking like that's the case, and it has picked up a bit of speed here as it's trying to safely navigate around traffic.
Yeah.
Well, look, if you did catch a wall or something like that, or you're feeling something weird in the car, heading up the S's at Watkins Glen full throttle is probably not the most advisable decision. Right? Let's make sure everything is straight in a straight line before you send it into a corner or into a braking zone, and at anything even remotely close to full tilt. If he's picking up speed now, maybe that means he's felt things out and they're not as bad as he otherwise might have expected. We just don't really know, again, because nothing was reported here in the race control log other than the car itself being slow. At turn 3, by the way, that car was slow well before turn
3. Yeah, have they continued? Have we seen that car come back around yet?
No, they haven't made it back all the way yet.
Okay.
There it is, exiting 10. Or entering 10.
Yeah.
It's definitely quicker than it was.
Yeah, I do. It's not really taking apexes, especially around left-handers, which is kind of interesting. It does make me think there's something up with one of the corners. It doesn't look out of alignment. It doesn't look like it's on a tilt or anything like that, but definitely not somebody who is not a driver that has a ton of confidence in the car right now. So they must be feeling something amiss or askew.
Another quick look at the left-hand side of the car here. So there is a gray scuff right around the Open Throttle Racing logo in the middle of the left, or well, the driver's door. It's 2 doors, so the door opens up, and they're not looking at either of the tires. It just quite literally sticking a head into the driver's door. And either maybe looking at the dash or steering wheel or something like that. And meanwhile having a conversation with the driver about whatever they're seeing or feeling. And it doesn't look like there's any actual damage to the left side of the car other than maybe that scuff mark. So maybe my assumption of catching the wall there at turn 11 is quite premature.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if, if there is light contact with something, it would be really... unless you know that car really, really well, it would be easy to kind of trick yourself or maybe be uncertain as to whether the alignment was a little different than it was the last time you went through a certain corner. Not too difficult to shake confidence in a situation like that.
Or a new noise.
Yeah, so a vibration, anything like that. There are so many corners here that are so high speed, especially for cars like what we've got this weekend. Not crazy to think that you would have a little bit of uncertainty, and maybe just want to come in and check things out, almost as a risk aversion sort of thing more than anything else.
Unfortunately, going by timing, it seems to have been a problem for Zealous Motorsport. They've been falling down the order here a little bit. IMSA had them 6th, I believe. But
yeah, they came into pit lane at 11:42.
10 minutes ago.
Yes, they were being looked at for a fueling infraction at the time. So they've been in for a while. Something to bring your attention to on timing. The 164 has gone missing for me and dropped out of the lead in GP2. I kind of wonder if that's a recurrence of the transponder issue, and we might see that car be re-elevated to the head of that field.
Oh, timing also shows it pit lane.
Oh, true.
So that might be a green flag stop.
That might be legitimate.
It's not in the pit lane at the moment.
So
okay.
that means it hasn't stopped before the loop. But we had noted earlier, Joseph, you had that when leading, they had not done a pit stop under this the past few code 35s.
They did on the most recent one.
Did they?
Yes, on lap 50, I've got them in. So, and they should just be on lap 64 now. So I believe they've come in that shouldn't be a green flag pit stop. It's certainly not a scheduled green flag pit stop. But yeah, the fact that they're in pit lane does kind of damage the whole transponder theory. That would be very unscheduled if that car is tripping the pit lane loop.
Yeah, so I mean, there's a couple of things there. First, it may have tripped the pit lane loop and then gone to the garage or into the paddock. The paddock here is not open, even though I sit pretty high above start finish. I can see into the open area of the paddock, but anybody in the NASCAR garages to the south end of the paddock area is obviously hidden from my view. So I don't know for sure whether that car has gone to the back. But I can tell you it's not actively on the pit lane. It's also possible that, like you say, it is a recurrence of the transponder issue. They last tripped it in the pit lane under green and have not come back through with a working transponder to trip start finish again.
Yeah, I don't think it's that, because the last lap time doesn't look like a double lap, if that makes sense. So the last lap time that was recorded was a 3:59. their best lap is somewhere in the ballpark of a 2:13. So you'd expect a double lap to be something like a
It just crossed
2:25.
start finish line.
Okay.
Okay.
And see,
There it is. Yep.
looking race hero for me, I'm not seeing a pit stop on 50. I'm just seeing a slow lap.
Interesting. I am seeing a pit stop
On 58?
on 50.
Oh, 50. That was the full course yellow.
Yes.
That was our one code 35 lap for that car, anyway.
Yeah.
See,
So
I'm thinking that was a green flag pit stop that we just had here. That was
it may have been.
64 is back out.
Okay. Fastest lap of the race put in by the number 60 from Stratus. That's 158.760. Obviously, the fastest lap in GTU there as well. It's an interesting proposition here as we get into the middle part of the race, not just for GTU, but in general. We started the race this morning at pretty exceptionally cold temperatures for where we usually find ourselves at 9 o'clock in the morning. 37 degrees was the ambient while I was out setting up cameras. Not a whole lot of time or ability to get temperature into the tires, and not a whole lot of energy being put into the track with the sun at such a low angle. The temperature will continue to come up over the course of the day, and on top of that, it's still a relatively new surface and not one that has ever been known for chewing up tires. You add to that the fact that GTU cars are pretty light. They rely on aero grip, to make up a lot of their speed. I do wonder exactly how long we're going to get on tire runs here for those GTU cars and for the GTO cars. And for that matter, where, if you look at a typical distribution of lap times, you get real quick times in the morning, real quick times in the evening as the sun starts to go down, the temperature cools down. Just how much slower the lap time is going to be in this middle portion of the race, bearing in mind it's a much more reasonable operating temperature for race tires, number one, and number two, it's a track that generally we believe is going to conserve or preserve tires.
Yeah, I mean the quality of the tarmac is obviously better than we've seen at other venues. It's much newer. It shouldn't be super abrasive. It also shouldn't be super oily. It's been down for a year or two now.
More than that, 2017.
Oh God, was it that long ago? Okay. Time isn't real anymore. But it's in pretty good condition. The sun is obviously, we're past the equinox. The sun is going to be lower, so it's not going to be like you've got that Atlanta heat baking the track or anything like that. I'm kind of wondering, like to your point, I'm kind of wondering if actually the midday sun is just going to actually put the track in closer to like an optimal operating temperature for most of these tires.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Which could make the end of the race actually quite quick, right?
Yes.
If you put a new set of tires on 4 or 5 hours in, because maybe let's say the GTO cars are just on the wrong side of being able to make it a full race on a set of tires, especially bearing in mind how quick a lot of the corners here are. If you end up just on the wrong side of that, you put tires on 5 hours into the race, 3 hours in optimal temperatures is going to allow, theoretically, or could allow for some really quick times within that sort of golden hour after about 4 p.m. this afternoon.
Go Costco Australia is in the line.
And so is the 70 from round 3, and so is the 123. So we think we have our answer now for just how long these cars are capable of going under mostly green flag conditions. In at 47, in now at 72 for the number 70. So right around 25 laps seems to be the answer, with, looks like 2 to 3 laps of code 35 thrown in there for good measure. These are both of your race leaders. 123 will trip timing first and be credited with leading the lap. Should expect the 188 here in the pit lane in short order as well.
5 points towards the championship, obviously.
Sure, bonus
Top
points.
35 and bonus points.
Yeah. Go or go home.
That's not true.
No.
If anybody doesn't remember the old NASCAR point system and also has no idea how we do points in WRL, that's not.
I exclusively think about the old NASCAR point system.
Do you?
Yeah, I can't. I mean, the new one obviously makes a whole lot of sense, but 185 points should be the number for the win, right?
I'm gonna be honest. Once I stopped paying attention. Once we started doing like stage points, I absolutely checked out.
I don't understand playoff points, and at this point, I'm too afraid to ask.
Yeah, all I know is the only race that makes any sense to me at this point is the last one of the season, where it's just.
Suppose it's partially the point.
Yeah, but then I get to the point where I'm so disengaged in the rest of the season that I don't care about that. Like whatever. I'll watch the highlights on YouTube.
It's fair.
You cannot make me care anymore. It's too. It doesn't make any sense.
It's just too tedious.
It is. It's really tedious.
Should we also be holding our championship decider at Homestead Miami Speedway?
Yes. Saturday should be held on road course A, and Sunday should be held on road course B.
What we need is the old Formula Atlantic course they ran in like 2000, where it's oval 1 and 2, and then chicane 3 and 4. Like 48-second lap times for no reason.
So it's the Bahrain outer layout.
Exactly.
Okay.
But way faster and. Yeah. I actually heard somebody say out loud the other day. He will remain nameless to protect his identity, but I heard him say out loud, I really wish we went to Homestead.
I'm not opposed to that.
It's fine. You've got to go at the right time of year.
Well, and
Homestead
it's also,
between May and September is not sustainable.
Sure. The biggest issue logistically is it's not by anything.
It's 5 hours south of Daytona.
Yes.
Which is already the farthest south we go.
It's at least an hour away from Miami, I feel like.
It's like, from the airport it's like 40 minutes.
Okay.
That's Jordan's stomping grounds, right?
The 305?
Southwest 352nd Street or whatever it is.
I was in Daytona last month.
Oh, you went to Daytona?
Yeah, not the speedway, but the area.
What else would you have done in Daytona?
I have a friend who grew up there, and so we hung out.
Is this the Riddle friend?
Yes.
I didn't know he was from there.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, she got free tuition because her stepmom worked there.
Oh.
Yeah.
Professor?
Staff.
Oh, okay.
So I went to Embry-Riddle to check it out.
Sure.
Sure are a lot of buildings.
Yeah. There used to be a lot fewer of them, but they've spent a lot of my tuition money on building those brand new buildings.
Student union looks nice.
So when I was there, does it? I don't really care for it. When I was there, my dorm
it's
was
really interesting it's like seeing a smaller school student union, because I went to a state school.
Yeah, sure.
So the student union
and it
doesn't.
shows.
Yeah, I know. So the student union really only has and I say only I don't know if anybody has classes in the student union, right? It's like there are restaurants and I don't even know if there's a library in that student union. There may be. There's there's reading rooms and study rooms and things like that. The Embry-Riddle, I don't know if this is typical of other schools, but the Embry-Riddle union is everybody goes there. It's the only dining options are there.
Correct.
The library is there. It's all in one building. Ohio State has 4 libraries. That car almost in the grass.
Harrison.
Yeah. Everything is at least that school. Everything is super spread out and disparate across it. So it was really interesting to see one a campus that has just one building and is the nexus for everything.
So that building obviously did not exist when I was there.
Yes.
The particular challenge.
Podcast. This is some real inside baseball that nobody cares about.
Yeah, no. Look, we do go to Daytona Beach, and we sit. When we go, we sit 3/4 of a mile from the campus. A lot of people stay just off campus at the Garden Inn or whatever it is there on the corner, on Richard Petty Boulevard. But a lot of those buildings didn't exist. Number one. Number two, They didn't have an administrative building when I was there because it was torn apart in a tornado on Christmas Day, like 2 years prior to my arrival.
Sure.
So everything was in these sort of temporary buildings. And then they basically just decided, well, look, we're just going to rebuild everything and realign everything. So when I was there, they started with all the flight school, but like the actual flight school and flight line buildings, then the maintenance building. Then they built up the parking and kind of rearranged the campus around all of that. And then they said, okay, we're going to put all of the, A, we need a new student union because the old one was not nice. And B, we now also need somewhere to put all these administrative offices. So they built this giant central administrative building just up from the new giant student union. And it just sort of reoriented the campus in a way that basically had them not fundamentally starting from scratch, but really kind of did. When I was there...
We have a stopped
that's
BMW.
A 52. That is the 52 ACP Tangerine Associates M4.
And they were listed as slow coming up the S's, so that's been a developing issue, at least throughout this lap.
Right at the fuel window time, too.
Certain that that's not the first time that car has stopped there.
Let's go to the log.
Just up the road, you see the battle between All-Star and Edge for the lead in GP1. That just went through frame there a second ago.
It has bypassed the chicane before, but I don't think it's been stopped for an extended period of time there.
No, I think we just caught it when it came to a stop for below the chicane.
I think it was relevant because at the time the 2 was running into issues at the same time, and we were remarking on that. I think this is the first time that 2 is actually that 52 rather has actually been disabled in the chicane. And then this obviously now raises the specter of a potential, if that car can't get going, that's going to be another code 35 for us.
Yeah, I think it almost certainly will. Remember, we've just had pit stops from the 2 race leaders that were primary benefactors, some time ago, of the other that going the other way, right? Where they were able to pit under code 35, other competitors weren't. We've since had a couple of more pit stops. The 2 is in now. The 888 has just come to the attention of the TLM racing crew at the north end of pit lane. Same thing goes for the number 74 from AOA Racing. So at the moment, the 188 from Lupe Tortilla Fast Track Racing seems to be...
Full course caution.
And there it is. There it is. Able to gain the most out of all of this.
One thing of note in situations like that, so there's a standing yellow at the entry to the chicane, so I don't think that the back straight is neutralized while there's a car stopped in the inner loop. But obviously anybody who's making a move on slower traffic has got to have that done. I mean, they cannot even be side by side when they enter the yellow flag zone. So that does limit what you're able to do. That recovery truck is not doing 35.
They don't have Flytronics, so it's unenforceable anyway.
Oh, okay.
Exactly. Yeah, as long as you don't have a transponder, go for it. The question is, now that once they put the 52 being towed, is the 52 going to get in trouble for exceeding 35?
That's a really good point. I assume if you're not under your own motive power, it doesn't count.
Yeah, if the car's off, then the transponder's off too?
So one of the notes we really hadn't made, or probably should have made, was that the GP1 lead gap had closed to fundamentally nothing.
Yeah.
It was 0.6 of a second across the line under green last time through.
Yeah.
Both of those cars are due a stop. So this is going to become a battle in the pits between the 5 from All-Star Racing and the 26 from Edge Autosports for the GP1 class lead.
Yeah, and when did those cars pit last? A while ago. So I expect them both to be in during this code 35. Probably also going to be a relatively quick one because they're gonna pull the 52 away from that, take the NASCAR shortcut. So that, I mean, other than repositioning that tow truck, this is probably not going to take any longer than, what, maybe 5 minutes or so. The last
Yeah.
one was cleared up in about 6 minutes time. So if you're trying to take advantage of this full course yellow, you have to do it really on this lap or the next lap. You're not going to have a ton of time to get in and out without, a code 35 lap around here is pretty slow. So you're not going to have that many opportunities to actually come back around and take a pit stop.
So GP1 leaders are actually in 10 now. We'll see if they're coming into pit lane.
Palomar's made it in. The BSR 981 is in. These are both GP1 entries. 85 for GP in GP3 is in. The 74 was able to extend their stint into this. You see the 52 on the tow rope now, so that's going to continue to allow this full course yellow to reach its end.
Camera's cleaned up nicely.
They did, and also just aesthetically pleasing was the 123 and the 124 running those to tail out on track together right now.
So the GP1 leaders have made it to the pit lane, by the way. The 5 is stopped just in front of me. The 26 is 2 stalls behind it, and the 914 modern auto body car has split the 2 of them, but is parked at an angle. I think even if the 26 is done more quickly here, they're going to have to push that car backwards to get it out and clear of the 914, which is going to allow, by contrast, will allow a clear exit for the number 5 from All-Star Racing. So let's see how this goes. The service is done on the 26. Car's put in reverse, pulls forward. The 99 is going to scoot out ahead. The 5 rolls but stalls. The 26 is out. So that's a lead change in GP1. The 5 is restarted, but it's going to resume about 10 to 12 car lengths behind that number 26. We knew it was going to be a battle in the pit lane. It's exactly what's happened, and it's gone the way of the number 26, even with that green and black BMW having to move around a stopped GTO car.
So you guys had brought up earlier, we were going under code 35 for the incident coming out of the inner loop. About you want to come down pit lane immediately. There's no reason not to. I never got to bring up the point that, well, if everybody's coming on pit lane and you're really close to somebody, go in next lap instead, where you have a much more open pit lane. There's a much better opportunity to have a clean pit stop where you are not having to worry about a car in front of you coming into their box and possibly coming in at an angle where you're going to be forced to have to move around it. And so that's exactly what's happening here as we go back to green.
Green flag waves circuit wide. That, I hadn't noted this, but that modern auto body car actually pitted from the race lead. That number 914. Oh, no, you know what?
It's a weird timing thing.
It's pitted, it's pitted on start finish. That's the problem. So it's scored a kind of a bogus lap.
Yeah, there's a couple cars that have like a really close pit box, so you'll see them kind of jump up the order, and then they'll jump back down, and just a lap later. It's a little weird.
Yeah. So the 5 minutes that we were talking about, I mean, that is about exactly how long it took to clear that car and get us back to green, because went full course yellow at 12:08. 12:13 is when we took the green flag, so it doesn't give you a ton of opportunity. To your point, JT, yes, that second time by is going to be a lot cleaner, but
you need a longer
yes,
yellow. You
need to be able to get there on that second time by. Yeah. If, like you say, if it's a situation where maybe you've got a car in the wall and it's going to be a longer cleanup, longer recovery time, I think that's a reasonable argument. Keep an eye on what the teams around you are doing on the pit lane, kind of do counter to what they do.
Yeah, and if you think it's going to be a short one like this case, that's where a heads-up driver can really pay off if he can park at the backer end of their own stall, just to try to make sure that they have a little bit extra room to get out clean.
I don't know if it's a trick of the angle, but that GTO coming through the inner loop looked like it was sideways compared to the Supra, that sort of modern, you know, a lot of electronic aids on the GT4s compared to what they had in Grand Am GT. That GTO looked like it was running like 10 degrees of slip coming through the inner loop.
Real R Factor 2 stuff going on there.
Oh, don't say that.
Thank you for joining us, everybody that's along for the ride on this fine Saturday at the south end of Seneca Lake. 260-ish of you have been with us throughout most of the day today. You know, my lovely wife Layla's been watching from home. Hello to my family at home. And those of you who have chosen to spend this mid-fall, early fall, I guess, Saturday following a bit of WRL action from our debut weekend at Watkins Glen International. Really appreciate you being along for the ride. Yannick Van Kennep, I assume. That's such an mood. I feel time is not real anymore. I can't speak to experiences in Belgium, but I have to imagine it's the same for just about everybody. Time does not exist.
Yeah,
Especially once go ahead.
I was gonna say we're already 3 hours. I mean,
yeah.
Let alone years. We're 3 hours into this race. It doesn't feel like it. It feels like it's been progressing at a pretty steady clip.
So, to be fair, and Joseph, you were not here, but our last event at High Plains Raceway was a 13-hour marathon.
Yes.
With about 30 cars entered. And, I mean, we did, I don't know how many total interviews we did, but I think out of the 13 hours we were live, we probably spent 9 of them interviewing other people, maybe more.
And that's a busy day.
It was a lot. It was a lot. We finally got into like the last hour where everybody was tired of coming in and doing interviews. But we didn't have anything to talk about because we didn't really have we hadn't really been following the minutiae of the race. And anyway, all the gaps are like 2 or 3 laps apart. So we got a lot of content in, like a lot of content. Brad McCall and Mike Gorman came up as a pair at one point, which was a fascinating experience. And Randy Pope showed up while they were both in there. It was the 4 of us, and that was another experience. So by comparison, knocking out 8 hours today, 7 hours tomorrow is nothing.
Sure. Did you guys get to talk to Glenn?
We did talk to Glenn.
All right.
Yeah, Glenn was a star. We were in the middle of he was in the middle of an interview. We had a really nice conversation. We talked about Danny's lesson. Not sure Jordan remembers Danny's lesson, but we did get to talk about Danny's lesson. That back at High Plains, and as we're in the middle of this really nice conversation about the history of racing, club racing in Colorado, somebody hit something or stopped. Oh no! A car went into the concrete at the exit of turn 1, and he bolted faster than I've seen any human run. Like headset thrown off, immediately you heard the ATV start up outside, and off Glenn went. And before you knew it, he was on screen looking at the tire wall, and it was amazing. Man's a hero.
Bring back Glenn.
That's what I said.
Yannick says you pronounce his name well, just so you know.
A lot of practice these days, obviously.
Because of all the racing that we're going to be covering in Belgium.
That's right. That's right. 49 hours of racing to come on drive. Well,
is that the over or the under?
I mean, that's the theoretical maximum, right? Although I guess they do support races, so
yeah. Where's how much do you think David Addison's rate is?
I don't know, but it's funny you say that because I just watched a video and it was an onboard of a virtual version of the new Charlotte Motor Speedway external road course.
Oh, I forgot that was going to be a thing.
It is. They paid David Croft to voice over the video.
Oh, I you know what? I'm going to be honest with you. Prefer David Addison.
Agreed. I quite like David Addison. David Addison is made to look exceptionally good by John Watson. He's really good, like just in a vacuum on his own. But
Yeah. As a pairing, they're very good foils for each other, and I like John Watson a lot.
So this is maybe getting a bit parochial, but if we watched the 24 Hours of Spa,
Yes.
they had the incident this year where a car had come to grief right at the entry to Eau Rouge, and they hung the camera on it for a long time.
They sure did.
And then a car inevitably collected it, and John Watson says, that's a horrendous accident. But David Addison had been out of the booth, so there was nobody to pick it up. So John Watson's, I'm sure you're instructed to do, right? If there's a massive accident, you move the camera away, and you don't talk about it, right? Just don't talk about it anymore.
Yeah.
His way of not acknowledging the accident was saying, "Oh, that's a horrendous accident." They move the camera away and goes, "So, anyway." And it's like, John, man, we're getting up there. Yeah, he's not as young as he used to be, but like, there's a smoother way to move away from that than shrugging your shoulders and saying, "Anyway."
Wow, he does. He comes from a dramatically different era, to be fair.
Very true. Very true.
What is going on with this NPO1?
Yeah, that's the 60. That's the green-colored Sebaco NP01 from Stratus Racing. It looks like they've just got the central bodywork that would cover almost like the shock cover in an Indy car.
Yeah.
In the center part of the front crash. I don't know if tube frames have crash structures, but anyway, where that would be located, they've got that taken out. I don't really know what sits there on those cars, whether it is just
they are. I mean, they
dampers.
are literally wrenching away at something.
Yeah. I don't know. Jordan may be able to hear the audio on that. We obviously are not. Can you hear anything? Okay, no audio. All right.
So yeah, some sort of minor adjustment to the front end.
Yeah, you wouldn't think it's performance related. We are elbow deep there, man.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if you can service the corners from there.
Is it steering rack maybe? Because they're trying to get confirmation from the driver that whatever changes happen is improved.
I wasn't watching the inside of the onboard when they were trying to get. Is he moving the steering wheel left to right when? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. That's a good pickup, actually.
So yeah, maybe power steering issue with it, or I don't know.
I mean, that was almost a full rotation of the steering wheel to the left. So I wonder if they were just trying to straighten it out.
Could be.
If he had cranked the wheel to the right to get into to line up in the box or something. That's really strange.
Did one of you two mention power steering? Sorry, I was looking at something else.
Somebody said power steering. It wasn't
okay, yeah. Their cars do not have power steering.
Okay.
I learned from Brad McCall last time out at High Plains. From what Brad told me, they were going to round 3 is going to run power steering.
Okay.
Oh, it's an option.
Apparently.
Way to go, Sebaco.
Let's go, Sebaco.
We'll look straight now.
Here's what I'm proposing for GTO. Okay.
VW. Anyway.
Okay, VW Fun Cup with a time attack body kit.
That is appropriate amounts of stupid.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, that's the way.
Or my way, GT40 kit car with a tiny engine.
Does it weigh under 2,200 pounds?
I think it. Ooh, it's like close around there.
So I'm intrigued by. So we've seen in our years out at 25 Hours of Thunder Hill, rest in peace, some truly bonkers car builds. Right, there was the tube frame that they attached all the Miata bits to.
There was the BM Truck-A-U.
Yes, correct. That the tube frame truck with the BMW body thing. It's as terrible as it sounds, believe me.
The 20.
The 20, right? The 20 is almost certainly outside of WRL regulations.
The 20 is outside of every regulation.
It's true.
It's been towed outside the regulation.
It's not in a regulation. Well, the front engine fell off in this case, by all means.
By the way, James Candelaria suggests they might have been carrying out a toe adjustment. So maybe something had happened. They'd hit something and knocked the toe out.
I suppose nailing one of the curbs up at the inner loop, particularly that entry curb, might do something like that.
Honestly, running wide here at the inner loop and catching an access road or catching curbing at the wrong angle could do something.
Yeah. Anyway, there's a lot of what we saw back in the day at the 25-hour could probably fit into GTU. Probably.
Yes, that is kind of what I was thinking. I mean, there are some of those cars that didn't really belong anywhere else. And where are you going to run them if they're still, if they're still running? That would be the thing, because I think those BMWs probably they are quite long in the tooth by now if they're even still operational.
Yeah, there's other challenges there, right? In any case where you're not running a production-based chassis, you've got to take a modifier on that, which either ups your weight or drops your power, but you're limited to 2,200 pounds. So
yes, sure.
That's a really difficult number to make in anything that's not
purpose-built, more or less.
Purpose-built or tube frame specifically in a lot of cases.
Yeah, because like the Catfish Miata would be over that, I think.
Yes, correct. Well, I don't know. Probably. If you're not hanging pure performance bits on it, you're hanging streetcar bits on it, it might be a little on the heavy side, even with the tube frame chassis.
What's the current Miata? What's the ND, the road car is like 25, 26. I don't know what the race car comes in at.
2350.
Okay, so you'd have to do something to that car to make it compliant.
There is a world where maybe you kick the weight up to 2400 in GTU.
So is it? I was gonna say, wait, how heavy is that? I was just real quick looking at that next 5 curb weights, and no, they can actually be under 2,200 pounds.
Okay.
Oh.
The one with the 1.5 liter Sky Active comes in at 2120.
Ooh, Fiata series.
Oh man.
Yeah, a bunch of Fiat 124s, which I think they stopped making those in 2017, something like that.
You are asking the wrongest person. Just a quick note about what's happening up at the front of the field. We've seen now a pretty sizable split between the 123 and the 70. Under the last set of pit stops here. That number 70 now sits 43 seconds nearly off the back of its class leader, and the 188 as a result has jumped that number 70. Now, some of that is from the 188 having been able to pit under the most recent code 35, whereas the other two had to make a green flag pit stop. The same thing goes for the 914 from Modern Auto Body VAC. That sits fourth in class. For that car as well, but it's left this 123 Mercedes with a pretty sizable gap at the front of the field. That having been said,
I've got a big development for you in GTO. Actually, big penalty has been levied against the 153, which would be Go Karts Go Australia.
Oh man,
non-compliant fuel jugs, which is going to give them. I think they've basically been given a penalty for every pit stop that they've done so far, or every pit stop -1. So they're going to be docked 3 laps as a result of that, which is going to put them out of the running of anything serious.
It's a big number.
It is a big number. It's a big time delta. It's probably something like 7 minutes.
Yeah, it's already moved them down to 16th.
We've got a waving yellow down here at the outer loop, so I don't know. It's not going to be an area that we're going to have eyes on. There's a car that's coming back up to speed.
That's a 52 again. I wonder if they've Is that the 52? Sorry.
No, that's a different car. 52 was yellow and black. This is black and yellow.
Oh, okay.
Give me. No,
This
but
is Iowa
I'm talking about
Hawkeyes,
the main.
not Pittsburgh
so
Steelers.
I think that's the 926 from Fast Track Racing. Because they've got a mostly black car with the yellow accent, whereas the 52 is the other way around. Kind of. You see the 52 go through the shot there, where the upper body work is all yellow.
Okay, you're right.
That's why I'm trying to say why black.
I got you.
Yeah.
It's the 926 from Fast Track. There we go. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
It's quite the statement, JD. That was yellow and
605.
black. This was black and yellow.
I'm going back to general production.
The 605 has come back out after a long time in the garage, and has subsequently done a 220.2. So immediately back out on track and doing pretty quick lap times.
Prep for tomorrow.
Yeah, well, and not just prep for tomorrow. Grid.
Qual.
Yeah. Just as a refresher, your fast lap from today defines your qualify. It's effectively qualifying for tomorrow. So even if the car is just being shaken down, it's still worthwhile to try to put in a quick lap. A, to see what pace you've got in the car, and then B, to try to get yourself up in the starting order for tomorrow morning. That gap in GP1 that we saw change hands between the 26 for Edge Autosports and the 5 for All-Star Racing, that's blown up since that full course yellow, now north of 21 seconds. So that 26 is continuing to build each and every lap, and as we've been repeating over and over, that is every lap delta that you pull over your competition will carry forward to the end of the race, basically.
Yeah, and you put it the right way. It's not the 5 slipping back. It's the 26 actively pulling away from the rest of the GP1 field. Regularly lapping in the low to mid 2-minute 9s. All-Star Racing last time in 11.9. Palomar Racing in 11.4. 392 from Harrison at 10.8. BSR Racing 19 flat. That's outside the normal window. PC's in the 12s. So I think at this point just a really good stint by that number 26 to start building a margin. Now, when we think back to Edge Autosports and the races we've seen them participate in GP1, it's always felt like a car that's always, it's there or thereabouts for hours at a time. And it just isn't, it hasn't been able to close the deal, so to speak, in GP1. Whether it's something with strategy, whether it's something that fails, or some kind of technical issue with the car in the late running, it's been tough. A lot of tough races for that car without getting the result, despite having a really good run through the balance of the race. This seems like a slightly different approach, where it's been quiet early on. It started a little bit further back, didn't make a huge splash right at the beginning, kind of let everybody fight it out ahead of them. And now that they had the opportunity under that Go 35, hit at the right time, get a quick stop, take the lead, and start putting some meaningful distance between yourself and the cars behind that can benefit you if things get sideways a little later on. Speaking of sideways, a little dust kicked up there at the exit of the inner loop.
Yeah, the curbs are only about 3 car widths, so it's
yeah, right.
It's pretty impressive when someone's able to kick up dirt there.
I think that's a scrap there between the 30. Oh no, never mind. I'm gonna say between the 38 and the 981. It may still have been the 981 from BSR Racing, but
imagine
be a lap between them.
Imagine having to work out who to throw a blue flag at in a race like this. You had to do it.
Well, so it's more challenging than that because you're learning. It's not like WRL has been here before where you
Yes.
kind of remember all the class structure and everything.
Yes.
The fine folks at RSI, Racing Services Incorporated, I think, which is the flagging sort of nominal employee group, if you want to flag here at Watkins Glen, is learning this all in pretty much real time. It's not easy.
Yeah, I have to imagine it's something closer to instead of, oh, I know this is GT3 and this is whatever else. This one looks faster than this one.
Yeah.
I should let them know.
And look, flaggers are experienced and intelligent and capable of adapting on the fly, but it still takes time. You know, it's not necessarily like you're a first-time SCCA flagger trying to figure out what the difference between an F600 and a Formula Ford is. At the same time, most of these flaggers have likely not really seen any of these cars before. Although there is a regional series that runs here, so it's maybe not quite as far.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they're used to
here.
I'm sure they're used to running plenty of club events and things like that. So I'm sure it's not a mystery, but there are an awful lot of cars on track.
Yeah.
And which ones are faster than the others, or faster than another, isn't immediately obvious from trackside. Makes me wonder, actually, if the IMSA practice of forcing certain color wing mirrors for different classes isn't more for the marshals than for the fans.
That's a fair point, actually. Fairly quiet up here all of a sudden.
Yeah, the 60, for what it's worth, with whatever they were doing, what seemed to be around the steering rack area, hasn't actually lost them a ton of time. I wondered if they might lose a position to the 6 for Hera Flight Racing. That doesn't appear to have happened. They're still well off the lead in the 60, but only about 3 laps. So if any of the team cars do stumble, there is still an opportunity for them to come up the order a bit in GTU.
Yeah, I mean, look, we've seen, even through the beginning part of this year, a lot can change in GTU in kind of the blink of an eye. You can think, your race is settled, and I think we actually saw it at the end of High Plains. You can think the race is settled, and then all of a sudden, you're out of contention, just because the gaps tend to get, bigger and bigger. One problem, it kind of turns the race on its head. So it's never really a done thing or a settled thing in GTU, even if, that 60, like we said, has already lost a fair amount of time with whatever the issue was there down in the pit lane.
Oh,
that's a 99.
Yeah. Really strange spin, actually. Not something that you'd expect to see. I don't know if they got help coming into turn 1. That's very late in the corner. That's well after the apex, obviously.
I'm thinking a GT4 car with electronic aids that you wouldn't necessarily be looping the car around there on the track.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
I would disagree, because remember, those electronic aids, for the most part, are tuned for slick tires.
That's fair. There is a fair bit of camber to that corner as well.
Keep in mind the BMW issue we had a couple years back that seemed to be directly related to the traction control issue.
I just don't understand how Jordan catches this stuff.
No, I was going to say it's a great pickup.
You always say it's luck. So as fate would have it,
he's got that sixth sense to him.
As fate would have it, there's a secret single camera feed of turn 1. Only that roams the internet for various purposes. And in going back and looking at it, he literally just loops it on the throttle. It snaps about 2/3 of the way to corner exit, and that was it. Very odd. Ooh, impacted 7A, black car, driver's right. That'll be on the way into turn number 8.
So that's
That's not going to be the 99, is it? I wonder if they're having a traction control issue, because it wouldn't be crazy to have a spin there where you would be pretty full throttle.
Well, so 7A is on the way out of the toe of the boot.
They're scrambling a truck,
Is it?
which makes
Or
me
is
think
it
that
the
we're going to
entry?
go. Makes me think we're going to go full course caution pretty soon.
yeah.
Yeah, there it is. The standing yellow goes out up there at the inner loop, 10 seconds worth of that, and then the purple flag will come out to denote the actual start of code 35, which we now have. Now that's quite outside of the bounds of where we typically see cars,
We have an
Don't-
where
I-
we have cameras for cars anyway.
Oh yeah, if we've got any of the onboards circling
That's a good
around
point.
that area, it may help us pick that up.
I have not been monitoring on board.
Listen,
We-
there's only one feed that matters to me, and that's the one that went out to the people.
Sure.
And it's also easier for me to to digest. Okay, there's the 99, so it's not. It's
Yeah,
not that.
it's
That's also
reported as
not
a-
a black car.
Black car, yeah. That turn 10 or camera 10, Jordan, should be improved. Not perfect, but better. Well, I say that.
Did it go all max headroom on you?
Yeah, well, I'm looking at the statistics that I now have access to, and it's the connection. The cellular connection has been terrible this morning for some reason.
Got it.
Well, we do have a YouTube on board from the number 90. May be able to catch here.
I have had.
Oh,
my...
it's the exit of the toe of the boot. So it's on the
Okay.
way up the hill. It's the 91. I'm sorry, 90. Which one's the black Ford Mustang?
I believe that's the 92. Let me
92,
double check
92.
here.
It is, because it's now
Yes.
Salmon on Race Hero.
Yeah, and race control has confirmed that.
Yeah. It's gone in again on the throttle. Fairly hard there coming out of.
Spin on the curb to go to the right.
Yeah, looks like it. Either that or. So sometimes. Oh, is that a black flag? No, it's purple. Sorry. Oh, man. That is machinery.
It's a good opportunity to bend it just a little bit.
Heave the sledgehammer into the bucket. That's amazing. Is that Glenn?
Glenn is everywhere.
Watkins Glen.
I'll just say, put the dude on the payroll, bring that ATV everywhere.
Just make it property of WRL now. So in response to that number 92 incident down there at the exit of 7, it can be easy because of all the camber that so many other corners have here at Watkins Glen. I said this at the top of the show. It invites you to just take it in that little bit deeper, that little bit deeper, that little bit further, and eventually you stop running out of more to be able to take. And sometimes if you get kind of sucked in on the way in to the corner, you end up trying to haul it back to the apex, and if you do that at the same time you're coming back to basically full throttle, because you're climbing a hill, it can be really easy to rotate the car even with traction control. And as JT said, you put it on DOT tires instead of racing slicks, all of a sudden you're way out of whack for the attitude you're supposed to be taking for that type of corner. The toe of the boot is a tricky corner in its own right anyway, and I just wonder there if it maybe a little out of position, little off attitude, and loop the car around into the inside wall.
Yeah, so depending on where that car has ended up and how heavily it's gone into the barriers, I do wonder how long this cleanup is going to be? Obviously, we were just seeing them re-inspect / possibly reposition
Yeah.
where we saw the 760 go into the wall earlier today. I assume they've got more than one. Well, and it would also have to be on the inside of the track, wouldn't it? To go and inspect where the Mustang has gone in.
It'd be easy to just move your equipment down there, take a look at it. If you need to drive a 2x4 or 4x4 in behind the damaged armco there to do that. I guess it's also possible it caught tires, because I believe there are tires on drivers right there as you climb the hill. So it's kind of tough to tell from the angle get out of that number 90's onboard. We talked very briefly earlier about the potential for tire changes and when we think that might be occurring.
We are halfway through the race. It would be the time.
Yes, exactly. So as I look to my left, where we see some of our first hit callers, the 74 from AOA Racing, which is in the pit lane out of third in GTO, has taken the opportunity to change tires. The 67 from Open Throttle has got the right side very high in the air. That doesn't appear to be strictly a tire thing, but is nevertheless a car that is kind of
the right side's up in the air. I wonder if anybody would bother just taking new left side tires around here.
So I only saw lefts on the 74, but also didn't watch the whole stop.
Yeah.
The 50 is in from Matt Connolly Motorsports. The 99 is now into the pit lane after that quick spin, and they'll do a driver change as well. You do wonder if maybe after that quick spin, it would be time to do tires, whether from either flat spotting or the grip starting to go away at the rear of that Toyota Supra.
Right. Is it a leading or a trailing indicator?
Exactly.
Beautiful.
Yes, the angles are beautiful. Thank you, Joseph.
The fall foliage, the foliage.
Yeah. I mean, it's better than dying leaves, you know?
They're not dying, they're shedding.
To be fair, we do visit a lot of tracks where at times of year when you get no vegetation.
The fades are getting longer and longer.
I mean, we've been at Mid-Ohio where the only color anywhere near the track is white. That's because there's an inch of snow on the ground.
Good race.
Right? So like I'll take the vibrance of the foliage here. For sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Look at that.
All right. Such cinematography.
Well, he's changed the speed of the fade to match the speed of the cars.
Oh, true. Yeah.
If they're all doing 25% race speed, I might as well, do the transition at 25%.
No, I think it's good. I think it's good tone setting for the broadcast. Let the viewer know, sort of what the vibe is. Oh, that was fast.
If you go back and watch the slow fade at like quarter speed on YouTube, that could be a 15-second fade.
Oh, that would be
imagine?
Good. That'd be a good fade. The one thing I am curious about is if we're going to be able to catch I guess on the turn 10 camera we'll be able to catch it, but to watch the recovery of that 92.
Yeah, it's going to have to come past all our cameras rather than through the short course because it's happened on the boot.
Yeah, we don't have a sense because we don't have eyes on that area.
That's not necessarily true, actually.
Is there a access road on the inside?
Yeah, so you can actually exit driver's left at turn 8 through a gate there, and then take it on the public road, not public, but the venue road through the tunnel underneath.
It's still going to have to
10.
Yeah, okay. I was going to say it's still going to have
Which
to
is,
go
I
to
think,
the paddock,
actually,
right?
I think it's what they've done. I can see a truck with a car on the back of it coming up behind the grandstand at turn 10.
The pit lane looks absolutely chock full of cars right now.
It's not.
Okay.
There's 5 cars in the lane, and they just all happen to be grouped basically together.
The timing tower is full of cars that have pitted, which does make sense to me.
Guy is already swollen with planes.
Yeah.
Swollen with entries.
Yeah, you must have a lot of sympathy for the pit marshals as a erstwhile air traffic controller.
I mean, I have sympathy for pit marshals for like 80 different reasons.
Sure.
Number one, you're on your feet all day, you're in the sun all day, you're in the cold or the heat, depending on what time of year and what venue we're at. You're watching, I don't know, 8 to 10 cars at any given time for really like minute details.
Since they repaved all the runoff, Brendan, there's more gravel in your voice than there is off the racing surface.
I was finishing a Major's Bakery brownie.
Okay. Other brownies are available.
They are, but they're not as good.
Okay.
Have you had them?
They're fine.
It's got dates in it.
Okay, I understand that. My Kroger actually at one point I moved them from the the whatever it is, like the lunch section, basically, like the snack section, into like the candy and cookie section, just to
That's
let you know. Okay.
No, that's fine. I'm so into the fig bars, like so into the fig bars.
Okay.
I used to bring. You can ask Christian. I have Christian somewhere. I used to bring before Nature's Bakery was a thing. When we would go marshal the Rolex 24, we would go pick up snacks to have. I used to pick up a literal box of Fig Newtons to take to the track.
Fig Newtons?
Yeah.
How old are you?
I mean, at the time I was 18, 19 years old.
Okay.
But what are Nature's Bakery fig bars but adult Fig Newtons?
They're basically double stuffed Fig Newtons.
Exactly. Yes. And what's wrong with that? I ask you.
I mean,
they're incredible.
I used to. I don't know. I just got kind of sick of them.
I love fig.
Okay.
We brewed a homebrew, a dark saison that we fermented on figs. It's amazing. I love figs.
Okay. I'm not here to judge. I'm judging, but I'm not here for that.
Layla just texted me and said 85. You're 85.
You are.
Yeah, that's fair. Green flag is out.
It was crazy. You interviewed Brian Redmond that one time, and he was like, I swear you're older than I am.
Brian Redmond. Did I? I don't think we ever.
I think you did. Yeah. During one of the I think it might have been the Chattanooga thing.
Nord Loop has done a lap.
Hey, they did say they were hoping to be out around noon.
Orange white BMW on track. That just came through. I'm pretty sure that's them. Yeah.
And it absolutely is.
Yeah,
With 7
right
minutes
here.
to spare. They make it out in the noon hour.
Okay.
Incredible. So, Brian Redmond, I've never heard Brian Redmond less enthusiastic to be doing anything than he was handing out podium trophies at the event that has his name on it. Like, it was his thing at Road America, his International Vintage Challenge
That's
thing.
what I was thinking. not
Yeah,
Chattanooga.
and he just could not have sounded less interested in being
I think that's just his voice, though. Do you remember his Dinner with Racers? I think that's just how he talks.
I don't think I listened to his Dinner with Racers, probably because I watched him give podium trophies and was like, this is not going to be good. I have no interest
Sure.
in listening to this.
Other museums of glass are available, by the way.
You'll be blown away. I do like here, like from exactly where I sit, just to the left of start-finish, or past start-finish on the front straightaway. If I look to the left, there's the big, tall billboard at Turn 1 that says Corning Museum of Glass. And if I look directly across from me, there's a banner on the pit side bleachers that for invisible glass that says Makes Glass Invisible.
Ooh. If you combine the two,
Yeah.
I'd say you have between a 90 and a 95% chance of winning.
Right. Imagine going to the Corning Museum of Glass, but everything there has been cleaned with invisible glass, so you can't see any of it.
They actually,
This is the worst. This is the worst ticket I've ever purchased to anything.
well, it's you just have the wrong address.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Look at the body roll on that Miata. I don't know which one it is. I think it's the
gray one here.
600 maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, it's fun watching that thing come out of the inner loop. Just
That's the
that
car
right
we've got the
front.
onboard for.
Bam.
Yeah, that car is on the bump stops every time it turns.
Do we have that on board still? Oh no. No.
We'll get it back. Get somebody down there, wire it back up.
Say
Look at that. It's just on the
Yeah, it just it reminds me of the jumpy trucks.
Oh yeah, that's what they need to do. Is they need to replace the stadium super trucks with NB Miatas.
I think it's an NC, right?
Is it?
All right, so hear me out. What's the weight of the super stadium trucks again?
Not 2,200 pounds.
Oh, it's under though, yes?
Hold on. Let's Google. Other search engines are available.
No.
2,900 pounds.
Ah, bummer.
Yeah.
Not doing that.
Although, I don't know how much the
How much
LS
is that motor?
weighs. Yeah.
And the tires.
And the tires. So we've now. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Joseph.
Depends on the engine. Believe it or not.
So, not
418 pounds.
to look at Race Hero. Round 3 Racing's number 70 is back to 4th in GTO. To the benefit of the number 914 from Modern Auto Body VAC. Last lap was 5 seconds slower. Now, I don't know if that's anything to do with drivers or just traffic on the back of the full course yellow. But other than the NFC car being kind of out in front, we've got this very interesting situation with the 188 and the 914 rounding out the overall podium and going away from the car that led most of the first half of the race.
Yeah, I mean, I think a couple things are going on with that. One is obviously getting fortunate with, like we were talking about earlier, getting fortunate with the timing of full course yellows and just being at the end of your fuel run and others not being able to. We've got to change for the overall lead.
Yes,
by
we
the
do.
way. Number 59 for Stratus, your GTU leader has overtaken your GTO leader in the 123 for NFC Motorsports. So we have the NPO1 up ahead of the Mercedes.
There's your answer. How long does it take for the GTUs to catch the GTO lead?
Yeah, only halfway through the race, almost exactly.
Stratus 58 not quite as quick last time around, so I don't know that I expect that to change anytime soon. And 2018 from Modern Auto Body compared to the 2011 from Stratus 59. That is getting on for GTU pace at this stage.
Yeah, the lap times for the 123 have been awfully inconsistent. It has to be said. There is pace in that car, but I wonder if it's being if it's ending up in tough traffic situations, if it's just feel in the car, what it is. But the 123 has pace, but isn't able to extract it.
Move headed up the S is 888 to the inside of number 70. I think this is going to be a pass for position in GTO. We'll catch him here at the crest of the hill. I think we're going to see 888 ahead of Porsche. Let's give this a second to cycle through. There it is. Yeah, the blue, light blue Aston Martin Vantage leads that Trimtex Porsche now in the 4th place in GTO.
That number 70 has the pace has gone off quite a bit since the, I'm going to say maybe 3rd or 4th pit stop. So probably a driver change in that, going from a driver who's more experienced to one that isn't as experienced, or maybe one who's semi-professional to one who is not, as tends to happen in GTO. So the pace of that 70 has changed, has dropped a handful of seconds, whereas the cars ahead of it have not had the same change in pace. So that's going to be part of the variance that we were talking about earlier on in the race. Things will change. The 188 is another one who their ultimate pace has fallen away a few seconds, maybe not as big of a change as we're seeing in the round 3 number 70, but every time you have a driver change, there's another variable, there's another change in the complexion of that race. I think it was 888 and 70 that we were talking about in that fight. Not too far behind them is going to be the 74 for AOA. They pit on that last full course yellow, as did, really basically everybody. But they're about 7 seconds behind we're 7 seconds behind the 888 last time by. And that car's got a decent amount of pace in it still. I'd say maybe averaging about 5 seconds faster than the 70, so we'll see the gap update next time by, or really this time by. And then the next time by, I wouldn't be too surprised to see that 74 either right on the tail of the 70 or maybe even past them. And then it'll be quite a way back to the 99 for Team GTR. Not quite the pace differential between those two cars, so that may be as far back as the 70 falls for the time being. That gap has continued to grow in GP1, the 26 for Edge Autosports. That gap is now built up to 37 seconds. I think the last time we talked with them it was about 21. So they're continuing to put in fast laps, sub 210, right around the 210 mark since we've gone back green. The number 5 is in the ballpark, but just continuing to lose a second at a time, not being able to keep up with that race leading pace. The only car that seems like they might be competitive pace-wise could be that Palomar number 38. The 392 for Harrison is in the ballpark, but not really able to maximize in the same way. Not able to get into the 209s quite as often. Huge collection of cars coming out of the outer loop. I think we might have had every classic car in that shot coming out of turn 6.
Gentlemen.
What?
Sorry. Can I gently nudge us in a direction towards GP3?
You absolutely may.
Fantastic. So we've been joined in the booth. Jay Tompkins is asking where that might be. It's directly across from start-finish on the outside of the track, top of the grandstands, at the far north end, so closest up to turn number 1. Eric Pillicher, out of the number 55 AOA Racing Mazda MX-5, has already made his way up here and joins us now on DriverSeye Live. Welcome, Eric.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me here.
Yeah, we just talked briefly off air. You were most recently with us in the booth up at Barber Motorsports Park back in March.
Yes.
I wasn't there, but our Ryan West was, and chatted for a while there. You're back with WRL, back behind the wheel of that number 55.
Yes.
GP3 car in a class that has struggled to find some entries, but there's a good amount of depth in that class this weekend.
Agree.
But the challenges this weekend are numerous. Namely, you guys are the slowest class in a straight line against a snarling pack of GTOs that massive top speed, big brakes, big aero. How are you finding that?
To be honestly, it was at the same time very, very exciting, but at the same time very, very dangerous. I want to talk about the difference in the pace between fast cars and slow cars, because not only we were like 50 horsepower less in our car at the start because of issue with some tuning.
Okay.
So I hope we can improve that on Sunday. But I'm not trying to complain, but I'm trying to give my perspective to what actually the start looked like.
Yeah.
it was a little bit of a lot of cars to start, so we went pretty well. But once the faster cars was catching up, it was a good.
Sorry, a couple of cars around there at the inner loop. I think that's the 981. That's dead stick there just to driver's left. Good pickup, Jordan.
At least 2 cars involved in that. It appeared to make contact.
Yeah, there was an open throttle BMW that was recovering there to driver's right.
That car still got drive, thankfully. You see them reversing under their end power.
I think it's trying to get off the racing surface before they pull forward. Question
Probably also doing a little bit of a systems check to make sure that everything is that the trigger the light, or is that the splitter dragging a little bit?
It's tough for me to tell. I wonder if he's just trying to get in a better position to continue, or if the car is not. No, it looks okay there.
Yeah, standing yellow was on the way into the chicane, has been withdrawn. Everybody looks to be okay. I'm sure decent chance we'll see both cars come in for a systems check and tire check.
Yeah, it was well recovered, very intentional in the way that car came back on course, and how he placed it in order to resume without getting in the middle of too much.
Parking it up on the outside of the outer loop, though, suggests that they may have something else going on, maybe steering out of alignment.
Yeah, either way, a stop car was going to result in a code 35. So I suspect that's exactly where we're headed if that car is not able to continue back towards home base here at pit lane. Anyway, before we were rudely interrupted by a backwards Porsche.
It's okay. I mean, I'm glad that everyone's okay. That bus stop is a very fast turn.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's like you have to position the car well and just dial it.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
well, to the point you were talking about between GT3 cars, GTO cars.
Right.
Okay, maybe you guys are down on power a little bit, but you're topping out at maybe 125, 130 going into the bus stop.
In
cars?
In my car, much less.
Much less?
Yes.
Wow. Where are you for top speed?
To be honestly, I didn't pay attention much about top speed because it's a lot of other factors with that.
Of course.
A lot of other things we need to watch for. So the top speed was not my priority, but I would guess maybe like 110.
Okay, so by comparison, which is kind of where I'm going with that, you've got GTO cars that are at maximum velocity there, probably about 145, 150 miles an hour.
Yes.
So that gives you an idea of the closing speed,
Yes.
right? About about 30 to 40 miles an hour.
Yes.
Into a corner that's not really a great braking and passing opportunity because it's only down maybe 2 gears to get yourself turned into a chicane. Commit to the move. Is that kind of what you're experiencing?
No. The way I found to be to position the car and the way to make everything flow. Mm-hmm. You see, in Miata, I'm braking like 2,500 or 300. GTO cars, they're braking like maybe 4, maybe sooner, right? So I have ability to stretch the braking line, but they smart also, so they not going to stick the nose just before the apex.
Okay.
We're going to go full course yellow here.
Yeah, to go recover that 981.
Yes.
So, yeah.
And that corner actually wasn't even covered under a standing yellow at the time, which was I'm not sure if that was because it was off the racing line or what, but we are thankfully going to be under a full course yellow. As a result of that 2-car collision in the inner loop, they're going to collect that car and hopefully get it cleared away in pretty short order.
Yeah, so everyone's behaved nicely, but the difference in speed, as you said, is very big. Mm-hmm. Yes, we have to give the way to the faster cars, but again, we're in the same race, so we're racing against other cars.
Yeah.
So it's got to be commitment and respect between both classes. What I found myself a little bit in trouble 2 times, where there's a pack of GTO cars going past a GP3 car, and usually the cars in the front is going to be probably slow down a little bit, but the car on the back is going to have advantage.
Yeah.
Right? But when I'm on the inside, that car which has advantage would like to pass the car in front. And that's when actually happens contact to contact with 2 other cars during my stint.
Okay.
So with that being said, yes, everyone is like, super hype and they want to go race, but they have to think a little bit about slower cars.
Sure, of course. Have you found that improving over the course of the race? This is obviously the first time WRL has been to Watkins Glen. I'm sure a number of drivers have been here before, but have you sort of felt that evolving as people maybe learn the track, learn traffic, and how best to handle those situations, or has it stayed pretty aggressive throughout?
No. To be honestly, it's become much more easier after I would say half hour. Everyone's kind of got into the rhythm and know exactly where to pass and where to not to.
Yeah.
So I found this very, very convenient for everybody after like half-hour race.
Understood. So, moving away from
Brendan,
oh, go ahead.
quickly. Both of the cars, or two cars that might have been involved in that, appear to be stopped in separate locations. So,
Oh yeah.
so there was the car on the outer loop, which is I think possibly one of the Porsches. There's also the 55.
No, it stopped at turn 10.
Oh my
Yes,
gosh.
yes.
Yeah, that's what we're seeing here. The yellow MX-5.
And
Oh.
that may have been a secondary issue because I don't believe I saw the 55 involved in that initial incident. It may have
Agreed.
been, but there may have been a knock-on effect from some of the goings on down at the inner loop.
You still good to talk, or do you need to go?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
The team can handle it.
So moving away from that specific talk about the number 55 and sort of the dynamic here, but in some ways in the same vein, Watkins Glen is the debut race for us here at this venue. This particular event in the fall, right, this sort of used to be Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. It's where we were last year and for many years before that. We did have 1 year there in 2022 where the series went to Ozarks International Raceway.
Right.
There has been a lot of discussion about its suitability as a professional racing track. Obviously, there were big contracts early on with USAC and a number of other organizations. And uptake on the track was not immediately very high. With that being said, I think there is sort of a renewed interest in running some races at Ozarks. And you in particular have said that there's actually quite a bit of activity down there in trying to bring much more, whether it's club racing or kind of this semi-professional top-tier club racing, back to Ozarks International Raceway.
Yes. The take on the track was kind of light because I feel like a lot of drivers didn't feel comfortable with the track.
For sure.
But I think this has to change. I personally believe this is going to be American Nürburgring. Actually, it is. I think from the first time I saw the pictures, that's what my initial thought was. But why I like this track and why it's important for the drivers to go there and maybe just put laps, because they need to be comfortable with the track.
Sure.
The track is very demanding. The track is very fast.
Yeah.
The track has no room for error. So it's again, the skillful driver will take it and will like it, but he'll need probably a day or two to find the pace and find every. Yeah. So you need a lot of laps. Talking about racing there, some people say, "Oh, it's too dangerous. It's only good for lapping." I wouldn't agree with that, because there is a lot of places where you can pass and have a good time. Most of the turns are banked. Most of the turns are blind.
Yeah.
Off camber. A lot of elevation changes.
Sure.
This is the best track in the States for me personally.
Interesting.
With that being said, the track is, yes, it has not the whole lot of runoffs, but if you think about street courses, they have concrete walls around the track everywhere.
Sure. Yeah.
So it's not an excuse. What we need to do, we need to bring the people and racers to the track and just do laps. They get familiar with the track. And then they become better, and they're going to like the track, I'm sure, 100%. With that being said, also, I'm a president of the PSI Motorsports, where we're hosting 4 weekends of next year. Actually, the final weekend is going to be the last weekend of October. Okay. So we have like 60 cars maybe. Oh, wow. But the next year, we're going to be there 4 times. One of the events is going to be with night driving, which is very, very exciting.
At Ozarks?
At Ozarks.
Oh, my goodness.
We've done it this summer. And I loved it.
Fascinating.
Yes.
It's interesting that the comparison between there and the Nürburgring, because I think the comparison is apt. You've got a lot of corners that kind of smash together.
Yes.
I think Nürburgring over the years has been widened and opened up in a way that helps it to flow in a way that maybe back in the 60s, you drive simulated versions or you see pictures from, it is much more like Ozarks is now, right?
Yes.
Those little corners, but they actually turn into big corners, blind crests. We've taken some of that out of the Nürburgring in its current form. I feel like Ozarks, and this is just purely based on, I don't race anyway, but purely based on observation, is still a little rough around the edges, right? It was a very raw racetrack when it opened up, right? There's not a lot of runoff, as you say, a lot of blind corners. It moves constantly, left to right, up, down.
You're working all the time.
All the time. And I think there was maybe an interpretation where it made it difficult to race because you're just constantly moving left, moving right. Right? How do you set up a pass? How do you make it make sense in a pure racing environment. Do you see the track changing at all or opening itself up at all in the way that the Nürburgring has over the years to make it more of a traditional, let's say, racing track? Or do you expect, is the goal to say, hey, let's get people comfortable with the way it is, and get people to a point where they know it the way that a lot of people know the Nordschleife?
Yes, you actually asked a very good question.
Yeah.
The track, what I can tell, is improving every time.
Okay.
Every time I go there, there's something new.
Mhm.
So the owner of the track is a owner of the race team, and he races himself. So he knows about the racing. He knows about the tracks. He's been traveling to, all over the United States with his team. So he's very good with improvement.
Sure.
Let's say, just to start with, turn one was they moved the barriers like 10 feet away. The rumble strip was relocated. So they constantly improving things with with the feedback from other drivers. That's the part I like the most.
Okay.
The goal for the track is to be the pro course, and it's going to be sooner or later, but I'm sure it will be. And then, from that perspective, things might change in terms of bringing the pro teams there and doing races. So the track is focused more on the races, and would like to have racers there, but open again to drivers who would like to go fast, and so on. So I just spoke with the CEO of Ford recently.
Oh yeah.
And he was like, we spoke about Ozarks too, and he was like, how about we do manufacturers fight about the time, which like
oh yeah, like Nürburgring,
Nürburgring, like
for sure,
like factory GT4, fast lap time. Let's do it. And he was like, he was interested. He said, yeah, I'm going to think about it.
That's pretty clever, actually. I like something that it is a very time attack friendly course.
Yes.
That's not to say it's not racing friendly,
yes,
obviously,
yes.
but it's a good way to gain some visibility for the track.
Absolutely.
Without putting a lower risk environment than I think would otherwise keep a lot of people away from the venue.
Well, the point about it being America's Nürburgring is, nobody complains about the Nürburgring being difficult to pass on, but it is impossible to pass on until you get onto the Donninger-Höhe.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But I want to add that the racetrack, if you think about the Nürburgring and the drivers who drive there, those GT3 cars, just look at the pace, look at the precisement, look at how they position in the car, how fast they go. It's just insane to me.
Yeah.
And they're still passing. And they're still managing to pass. So what I'm trying to say here, the track like Ozarks have a big. It could be for the drivers. It's a gold mine.
Yeah.
Because they can practice technique. They can practice going fast on the edge, right? So that's why I like the track the most. And I put a lot of laps there. Believe me, I feel very, very comfortable with the racetrack. Like literally.
Yeah.
You need laps. That's all you need.
Yeah, I believe that. I'd love to see WRL back there someday. I've never personally been to the venue. What's the cell reception like out there?
The beauty of it, do you know what? They even have their own eagle there.
Oh.
So to me, Ozarks is like going to national park.
I believe that. Yeah.
It's very nice environment. You have a Lake of the Ozarks there. You can do on a weekend on the boat.
Yeah.
But the like I said, it's so cool for them to have their own eagle.
Yeah. That's cool. That's very cool. Eric Pilipchuk, thank you for stopping by. If you want to plug PSI Motorsports, I know you're based out of Illinois.
Yes.
But you offer a number of other services. Never mind any of the track time you can get down at Ozarks International Raceway. But you guys are also involved elsewhere as well.
Yes. So we do a little bit about PSI. We're hosting 4 track days at Ozarks. Planning to do 3 more at around Chicago area. We are focusing on drivers who would like to become a better driver, a faster driver, also the race car drivers. We are able to issue SCCA racing licenses. We're providing the car for rent. So I think we're growing. Not I think, but we are.
Sure.
And if anybody would like to become a race car driver or learn to how to drive your car fast, at PSI at PSImotorsportsusa.com. You'll see the schedule for 2025, and the whole deal with this is to have a good time.
Fantastic.
So
racing should be fun. I think it's taken us some time to get to that point, specifically in the WRL, but I think ultimately everybody is here to have a good time. They're here to become better race car drivers, and it sounds like PSI Motorsports certainly offers another opportunity to do exactly that.
Thank you so much for the talk.
Yeah, absolutely. Eric Pilipchuk, thanks for stopping by.
Thank you.
Best of luck for the 55. Go find out what's going on down there.
Yes, I'm going to go.
You're going to be back in the car later?
Yes, you should finish this race.
Awesome. We'll look out for it. Eric Pilipchuk, thank you for joining us. We'll see you soon.
See you. Thank you.
Yep.
our point counterpoint about Ozarks, Paul Sparta, excuse me, of Random Vandals, saying that Ozarks needs a major reconfiguration, in his opinion, and compares it, I would say, not too favorably to Palmer Motorsports Park. So, still lots of different opinions about Ozarks and what the future of that racetrack looks like as we get that beautiful white transition. We've got another standing yellow out. Is that another... We have another full course caution now? I think we do. We've gone immediately to a code 35, and I'm not sure for what. It sounds like we've got a car stopped at... Oh, it's the PC Racing number 44 is stopped around turn 7. That is listed as just car stopped without contact, so hopefully that's just a car that's lost power, not a car that's gone into the wall as the 92 did, or at least we believe the 92 did. This is on the way into that corner. We don't have a shot on the way out. That car was running P5 and GP1, was in the earlier stages of the race competing for the lead in GP1, but had since fallen down the order a bit. JT Tammy has left the premises and will be back with us for the last hour or so of the race.
You're not solo. You're safe.
Okay, thank God.
Yeah, in fact, it's still a trio on the open microphones anyway, because Jay Tompkins has joined us out of the Montgomery Motorsports number 24.
Glad to be
for
here.
now, just the 24. For now.
Correct.
Yeah.
There is some other cars coming that I may or may not ever put my seat in, but they're available for others.
They're not secret. It's not a secret, right?
No, it's not a secret.
Okay.
Not at all. No, it's out there. It's all over the Facebook pages and everywhere else. We're just trying to find some great drivers to come race with us.
So you're not sure you're going to run it?
I will, if let's say my seat is rented in 24 and we need some like really 24 is my home.
Gotcha.
These cars are there that, I mean, we drove it around on HPD yesterday, the GT4 Mustang. It is an awesome, awesome car. Love to get in it and race it at some point, but that is not my priority.
I gotcha. Is that a car with WRL GTO acumen, or was this a car from somewhere else?
Previously an IMSA car.
Okay.
So there were not very many of them out there. As far as I can tell, they only made 20 or 30 of them.
Mm-hmm.
This is chassis 11. It was run IMSA and Daytona and Indy last year, I think, were its last races. And so we've done nothing to it but put a radio in it and brought it here. We got it 3 weeks ago and said, let's see how it is. And it was great. We got to tune it a little bit for, hit 9 to 1. It maybe is a little overpowered, not by a lot. And then we also bought the Ford Performance GTO Mustang that has been in WRL a couple times in the last few years.
Yeah.
So we own that one too.
All right.
And running them as a pair.
98?
It was a 98.
Yeah,
it's not going to be 98 anymore, but it was.
I gotcha.
Yep.
Fascinating. So you guys, obviously, you're behind the wheel of number 24 this weekend. That's your home. Branded BMM, Montgomery Motorsports, Big Mission Motorsports. You've got the partnership with them out of Colorado. I believe I'm right in saying that the Mustang that you've just purchased is not going to be running in the BMM stand.
No, so Bruce Innovations is running both Mustangs for us.
Okay.
Full operation, race support, all that good stuff. It started with actually myself and the guy who just got out of 24, James Boyd, ran with Bruce at Charlotte because our car didn't go.
Oh, right, yeah.
That's sort of how we met them and started talking, and they were looking to expand their program and looking for other cars, and got my mind working and said, well, what else is out there? So I started looking, and I'm like, well, Mustangs are cool, and nobody else has them besides Ford Performance here, right? And that's the newest one. And you got to know somebody to get in that car. So
for sure,
these are available to whoever wants them. And in fact, Sebring we can do. We don't have a registration, but we can probably get there.
Okay.
Coda, both cars are registered if we fill them.
Both GTO cars.
Yes.
Okay.
And actually, we have a pro level guy in the GT4, so we really have 2 seats that are open to hopefully some really good drivers and go put that car up front. That's what we want to do.
Pro level.
Yeah, I can say his name. It's Alan Rudolph.
Okay.
So he was a national karting champion, owns a karting track. He's raced with us a bunch of
cool.
times. We know him pretty well, and he's a really, really good driver.
Nice. Looking forward to that. We're not really short on depth in GTO at the moment. So you guys have kind of got a mountain to climb there where that's concerned. But that being said, it seems like the folks down at Bruce Innovations, Devin Bruce, have got things figured out despite being a relatively young organization.
They do, and they've been doing racing for a long time.
Yeah.
They were in drifting for a long time, so they know cars and setup and all that sort of stuff, and they run a great program. I had a great time with them the weekend in Charlotte. In fact, we got spun by NFC and put in a wall, and 2 hours later they had us back on track.
That's right. I remember that.
And ended up 5th. So they know how to work and get cars and keep cars on track. So they're very excited about the Mustangs. They love them. They sound just
not like
incredible.
The 2 Series. Very different to the 2 Series.
Very different. And plus the GT4 is a sequential transmission.
Sure.
So that thing is just a whole nother ball of wax while you're out on track too. And it's a great car. The non-power boosted brakes is something you have to get used to.
Oh, interesting.
If you're not used to doing that, and I wasn't, first time in it, here, and that's a whole different animal.
Fascinating. Sure. So what you talk this up like it's going to be this amazing race car, and you're like, no, but I'm good with the 2 Series. What gives, man? You really just not? Are you just not interested, or what?
So GP1, as you guys were talking about earlier, it's a builder's class, right? We know a lot of the teams. We're friends with a lot of the teams.
Sure.
It's a competitive thing. I'm not saying I don't want to race in GTO, but for now, my heart's at GP1.
You just want to hang out with Will Choice for it.
I don't know about Will Choice.
That must be it.
But you got Big Mission, Peter Chang, PC Racing. I mean, and Choice. We're all from Houston,
of course,
so we know each other pretty well. We trade parts, we buy stuff from each other, and actually Peter's car these days is actually closer to us than his own house at the moment.
Wild.
Of where he stores it and works on it and so forth. So, it's a small community, and I just saw this as an opportunity to do more race car, and that's cool. So.
I don't disagree. It's a big ask, right? Running 2 cars in a class that you haven't run. Was the old 24 ever a GTO car?
No.
Okay.
We built it in a manner that we could run GTO if we wanted to with the fuel cell and so forth. But again, GP1 is just where
that's what I thought. Yeah, it is kind of neat to see. I like the GT4 cars. I like being able to run internationally relevant cars or specifications of cars in WRL. I think it's added so much to the series over the years. But there's also been a lot of turnover in the WRL, and a lot of the team names in GTO are brand new, right? Or they weren't here 3, 4, 5 years ago. So to see the Montgomery name and you guys that have been around for the long term say, hey, actually, we're going to go play in that now too. Arguably for fun, but I'm also sure for business. We want it to make sense. It's got to make sense. But to go get involved at the pointy end where there is all that depth that didn't exist when you guys first got into the World Racing League is a very cool progression of things. And I applaud you for both sticking it out and committing to some of the newer stuff.
I don't think I'm talking out of turn here. Bruce basically said, we want to be the open throttle of GTO.
Okay.
And what that really means is have a deep program, right? Open throttle has 7 cars here. That's incredible, right? So they want to become that for GTO and have a place for people to come GTO. Maybe it's not quite as expensive, a little bit easier to get into, not so elite-ish.
Yeah.
From you got to know somebody to get in a certain car, that sort of thing. And also, we found these Mustangs and thought, well, hey, there's a lot of Mustang people out there. Everybody loves a Mustang, and it's something different, right? It's not another M4. So give it a try.
I'm for sure all for that. I don't know Mike that well. He came and chatted with us at High Plains for longer than he probably needed to. But he gave us a lot of his time. I got to know him. And I understand why Mike has the reputation that he does, right? It's not just that he puts a bunch of cars out on track and gives people seats to rent, but that he is almost always the first name recommended when somebody says, hey, I'm looking to rent a seat for.
It's a phenomenal place to start because you can start with him in GP2 or GP3, work your way up to GP1, and the cars, he keeps them on track. He runs a great program.
For sure.
So the idea was like, okay, let's say you do that progression and you want to go up into the GT4 spec. Well, we have 2 Mustangs for you. You can go to the one that's a GT4 clone, which is the Ford Performance car, or you can go full GT4 with the real Ford Mustang GT4, and realistically, at a 9-to-1 rate ratio, they should be the same on track, but two different experiences and how they drive a little bit. Suspensions are all the same, subframes are all the same, the bodies are all the same, the chassis is all the same. It's the drivetrain's a little bit different.
Of course. I'm sure. Are the electronics different as well? You get more driver aids in the GT4 car. Have they duplicated that in the homebrew?
It is not quite as good in the homebrew.
Okay.
But the stuff is still there, right? It's a little more refined in the GT4 with the, I can change the, it's funny, we were looking at it yesterday, and there's a, the ABS dial. And it literally starts, and it's 9 positions. It starts in rain, goes to sun. It's literally white and then yellow. And then it goes around to setting 8 and 9, and it says, and it's red, and it says customer on it. Like, you need some ABS, stay over here, and then off. So don't dial it over here unless you know what you're doing, type of thing. So
interesting. That is interesting. The point I was going to make is in comparing it to the open throttle program, is, as you aptly did, I get the sense that what Bruce Innovations is doing, what Devin is doing, his team, are slowly building that acumen, right? They've taken, okay, yes, the 333 had, championship caliber. It won a championship, right? I think at the hands of JTR Motorsports Engineering before they picked it up and ran it in-house. They've obviously got the BMW that came from Choice, maybe? Forget where the 444 came from.
It was a Choice car.
Yes. Okay. It was the old Choice GP2 or whatever car. But it seems like they are also now kind of building this this reputation to say, okay, hey, if you're looking to rent a seat, somebody asks on the Facebook group or whatever, that Devin's name is another one that comes out. You guys obviously have built your 2 series up from scratch. The Montgomery name and you guys personally being attached to that effort as well can only be a positive thing. That remain committed to WRL and what the series is doing, and it just seems like such a great marriage of brands and names to go do something not unique, but slightly different at a high level.
And the series is awesome. Everybody's waiting for the schedule. We know it's going to come out next week finally, which is phenomenal because everybody's just sort of sitting on their hands going, what are we doing next year? We know we got Watkins, which everybody was excited for, and I think this place is phenomenal.
Your first time here?
First time here ever.
Man.
Again, the weather is great. The view is great. The track is phenomenal. If you haven't come. And it is, at this point, I'd say it's absolutely one of my favorites, or if not the favorite.
This is not a flash in the pan, one and done, you think?
No, I rate tracks of would I come back.
Yeah.
And during practice, even after I actually crashed our car, I'm still.
Is that why the front end's all dinged up?
Yes.
Okay. We noted that.
Had a slight modification from taking turn 1 a little bit wrong, and ended up in the tire wall.
What? Oh, yeah.
Turn 1, I don't know what I did. I'm not going to get into it, but basically I slid sideways and so I slid down and bumped into the tire wall and destroyed all the. It didn't get into like the structure. It was the bumper and the headlights and all that just got.
You don't need those anyway.
Oh, we don't. Now they're taped.
Yep, sure.
Like an old touring car from like the 90s.
Yes, exactly. Just strap the thing together and hope for the best.
We may, if we get time, might draw some headlights on it, tonight for tomorrow, just to make something different.
You're going to be awfully close. I might be pulling cameras in the dark today. We'll see. We're running up against it. I know a little bit about the schedule for next year. I'm sure you probably have some feelers on them.
Well, there's some that we probably always have had that'll be there, right? The May Road Americas and things like that, I'm guessing. I'm hoping Watkins Glen is back on there again, and Sebring seems to be the same, Coda's the same.
Yeah.
It's sort of the Summer and Barber and Atlanta and how those might move around or not move around. And, it's I think it'll be good.
I hope so. I look forward to it. Is the general, obviously your opinions of Watkins Glen are very high. Are you getting a general sense from the paddock that they kind of share the same, or is there anybody that's really outspoken about like, hey, we don't need to be here?
No, absolutely not. It's a very raceable track. It's a very fun track. In fact, it flows much, while it's the same concept as sort of Road America, if you think about it, right?
A little bit.
The track flows differently. You don't have these just big, long straights like you do at Road America to sort of collect yourself. Like it's sort of taking a big track and making it technical.
Sure.
Because you're doing something a lot.
Yeah. Do you feel the speed? Like when you're behind the wheel? It's a quick track, right?
You do to an extent. I can tell you when I was in the GT4 in practice yesterday, I felt it a lot more.
I bet. Yeah.
Coming
Maybe
up
you're
the
not
S's,
the right person to ask because you're running between the GT4 and the.
Yeah, coming up the S's and hitting 155 before you hit the brakes real hard. It's something.
But I mean, you're hitting the brakes real hard for a couple hundred feet, and you're down to fourth gear probably for the inner loop, maybe third, maybe.
Well, I wanted to ask about the inner loop because we're seeing now. I don't know if this has been a situation the entire race or if we're just seeing it now, but we're seeing a lot of cars at this stage of the race driving real deep into the inner loop and not really hitting that second left-hand apex. And I wonder if that's just a really easy way to take that corner, to just drive it in way too deep and have to pull it back for the end of the chicane, or if that's just an experience thing, or what your read on that was.
I would also say that while I haven't been out today, I go in next. As of yesterday, not hitting that inside corner on the second,
the left hand,
the
first
left,
yeah.
You don't want to hit that.
Okay.
It's like rounded, and it wants to throw the car up.
Oh, so it's the curb itself.
Yes.
Okay.
So ultimately, I would tell you to go deeper, square it off, and then get straight to go to the chicane.
Even though there's no run on the exit, you're not maximizing your exit for straight line speed, right?
Right, because you have lots of room.
Yeah.
And so I'd rather try to stay off that curb and stay wider and come through than cut it in and hit that curb, because it just disrupts the car.
Are you guys able to hammer that the new curb that's there at the entry, or are you having to stay off that as well?
No, you can hit it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, our car will take
Send
it
it.
just fine.
All right, interesting. That was a big concern when the photos first came out in the spring, that they had reprofiled the curb with those bolt-ins, and was that, well, now if you run over it, you could puncture, something underneath, puncture an oil tank or whatever, by hitting the more pointed curbs. I don't know if they've been shaved down over the last couple of months or what the situation is up there, but it seems like, based on what I've seen this weekend, like you can just hammer that first one, and now you're telling me it's actually the second one that's going to upset the car way more.
Yeah, the first one, and depending on the car, our car is a little bit soft.
Okay.
So it absorbs it pretty well. If you have a really stiff car, it would probably disrupt it more, but it disrupts our car. The second one, or the left turn in, disrupts our car. It wants to throw it up, so you don't want to be over there, because now you get discombobulated to trying to get into the carousel and come around.
Well, and so I don't know if you saw yesterday, just before lunchtime, the Chattanooga Touring Wagon guys had an accident up there at the end of the race. They had their.
We were taping our car together. So.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Well, I mean, you could say that.
Actually, Kevin and Sean did most of the taping. I was feeling bad for myself.
Oh, okay. Cook everybody lunch or something. So anyway, it looked like, based on the onboard camera, like the driver that was on board the car caught that second curb, and it upset the car. It turned into an overcorrection, and the thing hooked hard right and went into the safer barrier between the third and the fourth corner. And I mean, it's not. I've never driven here. I've never raced here. I'm not a racing driver anyway. But it seems like that the margin, if you get it wrong at the second apex, is a lot smaller than the margin if you get it wrong at the first apex. Right? If you get it upset at the second one, you're liable to overcorrect and go right, or spin the car all the way around and go left. Either way, you're much closer to hitting something there than you are at the beginning.
Yeah, the beginning really isn't because you're braking in a straight line, you turn in and just sort of go straight over it.
You just putting the car on the right trajectory to avoid that second curve.
Yep.
Interesting. Did you have much sense of that kind of thing before you got here? Were you working with a coach or on a simulator or anything, or was it just?
I did about 30 laps on the little simulator I have at home in a M4 GT4 and a Mercedes GT4, just to get the feel of it. But it is nowhere close to actually being out here.
Okay.
Because you can't feel unless you got this $20,000 simulator that moves you around and G-forces and all of that. You can feel what the car is doing. You're really just seeing what things can happen versus actually driving.
Sure. And the curbs are all the wrong color.
And we're amateur drivers. Right. So when people start talking about brake at this pole and you see this color change, I'm like, I'm just keeping the car on the track as best I can and going as fast as I can. All that is too much for me. So.
Interesting. Yeah, it's not a discussion we have very often. I won't take up too much of your time. You got to go get in the car you broke yesterday. No, got to go get in the car.
See, Sean hasn't been up here yet. He already likes you.
I know. I got to endear myself to everybody a little bit, and you already like me, so I think anyway.
He used to.
Used to, right? I did this to Cole Lofsgaard last time too. Getting real good at it. So, are you really because I would be under the impression that, okay, you get the laps behind the simulator, you're getting a sense of what the markers are and then picking them out when you get into the race car, right? So like, okay, I've been braking at the 300 board. There's the 300 board. Here's where my eyes should be, right?
No.
You're really not even carrying that over into getting
or I didn't do enough, right? I did enough to just go, I've been around this place and I'm not totally blind when I come out here. Sean, by the way, though, came out here totally blind, and then I crashed the car, and he went out for one lap at 50 miles an hour because the car was still unhappy, and then he started the race this morning. So kudos to him. He figured it out.
Oh, properly blind. Not only didn't know the track,
properly blind,
like the back of his hand, but also didn't know the car.
But part of starting the race, in our opinion, was because we started at the back of GP1. Because even though the lap I put down would have put us in 6th, someone forgot to put the transponder on the car. Yesterday morning.
Somebody.
Yeah, and I only noticed it when after we're taking the front of the car apart and go, there's no transponder.
So it's a good thing, actually.
Well, what it allowed for is he got to start at the back and then just go follow people. And 3 laps in, we knew there'd be co-35s, and okay, this is how you can get your sight laps, so to speak, because you haven't been.
Sure.
That would be better than going out right now.
Yeah.
In the middle of the race and trying to figure it out.
That's it's a fair point. You look at you look at professional sports car racing and endurance racing, where again you're sharing cars. You've got about the same amount of practice on a Friday here as you would have over the course of a race weekend at a pro event, but they're split up into much smaller chunks. So you go out for 30, 35 minutes at a time. 1 or 2 of those laps is getting the car up to speed, tires up to temperature, feeling out where the grip is and isn't, and then trying to get after it and figure out the track for yourself. It's really not enough time to settle in and make yourself really comfortable. Those 30 laps you did in the sim are going to take an hour and a half. Right? You've got 35 minutes at a time that you're also splitting with 2 or 3 other guys. So that's a fair point, especially at a track that most of us haven't, or many of us haven't been to before.
Correct.
Yeah. It's an interesting sort of carryover to the way pros do it.
Yep. So anybody out there that wants to race a Mustang, hit up Bruce Innovations. They are
hit you up as
sweet
well?
cars.
Or is it mostly turned over to Bruce?
They do 100% of it. They can hit me up. I'm just going to put them to Bruce eventually, just because they're coordinating it all. When do you go? Which race do you want? They're supporting the cars and so forth. So you can hit me up on Facebook or whatever. I mean, I'm posting stuff just like they are. There's a really cool burnout video from yesterday that we posted it, and just turn your sound up. That's all I got to say. You won't be disappointed, and they are cool cars to be in for sure.
Last question I got for you. We going Montgomery Motorsports blue or Bruce Innovations yellow /
So the car, interesting. So it's a real GT4 car that they actually painted black. Painted black. So they took the wrap off and we're like, it's black. Even though the door jambs are white.
Yeah.
Car's black. Which is a decent base for sort of the Bruce Innovations style. The wrap's going to look the same. We've got some of it on there, sort of the neon green going to go on and so forth. So it is going to be that similar looking. Both cars will, with a white and a black base.
Very cool. I'm looking forward to seeing it. If we're physically going to have it at COTA, whether or not it's on the grid, I will absolutely stop by and check it out. It's very, very cool.
And or come by Garage 2. It's sitting there all weekend.
Garage 2?
Yep.
That's in the NASCAR garages? Fantastic. You heard it from Jay Tompkins, who's joined us up here on DriversEye Live. Thank you, Jay.
Welcome.
Thanks for being a good sport about putting your car in the tire barrier yesterday.
It happens.
Best of luck to you guys. You guys, good day so far?
Yeah. We're having fuel pump issues, and so we can't get all the fuel out of the car, and so we have to stop more often, and we had a lap penalty for crew over the wall or something, so it's one of those days.
Gotcha. All right, well, keep an eye out on the blue number 24 BMW 2 Series, and for sure go out to Garage 2 and check out the Ford Mustangs. That'll be part of the Bruce Innovations stable end of this year, beginning of next year. Jay Tompkins,
thank you, sir.
Very much. Enjoy.
Bit of housekeeping while Brendan gets resituated. So we're getting to the point of the race where teams have used up their sort of joker for like one of the TLM Astons slow into the inner loop. I don't actually know if TLM is here, but it's an Aston, and not doing the expected speed through the bus stop. We've got a couple pit lane penalties because we're getting to the point where teams have used their one warning up. 153, who we noted was in trouble for not having the right fuel jugs. They were given another lap penalty for having too many tires over the wall. We've got a waving yellow here right at pit in. That'll be turn 11. We don't have the camera there, I don't think. Impact to driver's left. So someone's gone wide coming out of the final corner. And we've gone full course yellow. No identification yet on the car that's involved in that, or if there were multiple cars involved in that, but we are going to have to recover that vehicle. Possibly look at the tire wall, the condition of the tire wall over there, because that is where you would end up. Safety vehicle en route, parked in between turns 10 and 11. You see them hard to driver's left. We're also going to sweep some debris off the track, it looks like. The other penalty that we've got to report is it is the 118 for, I think that was Blaze Racing. They are P9 in GP1 at the moment. Improper fire gear. So that was their first penalty, I believe, of the day. Second infraction, first penalty. The number 50, about an hour or so ago, was given a lap penalty for improper fire gear and over the wall early. And as we just heard, the 24, I can confirm, given a lap penalty for the crew being over the wall before the car was stopped.
Yeah, I think Jay seemed to acknowledge that that was going to be the case if it hadn't already been.
Yes, so that is just sort of official confirmation of the reasoning that he gave for that penalty.
Yeah, okay.
It looks like it's contact between the 777 and the 926, which has brought out this full course yellow. 777 obviously for Big Mission Motorsport, the 926, Fast Track Racing. That is a BMW M4 GT4.
So, I think it's for the 75 down at turn 11.
Oh, you're absolutely right. It's a separate incident.
So I'm not sure that the 777-926 contact resulted in anything.
No, it's at the wrong part of the track. So you're absolutely right. That is not related to the yellow. It's the 75 for AOA that's brought this out.
Yeah, sorry. So I put the headset back on and I thought I heard you referencing it. We can't see it. It's out of the view of the camera, and if I look far to my right, it's behind the Go Bowling / Mission Foods bridge. I do see some flashing lights it's right at the entry to the corner on driver's left. So just to the left of where our camera actually sits here. I've seen...
Oh, we've gone red, is that right?
Oh, yeah. You're absolutely right. So I was just going to say, we were here in June for the Super Tour. And a good friend of DriversEye Live, John Weisberg, who's a pretty well-known guy up in these parts, upstate New York, based out of Webster, New York, near Rochester, had a pretty almighty shunt down there at turn 11, where the car went in fast backwards. It was a BMW Z4, brand new build, and just absolutely smacked the turn 11 safer barrier. Now, the safer barrier does a good job at dissipating energy, as it's designed to do, but you're still carrying an awful lot of speed in there, whether you're in a touring car, a GP3 car, whatever the case happens to be. And I do just wonder if, even with a glancing blow there, if the angle of the safer barrier, the angle of the wall relative to the corner is such that you could actually do quite a bit of damage there just backing the car in. So they are sending some additional vehicles that direction, despite already having a handful of them on scene. So wait to see what the situation is down there. Again, it's the 75, which will be from AOA Racing GP3. It's the bright yellow Mazda MX-5. Didn't see any telltale sort of tire marks down at that area of the track either.
Yeah, did you say that was on the... It looked like the car was on the way into the corner?
It looks like... So if I were to sort of recreate it, it almost looks like if you were to drop a wheel on the way in, right, and have the car kind of snap around on you. It's just a little bit further around the corner than I otherwise would have expected.
Got it, okay.
It's one of the places here at Watkins Glen, unfortunately, that just does not have a lot of margin for error. Where if you get the car in there backwards, there's really no opportunity to scrub speed off. And even those GP3 cars are probably doing 80 miles an hour at the apex, 75 to 80. So this all happening nearing on 2 o'clock. We have ripped through the last 2 hours or so. Just over 3 hours remain on the clock. You see in the upper left-hand corner of the screen has turned red. We went from code 35 into a red flag. Now, there's a lot to project out here over the next little while. But Joseph, this is the one situation we had talked about earlier on in the day that would reset the field in the form of a safety car.
Yeah, it is, and it depends on how this session is restarted. In the past, for example, places like Barber where it's a scheduled red flag, a black flag all, you bring everybody down pit lane and you sort of regroup everybody, and it turns into sort of a 2+5 situation. This is going to be a little different from that. I'm not sure if we're gonna go black flag all first of all, and then secondly, I don't know that we're going to pack the field up. It really depends on sort of discretion of race direction. There are cars that are in the pits, and it's. I do need to remind everybody that there is no work to be done during a red flag situation. And you see, some cars, door open. The driver's probably just trying to not bake in there. They may be in the middle of a driver change, whatever. Yeah, it's a little up in the air. I think when this has happened at other Code 35 tracks, well, actually, it wasn't at the Code 35 track. I'm thinking of Road America. There was a red flag, I think, in 22, that was sort of restarted just by bringing everybody back under full course yellow to start. If that happens, all that this really does is take time off the clock. It doesn't reset the running order, so to speak. It doesn't jumble people back up. And so you still have the, instead of delta time, it's just delta distance, if that makes any sense.
Yes, I will say that in almost every other case, the way these are handled is to send the safety car out, park it in front of the overall race leader, and to queue the field up behind the safety car. Now, there are all obviously slightly different ways you can handle this. The problem comes in where are all cars started and ready to go at the same time? Is every corner station moving from red to purple at the same time? And are there advantages or disadvantages that occur as a result of this move out of the red flag? I agree with you. I think there's really no reason you couldn't just go back to straight code 35, but I think the way the rules are typically written in both the subs and whatever the sporting regulations equivalent is that when you come back from a red flag, an operational red flag, that you gather the field up behind the safety car and proceed with a safety car restart rather than a code 35 restart. We'll wait and see on that one. I haven't heard anything from RJ or anybody that's involved a couple of doors to my right here. But I'm going to assume that's the way this is likely headed. I don't think we had any real pit stops here either in the time that we went to code 35 before the red flag was displayed.
That's a good... I mean, there are, as we can see, there are a handful of cars in the pit lane. I think I'm showing the 58 for Stratus in the lane, the 124 So not the.
So
the,
those
the
cars
team.
have already gone.
Okay, that makes sense.
The
So that
cars
would
I see, just for what it's worth, the cars I see
Yeah.
in front of me: 38 Palomar, 90, which is the not GT4 Supra, the 52 ACP Tangerine Associates BMW, the 211 from Krabby Kraut. The 926 is into the pit lane. That was the car that had contact with the 777 just before the code 35 down at turn 5, and one of the open throttle BMWs that I can't immediately identify.
Yeah, so cars that have probably come and gone from pit lane will include the 124. So that's the team car to your GTO leader, GTR 99, the 67 and 525 for open throttle and Ruben ASF, respectively. Not 100% sure how many of those have been in the pit lane. Like the 67 and 525, for example, they're toward the back of the order in GP2, so they may have been there for a while. Palomar and Harrison, third and fourth in GP1, both seem to have been in the lane. We've got a pit marshal at the end of pit lane holding a red flag to make sure that nobody leaves pit lane. I don't think that's a new development, but it does make me wonder if we're setting up to go black flag all.
So let's do this.
Yeah.
We're just about to crest the 5-hour complete mark, 3 hours to go. Let's take a quick advertising break here, a commercial break on DriversEye Live. We're just going to hold off on coming back with commentary while we're under this red flag, so we get a little bit more information on exactly what to expect. I'm going to go try and coordinate a little bit with the fine folks over in race control. And when we have an update, hopefully just within a few minutes, I certainly wouldn't go anywhere. But if I have an update within the next few minutes about what our procedure is going to look like here at Watkins Glen, then we will chime back on the microphones and do exactly that. So enjoy this brief interruption from Continental Tires. Say hello to them and thank them for their support of the World Racing League as the spec tire provider in the general production classes. And yeah, keep it right here for the next couple of minutes where we will rejoin you from Watkins Glen International.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Watkins Glen International in Watkins Glen, New York, just the south end of Seneca Lake. The World Racing League ready to resume action from this 3.45-mile circuit, arguably one of the most scenic that you'll see just about anywhere. A brief red flag to facilitate some cleanup from an incident down at turn number 11. Get the car recovered, squared away, clean up any fluids that may have been left behind, and get ourselves back to racing action. Joseph, I'm going to leave this to you for just a second while we figure out exactly what's going on here coming back to green.
Yeah, it sounds like the safety car was scrambled, so we're trying to get a handle on how we're going to go back to green flag running. There are really two options. Either we go straight back to a code 35, which I don't believe we've done. I think everybody here is pacing faster than 35 miles an hour. But what I believe is happening is we're going to try to get everybody formed back up behind the safety car. And we're going to have that safety car restart that we were talking about possibly having. You see this group here is probably doing about 35. The group behind them, not so much. I'm not sure if we have eyes on where the safety car is.
No, not yet.
I know we think it was scrambled, but I don't know that we actually saw it.
Oh, it's at start finish, Joseph. It's
okay,
made it to start finish. Yeah. So it picked up the 59, the overall race leader, who has since pitted, of course. It does find itself now in front of the 600. Does the Toyota Camry safety car. The 59 is rolling. The 914 pitted as well. That's significant because they've actually... Oh, no, they're on the start-finish line. That's why. It's happened again. So they've picked up a lap. They'll cycle back through to have only completed 114. The important thing, though, is that it stayed out ahead of that number 59 and prevented a situation where it was going to get cycled through to the tail end of the lead lap and therefore potentially split from the remainder of the GTO cars, which I don't know if you mentioned, Joseph. I just had to take a quick call there about the restart procedure. That is the concern here, right? Is that your overall race leader picked up by the safety car has the potential to split the GTO cars by virtue of not being a GTO car.
Yeah, I mean, this was the scenario that we thought was sort of the wild card, basically, of the race. If a situation like this doesn't happen, then you're talking about sort of gaps staying the same, more or less, building and ebbing and flowing, depending on how things transpire. Now you've got this incident that has interrupted the race, and you potentially... Anybody who is on the same lap is going to be bunched up behind... Well, this is the 600 that it's caught, which is your GP3 leader. So that they'll just catch the first leader that they find.
It's actually just the next car. It's not even the next class leader. It's just whoever the next car is, yeah. And that happened to be a class leader.
Right, okay. So they've collected the 600. Everyone's going to bunch up behind them. And, yeah, as you say, some cars are going to be split across lap lines because of that. And it's going to sort of fragment some of these battles up a little bit. I don't know what... I mean, the answer will be we'll see how it shakes out when we go back to green. I think we're still potentially going to have the opportunity for cars to pit. Obviously, some will have been in the pit lane when this red flag came out, who were trying to take advantage of the code 35.
Yeah, so in just kind of quickly parsing some of the information I'm seeing out the window and what we're also seeing on live timing. The 59 was in, 58 was not. 914 we know came in very, very early but left ahead of the 59. The 123 NFC Motorsports Mercedes has since come and gone as well. Now what you see at timing with the 914 being out in the lead, that car is unfortunately pitted on the timing loop. And I learned from timing guru Dave McDaniels, the timing loop isn't actually at start-finish in the pit lane. The loop that they're using is about, I don't know, maybe 10 feet, 8 to 10 feet before the start-finish line. and the gaps in the stalls don't match where the loop is. So that 914 car, by virtue of where its stall has been placed, is actually tripping timing once when it comes in and once again when it leaves. So it's not completed 115, it's actually completed 114.
Right,
114, which is the same number of laps as everybody else in GTO, with the exception of the number 123, who has actually completed 115 into and out of the pit lane. I think what we're going to see here is that 123 basically being on a lap by itself. I think that's where the spin has come. We're going to have to wait till they come back around.
Yeah.
There it is. It's, it could be the 24, but
I agree with that. I mean, I'm looking at the timing that we have internally. I'm showing a full lap gap between the 123 and the 888. So that's really broken well for the 123. It's broken not so well for our picture of the race, unfortunately.
Well, there they all are, actually. 888, 70, 914 are all right in a row ahead of the number 26 from Ed's Autosports in GP1. But those are your players, right? 99 is probably a couple cars further back. There it is, top of the hill. The 123 is at the tail end of this pack. I think that's exactly what's happened. I think, unfortunately, and it is the flow of the race, so it can happen.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, the worst scenario of having the field split by a rogue safety car is exactly what's happened in GTO specifically.
Yeah, and it's worked out obviously perfectly for the 123. So they'll be thrilled at the outcome of this. Everybody behind them, not so much.
Some other quick notes: the 74 from AOA Racing pulled into the paddock after we went back to full course yellow, as did the number 777. Now, from memory, the 777 and the 926 were involved in contact that preceded. Now, that was way earlier, substantially earlier, now that I look at it.
I wanted to clean up something that from one of the earlier Code 35 periods where we had the 55 off track, stopped at turn 10, and then we had the Porsche up at the top of the outer loop. And I was just going back through the feed that went out to YouTube, so anybody can verify this as well. But it looked like something, maybe one of the corners failed on the back of the Porsche, on the back of the which car would that have been? The 981, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I don't see any contact on the causing that spin, but the car gets extremely squirrely going through the inner loop. Lots of corrections, and then eventually the car kind of just swaps ends. And also the fact that it parked up at the outside of turn 6. A lot of that leads me to believe that something has failed suspension-wise on that car. I don't know that it's actually come back out, but I don't believe that there was contact, at least as the immediate cause of that accident.
Well, I mean, we talked about the curbs a little bit with Jay Tompkins when he was up here out of the number 24 Montgomery Motorsports, BMM Montgomery Motorsports, BMW. But we talked about the curbs as being, something that'll upset the car. It also do some damage, enough impacts and very hard impacts over some pretty tall curbs or very sudden curbs eventually is going to take its toll on parts that are going to fail at some point. And it's possible that a couple of good whacks to the left or right rear corner of that car under load was more than that car was capable of handling.
Yeah, it does look like they've come back out. So maybe something as simple as a linkage in the suspension coming undone that was repairable. Maybe a bad damper. Who knows?
When in doubt, just be the damper.
Yes. This corner of the car's bouncing around a lot. I wonder why.
Yeah, weird that.
Every once in a while, you think to yourself, I've been listening to Martin Haven for way too long.
Frequently, actually.
Yeah. Really, at this point, just trying to get a handle on where the lights are off on the top of on the roof of the safety car and now off on the front. So I think that's a good indication.
You've managed to catch it in between the two switch flips.
Yes.
Amazing.
Yeah, they went to the second fuel tank. The second fuel pump. So this is going to be a situation that we haven't had this entire race because of the Code 35s, where we've got all these classes interspersed within each other on a green flag situation. So we haven't had to deal with this. None of the drivers and the teams have really had to deal with this yet at this track. This will be really interesting to see how this develops to make sure everybody can keep it clean and green.
Yeah, as you say, it's been quite literally since the beginning of the race that they've been in this position. We had the conversation with Eric Pilipchuk earlier about exactly what that flow of the race was like in those early days when the GTO cars were in amongst the general production cars. It's exactly what we've got at the front of the field. Remember, with that 600 number 600 leading GP3 and leading the field overall. 4 of the 5 of the GTO cars get around them around that 600 car before we get to turn number 1. All pretty well behaved and actually fairly strung out towards the tail end of the field here. It looks more chaotic than I think it actually is there at the exit of turn number 1. Well, there's some 2 and 3 wide up over the crest of turn number 3, so perhaps not. Remember that the battle you see at the front of the field in terms of track position headed down into the inner loop now is a battle for what is essentially second in GTO, because the GTO leader is more or less a full lap ahead of that group. So the 70, the 914, the 888, and the 99, all in that group of cars, kind of fighting for second best at the moment. That being said, they do have clear air, so if you're going to make up ground on that 90-95% of a lap margin that the 123 has got at the moment, this is where you've got to do it.
Yeah, the other question is going to be, what is the actual pace differential between all these cars? Because the 914, I don't know if there's enough time on the clock, especially after this about half an hour red flag that we've just been through. There is a pace differential between the 914 and the 123 that doesn't exactly favor the 123 for NFC Motorsports. So it will be curious to see how that develops over the next 2.5 hours.
Remember, they were into the pit lane, so there's a potential for a driver change there as well,
yes,
which can send the pace differential back the other way. Also a reminder that our stint length limits in the World Racing League are 3 hours. So the hired gun in that car is typically Aaron Povaledo. If they so choose, they could install him now and send him till the end, which would make it really, really difficult for even the fastest guys in the 888, the 70, and otherwise to be able to make up that type of a margin this deep into the race.
914 confirmed going ahead of the 888 on that last lap, so that will be +1 position. The gap officially, that time by 149.6.
And that is the margin from first to second,
yes,
in GTO, right? With that all happening behind the 2 GTU race leaders, Stratus 59 and 58. Which is not something we should gloss over, by the way. Those are your 2 overall race leaders who are separated by about 4.5 seconds on track. But yes, it is an intra stable battle for those Sevico and V01s, but still quite a bit to fight for. Obviously, the overall race win still to fight for with 150 minutes remaining.
I had to do the math on that really quickly. Yeah, exactly. And there are gaps. The only other class I feel like that has been, or as far as I can tell, that's been split up in the way that GTO has is possibly GP2, where the Harrison 164 is now a lap and change behind the 211 for Krabby Kraut. GP1 and GP3 both have about 10-second gaps between their first and second position cars. That All-Star Racing number 5 in GP1 is another 10 seconds in arrears of Palomar number 38. So that is I think fair to say, a 3-car battle for the lead and the win in GP1 still. GP3 is realistically down to the 600 for Ruben Performance Garage and the 85 for AOA Racing.
Yeah. That GP1 battle, as you said, completely untouched at the moment. If anything, it's brought it back together. But realistically, the 26, 38, and 5 have been, I mean, the numbers we've hauled all day in GP1. Very little to choose between them, and in some cases, even coming down to a battle between the crews under Code 35. So happy that that has remained basically as it was. Worth noting at the moment that the 59 from Stratus is tucked up right underneath the back of, I believe it was the 888, headed down into turn number 1 there. They jump on board with that. Is this the 60 or the 59, Jordan?
I think it's the 60.
Yeah, I think it's a 60. Yeah, I think so. Tough to tell because of the colors washing out in the sunlight there, headed towards the south, but it looks like some green trim on that car.
The only reason I think it's a 60 is I think this is the car that we were on board with when they had to come in to fix whatever was going on with the front of the car.
You're right, and it is, you can see the green trim on it there, so that is the 60. Anyway, the 59 was tucked up right behind the number 888. Now, we don't expect any more any more safety cars. Right? Everything from here on out, barring what we just had, should be a normal Code 35. However,
but we weren't expecting the first one, were we?
Exactly my point. So there is some, if not urgency, there is some justification for trying to keep yourself on the overall lead lap. With that being said, in clear air for that number 59, I don't know that the GTO cars are going to be able to effectively defend. Especially bearing in mind how close the 59 already is. 914 flashes through. The margin is this time a minute 38. What did you say it was before, Joseph?
Last I have registered is a 141.
Okay, yeah, it's down to 138.4 now.
Yeah,
so it is coming down, but this is gonna be one of those. Go ahead. Sorry.
I think it was 150 at one point. So it's coming down quickly, but it's, I mean, you are up against the clock here if you're
right.
If you're the modern auto body number 914.
So it's gonna be one of those stints where you've got to put in the laps pretty metronomically here, and pick off 1.5 to 2.5 seconds at a time. It's there's still a long way to go here. 2.5 minutes is a long time. Those NFC guys are really, really good in the pit lane, which is going to kind of hamper that effort a little bit. There are still opportunities to, get things right under Code 35 if we have any more of those. But for sure, it's going to be a long old stint behind the wheel of any car that's trying to chase down that 123 Mercedes.
Yeah, and the fact that there's no pit stop offset at this point anymore either. Really, you're probably talking about. We took the green with about 2.5 hours ago, roughly. You're probably talking about a pretty. If we stayed green the entire time, you'd be talking about a pretty easy, I think, maybe 2.5 stint race. I don't think anybody would be able to stretch it to be able to do it on just one more stop. Maybe one of the heavyweight cars, but none of the sort of GT4 off-the-shelf cars are going to be able to make the rest of that on one more stop. You wouldn't think.
So there are a couple of finer points to be made here in the shadow of that safety car and race resumption. Number one, I don't think it mattered for the 914 unless they were directly behind the 59 when the 59 pitted. If they followed the 59 into the pit lane, then in some ways they made their own bed with being caught a full lap or nearly a full lap down to the class leader. You would want to be as close as you could to the front of the pack, although you wouldn't cycle back around, so it may not have mattered much. However, that being said, the 70 and the 888 did not pit under the full course yellow, right? So they are going to owe us a stop substantially earlier than the 914 does. and also substantially earlier than the 123 does. 123 pitted with, well, it's just a couple of laps ago, so let's call it 2 hours 40-ish remaining. That is for sure still going to be 2 stops. I'm not convinced that we're at a point yet where the 70, or we think the 70 and the 888 are going to be able to make it on 2 more. There is still a world where they owe us a 3rd stop.
Yeah.
Right. Pit now, hour runs off the clock. You're down to 123. Hour runs off the clock. You're down to 23 minutes.
Yeah.
And that's 3 stops there.
So I've just noticed the 70 get around the 888, actually, while we've been talking about this. And they've been pretty metronomic in their lap times since we went back to green. More so, question mark? Not quite. I don't quite have the pace of the 914, but they're not exactly hanging around. The 123 isn't doing slow lap times, but they're not doing the same sort of pace as the 914. They may be doing enough, is the point. If they're comfortable doing 203s, 204s, the 914 is doing 2-minute zeros, 2-minute ones. It's a big pace differential, but I don't know that it's going to be enough to make up the gap here. I think that's going to be interesting. Which means you know what it's time for, Brendan.
Oh, yeah.
Because
immediately off the back of the full course yellow we didn't expect, or the safety car we didn't expect.
Well, so, I mean, that's why I think having these statistical-ish tools is useful, because it's completely changed our perception of what the race is going to be.
Yeah.
So we need something, in my personal opinion, we need something to kind of recalibrate.
We did get a full green flag run in earlier, right?
Yeah, I think so. If we didn't, we got really close to it.
Yeah.
So at the moment, this is claiming that the 914 and the 123 have pretty similar odds, which is an interesting read. Advantage 123, which does make sense. And I wonder if that's informed by the 914 putting in really fast laps in other parts of the race. GP1 seems like a fight between the 26 and the 38, which absolutely tracks. They've got 6 seconds between them as things stand right now. GP2 seems like it's going to go the way of the 211. That also makes sense with the lap gap to their nearest competition. GP3, the model really likes the 600, which also makes sense. That gap has gone in the maybe 15 laps since we went back to green. That gap is already blown out to 1 minute and 20 to the 85.
Wasn't that like 10 seconds or something?
Yes, yes, it was. When we went back to green, it was a 10-second gap, and it's absolutely blown up.
The 59 has gotten through all of the race leaders, by the way. I'm sorry, the GTO class cars that were at the front of the field, track position-wise. Past the 70, and it's now also past the 914 as well.
Right, okay.
As you were.
That's all the sort of the interesting stuff. It is interesting that the model thinks that the fight is so kind of on still. It kind of expects the 123 to fall back through the order and for things to kind of rejumble back up, which is, if that does pan out, that will be a very interesting conclusion of the race, because once you look back from like second onward, it is a really tight field still.
Yeah.
The biggest gap that you've got in the top, we'll call it 7, other than, yeah, we'll say from P2 down to P7, is the 23 seconds that the 99 has to make up on the AAA GTR on TLM Mona. It doesn't feel crazy. There is enough of a pace differential that, that gap's now, we were talking about it being 1 minute 50 at the green flag. It's now down to just over 1 minute and 30.
Yeah.
So I don't know what I thought was going to be enough of a gap to keep things stable. I'm less convinced of that now, and I think the model kind of reflects that.
The one thing that the NFC car does have going for it is that it is projected, other than the 99, it's projected to go the furthest on fuel. The 914 projected in 13 laps, NFC projected in 16 laps. By contrast, Round 3 Racing and TLM Mona both expected in about half of that, 8 laps for Round 3, 5 laps for TLM Mona. My assumption, certainly for Round 3 and probably for TLM Mona as well, is that will get them into the window where they only need one stop to make it home, even if that means a little bit of fuel save. And that is the worst case scenario for really anybody in GTO. Everybody else just about was in underneath the safety car, which will have allowed them to get home on just 2 more stops.
Yeah, one thing to keep in mind while we're sort of back timing things, the model at the moment has the 58. I think the other thing that's a little interesting is it expects the 58 to re-overhaul the 59. And the most laps that we can expect out of this race is probably going to sit around the 190 mark, 189, 190. And that's more or less at the edge of the bell curve. Expecting the GTO leaders to finish about 188.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much variation in that. One Code 35 could send that one way or the other.
Absolutely.
One of the NFC Mercedes showing the nose on the way into turn out of 5 and into 6 on the 99, I think it was. Camera hangs on us there just a second. No, it wasn't the 99. That's up closer to the front of the field. Anyway, it's a pretty aggressive move headed out of 5. 888 goes 3 wide on the way in turn 10. You hope the car on the outside there sees the GTO car make the move on the way into 10. It's not always immediately obvious when you're already on the outside there that a third car has snuck through.
Yeah, I think it's tough.
Sorry, it was the 99.
I think it's tough for if you haven't been in these situations before. Oh, that's going to be dicey. Yeah,
you can make the case there that the 909 was just trying to clear the lap traffic, but it was an awfully long move to the left.
Yeah, the amount of situational awareness that you need to have in these scenarios is, I think, if you're not used to being in a racing situation, really tough to wrap your head around, because it's not like people have there's no lane lines here. Yeah. It's not like being on the highway where you know that you've got 2 or 3 cars, and you know where they're going to be. They could be anywhere, and to have the spatial awareness and the awareness of where the other cars around you are takes quite a lot of mental energy.
And it's constant.
Yeah.
You really get very little respite from that, especially so soon after a restart. Okay, we've been green for close to 25 minutes now, but it's still, as you said, it takes a lot of mental effort to slowly and decisively pick your way through traffic when cars are constantly moving around each other. Again, the 123 goes to the right-hand side of this time it was the automatic Aston Martin. You'll see him here off in the distance in just a moment. Move is not complete. Flash of the lights headed down into the toe of the boot. 909 goes slightly defensive here. Now the 909 is not in this sort of lead pack that we're discussing that ends with more or less the GTR 99, in particular because the number 2 ACP Tangerine Associates car, despite only being 12 seconds behind the GTR car, is off of the GTO specific lead lap. I actually think that 123 has been held up quite badly in this little pack of traffic here. Whether that's the fault of the 99 or the 909 that's been holding it up, it's sort of immaterial. That's the 124 Mercedes you see there, the second of the NFC cars. I have to keep reminding myself that there are 2 of them, and not that every time I see a blue and green Mercedes, is it the number 123. That time loss, by the way, for NFC reflected in the last lap time, not the current one, previous one with a time of the 2 minutes 5s, which, you know, as you said, Joseph, it's going to take consistent time gains for that 914 or any of the other cars in GTO to really have a stab at this before the end of the race. But more laps like that with the 123 playing conservative in traffic, and it's not out of the question.
Yeah, I'm not really sure how I read this situation, because I like I said at the start of this, it feels like an insurmountable gap. It feels like something that you're going to need to pull a lot. I mean, you have to gap them effectively by a lap over the course of the last quarter of the race, which that feels like a big pace differential. But watching the gap continue to come down, I'm a little bit more convinced as things progress that it's not impossible.
The 44 of PC Racing is into the pit lane with the trunk, boot, whatever you choose to call it, ajar. That car was not really in the fight today in GP1. That lead gap, or that lead battle between 38, 26, and 5 out to 33 seconds now. It wasn't quite that when we went back to green. I think we were looking at closer to 20. A couple of good laps here from the 38 of Palomar Racing. Allowed it to stretch. Actually, has that position just changed? It has. So it's actually Palomar taking the lead from Motorsports.
Yes.
Yeah.
On that lap.
Exactly. Yes. 1.3 seconds is the margin, but the last lap time was quicker than that, or had a bigger margin than that. So yeah, absolutely position change on the last lap in GP1. Find them on track here and get a sense of that sort of rhythm. You know, it's something that I don't know if it ever really comes through on camera, but you get a sense for the cadence of the race, right? You start expecting your lead players across the line at a certain point, even if you're not thinking about it standing here as a commentator or as somebody following along the race. You know, when you're talking about certain cars or a certain battle, you expect them every 2 minutes or so, and all of a sudden when that gets thrown off, it kind of alerts you to something being wrong. It's a little difficult to start doing that with some of the general production classes, because you can only handle so many cars in real time. But we're at the point in the race now where it is good to have that for some of these closer battles. GP3, not so much anymore, but specifically GP1 here. And just to start to expect that Edge Autosports car and that Palomar BMW as well. Actually, here it is, across the line. That is not 1.3 seconds. That has gone out.
Yeah, that's the Palomar car coming through shot.
There's Edge Autosport.
Yeah. One note of housekeeping.
Yeah, go ahead.
Between I guess during that last full course caution, the 914 came through and got their first warning, well, their only warning for a pit road violation, excess fuel spill. So that's going to be the other factor in this, is making sure that, I think with we've decided probably 2 pit stops to go for both cars, at least 2. Execution of the pit stops and avoiding getting that lap penalty is the other thing that's going to be really critical here. I will say the 70 has kept up with the 914. That gap has, if anything, has shrunk a little bit. So I think we're on course for, with the addition of the 888 being under 9 seconds behind the 70. So there's about 10 seconds covering second through fourth. If the 914 can catch up to the 123, the 70 and the 888 are going to be right there as well. So we are on for potentially a 4-way fight for the win.
Well, and even if not, right, you essentially what you're just doing is putting the 123 to one side and everybody else is racing for second, right? Which is not nothing. Having this, even at this stage of the race, a 4-way scrap for the second place on the podium is still a pretty impressive outcome, all things considered. We do still have 2 hours to go, and I have absolutely no doubt that pit stop rotation, and pit stop execution are going to play a role in things between now and the end of the race. Remember, too, that those cars that pitted under the safety car, specifically the 123 and the 914, even if we end up with even numbers of pit stops between all the cars in GTO, are going to have a shorter final stop to make by virtue of course, having pitted later in the race. So some seconds to be gained there as well when we get to that last round of stops inside the final hour. That, again, when seconds matter, those sorts of things can be the difference maker.
Yeah, I'm not sure that anybody didn't pit. In between when the first yellow flag came out and when the second one was withdrawn, I think most of the field took the opportunity to pit, so I don't think there's going to be a huge offset.
70 and 888.
I believe the 914 and one. You're saying they did not pit?
Correct. 70 and 888 are the only two that didn't. 99, 123, and 914 all definitely did.
So I have a slightly different read on. I'm getting slightly different data, and I don't know if that's a function of the way that I'm processing it versus the way that Race Hero is displaying it, but I'm showing the 70 as having been in on lap 114, and the 888 as well.
114 was the red flag lap, so if that maybe, I don't know if it inferred a pit stop that didn't trip.
That's kind of what I'm. Well, yeah. I'm wondering if maybe there's a quirk in how Race Hero is processing the pit loop because of the positioning that I may be catching, question mark. I'm not sure. What a mess.
2 wheels off there for, I think it was the number 2.
It is 3 wide through the outer loop. I don't think that's supposed to be happening. We're about to start to get the first real test of pit stop predictions, because I don't think, for example, the 600, we're going to start to see notifications of people needing to pit that I don't think need to pit, actually, because there are very few cars that have actually needed to make green flag pit stops. The other thing that, like, once we start hitting traffic, as we've kind of run into now, the pace differential between the 914 and the 123 seems to be getting exaggerated a little bit. Obviously,
yeah.
The faster you go, it seems like there's a decent correlation between that and your ability to clear traffic, right? So once you start running into traffic, you start getting more spread in your lap times and things like that. If you're not the faster of the two cars, and I think that's part of what we're seeing, because that gap now, this is Gap Watch, Watkins Glen, is down under right about 80 seconds.
Yeah.
Which is half a minute off of what we started this stint with.
I mean, exactly. I was going to say, remember, that started right around a minute 50.
Yeah. The 5 for All-Star Racing has continued to slip back a little bit from GP1, so that is turning into a two-car fight by the looks of things between Palomar and Edge. That's your 38 and 26. Gap in GP3 is continuing to blow out, so that's now we're going to be close to a lap difference in that within the next few laps, I would think. Ruben's last lap in the 600 was they've been lapping pretty consistently around 2 minutes 20. The gap is now at 1:43 or so. So maybe say by the end of the fuel stint, that gap may be a full lap. Triple Eight has come into pit.
Okay, yeah, so that is, your projections were correct in that it was expected to be the first car in.
Yes.
From what I see here, it was actually probably doing about 3 laps ago, but anyway, the scale is correct, even if the numbers themselves exactly aren't. Round 3 racing also projected here in short order, and then 123 and 914 after that. We've cycled through another round of pit stops here. The good news for Triple Eight is I think this, with 2 hours 2 minutes remaining, 2-hour-long stints should be enough to get that car home on one more stop.
Yes, it does. Assuming things stay green, it'll be a pretty easy way to divide up the rest of the race. That does feel statistically unlikely, based on what we've seen so far.
Yeah, it's worth noting here, we've got we had the safety car that we weren't expecting. We've kind of got to shift ourselves back into code 35 mode, right? But
right.
What do you do? Yes, okay, you've got the whole thing back time, but what do you do if code 35 comes out? Do you just stretch it as far as you can and wait till that hour mark and make your last pit stop and be done, or do you come in, you top off, and make an extra stop that you don't quote unquote need in the favor of hitting better strategy?
Well, yeah, and that's the thing. You're not necessarily, when you have a race that has cautions and a race, is that a car stopped on the run into the
I missed
toe
that.
the boot?
There is a report. Yep, car stop, driver's right. Coming in from 6A. Number is 5 was reported as smoking.
That was down to turn 11.
Not,
That was after.
Not car 5, yeah.
That's not the 44, is it? No. No, I'm not sure who.
No, it's definitely not 44. 123? Oh, 123 is it? I wonder if this is back timing.
Big lockup, it seems like.
I was going to say, are we sure that's a lockup?
It's the 211. It's being called in as the 211 is stopped.
Okay. That's Krabby Crab. Wasn't that your GP2 leader?
It sure was, by a lap.
Oh no, that's that car. That's the 5. So that was reported as smoking at turn 5 last time around. We go code 35. Don't lose sight of that number 5 because that is your 3rd place car in GP1. Now, it had been slowing nominally and dropping off the back of the GP1 scrap between the 38 and the 26, Palomar and Edge Autosports. But that is still a car that was very much in a shot for a podium finish in GP1. Now, let's turn
this affects 2 cars in particular. Who are they, Brendan?
Well, 3 cars in particular. 70, who was due in, 888, who just pitted,
yes.
and 123, who is in the pit lane. I think something's wrong with that car. I got to be honest with you. They've got the car up off the ground. It's difficult to tell, but I think the rear wheels are spinning with the car up on the jack. And they're looking underneath the center and now left rear of that Mercedes.
Now, is that the car that we're looking at in shot here, Brendan?
It is, yes.
Yes, okay.
Yeah, so that car wasn't due in for another probably half a stint. They're now going to the left rear corner of the car with the air wrench and bringing a tire around to replace it. But the car didn't need to pit. It certainly didn't need to pit under green. You wouldn't back time the race to pit under green. You'd absolutely let the thing out there
Well-
as long as you can.
Well, and that was going to be the point that I was going to make right before we had that car stopped on the way into the toe of the boot, which is when you've got they've released the car, so the car is back out now.
It's just beat the 70 out, but that is now on the same. I mean, it's always been on the same lap, but now that is nose to tail. The 123 has lost whatever advantage it had. The 70 has come out just behind it, and I think it's going to put the 914 into the on-track lead in GTO.
Now, timing isn't reflecting this. We are under a full course caution, so disregard the banner. I don't believe that the timing has sent us to.
It's just gone yellow.
Okay.
Just now.
Okay.
So it's going to have to cycle back through.
Yeah.
NFC Motorsports has already completed 132, but next time we see the 914, it will come through to complete 133 and therefore take the class lead. The same goes for the 70. Different case for the 70, who has already completed 132 but is directly behind the number 123 on track. So whatever issues the 123 is having, it looks like they believe that changing the left rear tire is a first step towards fixing that. The 99 is into the pit lane as well.
I kind of wonder if this is a situation where they've got, maybe somebody's reporting a vibration or something like that, or they're seeing something weird in what's being sent over to them, and so it's like, this is the lowest effort way that we can try to, move things around. Let's make sure that nothing is loose in the suspension when it's unloaded, that sort of thing. And then, just put a new wheel and tire on it and see if that addresses the issue.
5 is in the pit lane from 3rd in GP1. The hood goes up immediately, having emitted some smoke down the front straightaway. Now, if you're going to call this right, I think if you're the 914, you pit here, bearing in mind you've still got some way to go before that number 211 Krabby Kraut GP2 entry makes itself off track with the assistance of the tow vehicle.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to have to pit twice anyway, this is a fine time to do it. Even if you get caught out a little bit, you'll still save some time here.
Yeah. Problem is, I haven't seen that V8 powered BMW. Where it's coming into. Oh, is that it? That could also be the 9.4 BMW. I think it's headed into turn 10 now.
So anyway, my initial thought was, before we went to full course yellow, when you've got a race like this that can go full course yellow at some point, can be interrupted, whether that's safety car or code 35, you're not necessarily back timing to the end of the race. You're kind of you are a bit, but you're also thinking forward to the next full course yellow. And can we get to the next full course yellow when we think that's going to hit, or can we put ourselves in a position to pick up the next full course yellow?
Put a different way, extend your range to the absolute maximum.
Yes.
Right. Maximize your chances of picking up a code 35 that swings in your favor. I do see the 914 now. It's actually just between turns 10 and 11. So in some ways, they've actually been caught out quite badly here by being as far away from pit entry as possible. As you say, Joseph, even if it goes green while they're still in the pit lane, whatever time they are able to spend stationary in the pit lane while everybody else is doing 35 miles an hour is still a relative gain compared to having to pit under green, which they'd have to do here in the next 30 to 40 minutes. They've called most things right today, so I expect them to be in. And they are indeed. Unfortunately, they're also caught up behind the safety vehicles towing the 211.
Right. I mean, even just the time delta in going down pit lane, you're helped by, right? Because you're doing 35 the same time that everybody else is doing 35.
Exactly.
The delta is not what it would be in a green flag situation where your competition is going down the front straightaway at 130 miles an hour, right? It's a huge advantage, even to just do part of a pit stop, part of the run down the pit lane that you were going to have to do anyway.
Yeah. Fuel goes into that number 914 BMW. A driver comes to the left-hand side of the car. Doesn't look like he's getting in. this appears to be either some kind of adjustment or otherwise some attention being paid to. Yeah, no driver change. It was just a driver in a helmet in a fire suit who comes to the aid of whoever the driver on board that is. You are correct. Let's look for the number 123 Mercedes. Comes across the line with the 70 just in tow. So 133 laps complete. Modern Auto Body has already completed 134. No, 134 is the short lap. Right, so 133. So 123 Mercedes still leads GTO by, a couple of car lengths ahead of the number 70 of round 3 racing. The 914 coming out of the pit lane here is going to wind up probably 20 seconds or so in arrears of that Mercedes AMG GT4, which we do still have a question mark hanging over, by the way. Whatever the issue was, it wasn't immediately diagnosed as a left rear tire, and we have no guarantee that changing the left rear on that car actually fixed whatever the issue that brought it into the pit lane in the first place was.
Yeah, it certainly seems healthy at the moment.
It does.
Yeah, that gap between the 123 and the 70 obviously has now virtually vanished.
Yeah, it's nothing. We've essentially reset that. It was a bit weird getting there, right? It's not as simple as gapping or grouping everybody up behind the safety car and eliminating all the gaps. It's a bit strange how we've got to that point where the gap doesn't exist anymore. But nevertheless, it is going to make for kind of a grandstand finish to this one now inside of the final 2 hours.
Well, it's going to be interesting because the 123, that NFC Mercedes, all the advantage for that is carrying an awful lot of speed. The 123 had all this advantage because of track position. Now that it's lost a lot of that track position, I don't know that it has too much of a fight to put up, to be perfectly honest. I think that this might end up being the thing that forces it down, sort of fighting to stay in the top 5 instead of being a shoe-in for the win. I think they've just been caught out really badly by the timing of their issue.
Yeah, it really is going to depend on exactly what the nature of the issue was and whether or not it's been solved. If we can pick them up headed into the inner loop here, Jordan, the 70 is picking up heaps of time on that number 123, who I think was balked just a little bit over the crest of the S's. Yeah, there they are. Essentially, it is nothing. That is the Mercedes with the big old M plates ahead of the white Porsche 991.2 Cup. A couple of car lengths separate them through the chicane, now through the outer loop. It looks like the pace of that 70 is more or less being maximized at the moment, and it's hauled it right up onto the back of that Mercedes. I don't know that the Mercedes is holding the Porsche up a little bit, but it also doesn't look like that 123 is pushing quite as hard as we might otherwise expect.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if there was a change for the lead either this lap or next. This is about the same sort of pace differential that we were seeing before the Code 35.
Yeah. Modern Auto Body has cycled through. I was informed by Dave McNeils earlier that the lap time correction for that car being pitted on the start-finish line is an auto-delete, where anything under a minute 45 gets automatically scrubbed from orbits. Sure. So everything should be correct with thanks to that automation there. So 123 is going to
get a big break here in traffic.
Yeah, 70 balked quite badly on the way in. The 997 was a part of that as well, just bailed out to the outside. Not necessarily to benefit the team car, but I'm sure just to not impede the progress of anybody there. Lead gap goes out to about 8 to 10 car lengths headed down into the turn 1 braking zone.
Yeah, this is going to be really tricky here because this is going to be a more or less single lane part of track, and there are way more than one car trying to go through this at one time. I think the 70 is going to be right on him.
Yeah.
It might even be on him before they get into the braking zone.
This was the same thing that happened last time through, but it was a much less noticeable with one of the open throttle cars kind of balking the 123. This time it was the North Loop BMW that has allowed the 70 to make the pass for the GTO lead around the outside on the way into the inner loop. 70 gets a little bit wide through the third apex and allows the 123 to close back up again, but I think the 70 is going to show a little bit of muscle here and try and gap that number 123. The pace certainly has been there with that Porsche Cup car as compared to the Mercedes over the last, let's say, half a stint or so. Bear in mind, too, that the number 914 Modern Auto Body AV Autosport BMW has cycled through with a 27-second gap up to this lead battle, then another 21 seconds back to the number 2 from ACP Tangerine Associates, then a second back to GTR 99, 14 more seconds back to the 124. All kinds of battles to watch out for, closing and or expanding over these final hour and 48 minutes of our Saturday 8-hour enduro. Things more or less back on level terms in terms of pit stop strategy. We think just about everybody in the lead battle here has got one more stop to make, somewhere around the 1 hour to go mark. As we turn our attention back to the on-track gap, look at the margin from the 70 back to the number 123, which we can't do at the last corner because that camera's gone down. But I can tell you across the line here that 123 just doesn't look, it doesn't have the attitude of a car that's in anything like attack mode.
Whoa, that is a dive that was never going to work. Now the 123 is going to be held up here. And the 70 is going to be released. Maybe? Or the 70 is going to get boxed in. Actually, the 70 is going to get boxed in really badly.
By the Boxster, yep. I think it's got enough in hand there that it's not going to come under threat down the back straightaway from that 123 Mercedes.
The Mercedes is back through.
So it was balked that badly. Wow. I didn't think it was going to be quite that bad, but it absolutely was. It's exactly the reverse of what happened in the previous lap.
I'm going to be honest. I thought the 70 was gone. I did not think that the 123 was going to be able to fight back at all here.
Well, that just shows the importance of getting that run out of turn 1, headed up the hill, without being impeded. You know, we saw the 99 spin the car on the throttle down at the exit of 1, and you say, well, how does that happen in a car with traction control? But you really are so desperately trying to maximize your exit speed there, because any sort of slowdown between the exit of 1 and the top of the S's, where really it gets back to being a 2 or 3 lane racetrack, has such desperate consequences for losing time. Now that's exactly what you saw there 2 laps ago with the number 123 losing the lead, and then this past lap with the 70 losing the lead.
Yeah, and this is exactly what the 914 needs to see, right? They need to see these 2 cars fighting it out and losing time because it was... No, it wasn't. I thought that was the 2 lead cars going side by side into 10. Who's been towed behind the wall? Is that the 211?
It was the 5. No, that was the All-Star car that was...
You see the star decal on the door.
Yeah. Remember that car was smoking out on track, came to the pit lane. It very briefly was brought to the attention of the crew with the hood up. Hood went down and the crew walked away, and they had to wait for a tow vehicle to come pick it up and take it the rest of the way. Unfortunately, I suspect that's the end of the day for the 5. Their podium chances in GP1 obviously already gone as well. It's worth noting that 914 has not resumed the same pace it had before the code 35 and ensuing pit stop. It was down regularly in the 201s, mid to high 201s. It's not been below a 204 since the stop.
And you did not think that they had changed drivers, is that right?
I'm almost certain they didn't.
Right, okay.
A driver came over the wall, but as far as I could tell, unless they're both wearing the exact same plain gray fire suit and black helmet,
sure,
that it would be unlikely.
Not impossible. Unlikely.
Sure. Yeah. It's also possible that those lap times that were being set were in clear air after the safety car restart, and that was everything the 914 was capable of. And now that it's back in a little bit of traffic, that it's just not got the same, let's say, commitment in picking off some of the slower cars, and that's just hindered it for the last 3 laps since the stop.
Yeah, I mean, I do get the sense here that the 70 is a lot more aggressive in traffic. We think that's based on comments in the live stream by Mo Dadka. We think that's Cole Lofsgaard has already been put in for the end of this race.
Yeah.
And so a lot of aggression being shown around slower traffic. Even the shift up now Audi, we saw a huge dive into the toe of the boot. So it's going to be tough if you're the 123 to make that up. I mean, this goes back to what we were talking about at the beginning of the race with the risk and reward of dealing with traffic. If you run into somebody, if you run into a slower car here, it's a lap penalty, especially at this stage of the race. You're not making that back up. And we saw a pace differential in favor of the 70 versus the 123 before the yellow flag came out. So, yeah, a lot to play for here. You can see a defensive line being taken by the 123 on the way into the chicane. So they know that they have to try to throw everything at the 70 to keep them behind them.
Yeah.
That's going to be tough to do with 100 minutes to go in this race.
I was going to say, I don't think they need to get defensive here. I understand wanting to maintain your track position, but it's not like we're inside the final 10 minutes. Like you say, it's 100, right? So there's at least one more pit stop to come. You don't necessarily want to give up and let the 70 romp out into the clear air where they're getting all the downforce and they get first choice in traffic and all of that. At the same time, getting defensive at this point is really not, I don't think it's in anybody's best interest.
I can convince myself either way on that, because I don't think that they've got the pace to get back around the 70 in clear air. I think if they hadn't hit traffic in the way that they had, I think the 70 would probably be 5 seconds plus up the road by now. So I do think in order to maximize their chances, they kind of have to get in the way of the 70. So I don't mind it necessarily, but I don't know that I think it's I don't know that I think it's going to pay off for them. I think it's their best chance.
Agreed. I just don't know that it's. I mean, of course, you would want to hold up your competitor, right? Like, of course, it's going to work out in your favor more often than not. At the same time, is it necessary at this point in the race? Bearing in mind what WRL is and what we're trying to achieve here, I don't know that it does. This time they both get through one of the open throttle BMWs headed up through turns 2 and 3. They'll be released onto the back straightaway.
Traffic's been playing really nicely with that, because I was confident that Povolato was going to make a huge gap on Cole. We're going to go full course yellow here again.
Oh, yes we are. And that is...
There's an impact according to... Oh, and there it is.
Oh, yeah, that's a Stoic Racing Super who's come to grief. Driver's left on the exit of turn 6, the laces of the boot.
And, according to race control, there's an impact involved there. So that car has potentially hit the Armco on the exit and ended up there.
Yeah, either it's caught the tire wall midway through the corner and he's pulled it forward and realized it's not going to go any further, or he's run wide and smacked the wall driver's right just on the backside of the curb. And I'm not sure which is more likely based on where that car has come to rest, because it hasn't even made it to the end of the exit curve. Like, it just stopped.
This is going to be kind of interesting. I think if you're the 123, I don't think you come in. I think if you're the 70, I think you consider it.
No,
because the 123 needs the track position to hold. Povolato needs track position to hold Cole Lofsgaard behind him.
Different take.
Cole, hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. Cole wants to be in clean air. Cole doesn't want to be fighting the 123. Can make up time here and save time on the next pit stop. I think if both cars come in and the 123 can hold position, fine to pull the 123 in and save time on that last pit stop. I kind of think that the best shot NFC has here is to keep that car out on track.
different take.
Yeah.
You pit both cars and extend the range of both of those cars as far as you can in the hopes of catching a full course yellow again.
I don't disagree with that in principle. I think the situation of the race right now kind of dictates that the 123 needs to hold track position.
So let's put this a different way.
Yeah.
It is not necessarily the wrong thing for the 123 to stay out. I happen to think it would be the wrong thing, but it may not necessarily be the wrong thing for the 123 to stay out, bearing in mind what you just said. It would absolutely be the wrong thing for the 70 to stay out.
Yes. So I think, personally, I think the 123 has to just match what the 70 does. So the 70 can pit behind the 123, could pit as late as possible to keep the 123 from covering. But if you're NFC, I think you wait for round 3 to pit the 70 and basically just time your fuel fill to get back out in front of the the round 3 Porsche.
We're going to get our answer here in a moment because they are making their way through turn 11 underneath the Go Bowling Bridge and the Mission Bridge. And 123 stays right, does not pit. The 70 absolutely does. Makes the move to driver's right. So this is the split you were talking about, Joseph. Yeah. And you and I have a difference of opinion where we tend not to in terms of the way strategy gets called. But obviously NFC and round 3 both have a difference of opinion as well. I think the 70's made the right move here, and I think this is going to, has the potential to come home in very much in favor of that number 70 should we get a code 35 in what is now about a 25-minute window between the end of the 123's fuel range at about an hour remaining and the end of the 70's fuel range, which is now going to be with about half an hour remaining. It's going to get more interesting than that because they're doing a driver change on the number 70 and they're doing tires on the Porsche.
Interesting. So that's not going to be a fast stop, you wouldn't think.
It's not a slow stop. Number one, you've got to be really careful here that you don't pick up a penalty.
So Mo,
very deliberate.
So Mo has the same take that I do in the chat, which is I don't think it was. I think it was the right call by both cars. So my take is the 123 needs to stay out because they need track position because they're not the faster car right now. The 70 wants to come in because they are the faster car. They can make up more time on a clean track. So the 123 just has to cover the 70. They need to try to, if this is going to stay yellow, while they're going to be coming around for this next pit stop, if they're able to take it, they need to basically just cover whatever the 70 does. If they can fill up and do that, that's perfect for them. That's exactly the ideal situation for them. If they can't, take what you can, pay attention to where the 123 is, or pay attention to where the 70 is. Just make sure that you come out ahead of them. That's all you need to do at this point. You just need to get in their way, stay in their way. That's the best shot you have of winning this race.
Yes.
Here comes the 70.
If and the 914 is into the pit lane as well, out of third place in GTO. They come to the attention of the crew. This will be a top off and a send it. So they're going to net gain on the 70 here because the 70 did tires and driver. The 914 is not going to do the same. This is just a maximize the fuel range proposition. The problem I have with I agree with you, the 123 needs to pit this time around if we stay code 35. The problem I have with it is if we get a code 35 inside of an hour and 5 minutes to go, they've kind of hosed themselves, or they've guaranteed an outcome where they pit under green and the 70 likely does not. Right, if you get a code 35 and a half-hour window,
absolutely.
Right? And that
in isolation, I agree with you. However, they're in a track position battle.
Yes, but the track position battle is still a battle of what happens on track. It is still a battle of hypotheticals. Whereas getting hosed by a code 35 is an absolute.
Well,
there is no way.
It's also a hypothetical, isn't it? Because you don't know when the next one's going to be. You don't know that there's going to be another one.
Agreed. The other thing it does
chance.
is it cuts the pit stop time of the 70 in half. So even if we do stay green between now and to the end, that 70 is going to be putting in something like half a tank of fuel. The 123 is going to be taking more or less a full tank with a round in it. With a route around an hour to go.
Do we know where the 123 is on track at this point?
My guess is somewhere around the turn 6-7 area, maybe
Okay.
a little past that.
And do we know, has that Supra, has the 87 been picked up yet?
I don't. Yeah, okay. I don't know if the rest of the world heard that, Jordan.
Yeah, so we're still
Okay.
we're still clearing up the 87. So there is still time to pit the 123. You would think.
Likely, yeah. But again, if you pit and you go green, whereas it was still a net gain for the 914 earlier, right, where
Yeah.
we were having that similar kind of discussion, here the 123 will have already made the wrong decision, right, and it's going to bite them relative to a better decision that they could have made. Which again, realize now I disagree with you and Modadka. But
That's two against one.
No,
You're
I
done
realize
for.
that. I realize that. Yeah, I don't know. In some ways, like, I love to see a good fight on track. I'm actually more intrigued by having this strategy split because I think it is riskier on behalf of the 123 to do it. I don't happen to see the benefit other than technically you're not making an extra pit stop. Technically.
Here's the issue is the 123 was in front. So the 70 can react to whatever the 123 does. If the 123 pits, then the 70 can do one of two things. Either they can stay out and make hay. There's the 87 being taken behind the wall, around that'll be to the tunnel into the paddock. So that is effectively clear. I don't know if we have to wait for that truck to be repositioned before we're ready to go back to green. But that's another consideration, is how long is left in this yellow flag period, obviously. If the 123 pits, the 70 can do one of two things. Either they can just stay out and make hay, or they can just short fill and come out ahead of the 123. It's the same situation as
123 is not pitted, by the way. It's just come across start finish.
Now that's a hot take. I don't know if I agree with that, unless they are concerned about being caught out by a green flag here.
They made their bed last time, I think. I think last time they came through, that the position they ended up in basically said, okay, we've got to see this out, right? Where we just make one more pit stop, whether it's under green or code 35 or whatever. And that's the other thing, which we haven't really touched on.
But they're not locked into that. They're not locked into that yet, because they can short fill to just whatever is going to get them out ahead of the 70. So they're not really locked into, an all or nothing. It's a, get what you can to cover your track position.
I disagree with that, because the 123 has to fill to the end. They do. Not under code 35, but that's what they should have done this time. Right? If you're going to play that game where you short fill and try and maintain your track position ahead of the 70, then you needed to make that stop this time.
Well, that I agree with. That and that's what I'm saying is.
But now I think they've made their
unusual.
bed. They've made their bed where, okay, they decide, hey, we're not going to pit this time. We're not going to try and extend the range. Maybe you get an extra 5 minutes out of this running under code 35, maybe an extra 10, but you're still only able to get to 50 minutes to go, at which point you have to come in and make potentially a green flag stop. Whereas the 70, by comparison, can get to 30 minutes to go, 25 minutes to go before it has to commit to making a pit stop. It opens up that window. Let's say the range on fuel for that 123 is exactly an hour. Its window of making a stop is 5 to 10 minutes wide, right? Where it is within the range of a final stop to the end. That number for the 70 is 35 minutes wide.
Yeah, I agree with that. That's not what I'm talking about, though. What I'm saying is, if you know that the yellow is going to stay out long enough, if they fill up so that they have 50 minutes to go in the tank, because they're just covering the 70 on track position, and now the 70 has an hour to go before their next pit stop, they're still improving. They're still optimizing. They're still maximizing their lot, right? By having not come in that last time, that to me is either an indication that they they weren't confident that the track wouldn't go green before they came back out on track, because we were seeing the 87 being pulled off track, and the incident being, as far as we can tell, being cleared away.
Agreed. But not to rehash, but that decision needed to be made the lap before. Not that, oh, is it going to go green? Is it not? Not banking on that or wondering what's going to happen. Like, you need to make that decision the lap before and commit to coming in and topping the tank off and maintaining track position ahead of the 70, where you can have the best of both worlds. A much wider window of to make your final stop in under a code 35, potential code 35, and maintaining track position ahead of the 70. We'll see what happens. We are going back to green as we speak, with the green flag waving here at start finish, and of course around the rest of the circuit as well, with an hour and 28.5 minutes on the clock. Thank you all for being with us. 281 of you joining us at the moment for what promises to be a pretty special final 90 minutes, with an excellent scrap in GTO, to say nothing of the lead battle going on between the two Stratus Sebico NP01s in GTU. Also puts to one side the GP1 battle we've got at the moment between Palomar and Edge Autosports, who were both just in under this code 35. It's going to take a minute.
Yeah, Palomar did get caught out a little bit at the end of that by being in the pit lane, probably with the last 10 to 20 seconds of their pit lane run under green flag conditions. I don't know if that's going to affect them a huge amount, but if it ends up being close, you can kind of point to that as one reason why it might have swung one way or the other.
I don't think it's going to end up being that close. Edge Autosports has come through, and the margin is a minute 43. If you shrink that down to race speed, that's probably about 40 seconds, maybe 30. So I think Palomar still actually has a fair chunk in hand over that number 26.
That's actually kind of make me wonder if Palomar stopped fueling when the green came out, actually.
Let's see where they cycle back through here. I don't think either of those cars are going to end up in a window where they can make it through to the end.
Yeah, GP1 is a little tight on that. I don't think the window is quite. I think you'd have to do a little bit of work to get yourself to the end of a race with an hour and effectively an hour and a half to run.
Yeah, some places I think that you could do an hour 25, hour 30. I don't think this is one of the nature of the circuit doesn't really allow for it based on what we've seen, throughout the balance of the day so far. Modern Auto Body AV Autosport has come through, and that's 11 and a half seconds behind round 3 racing. Who itself was 35 seconds behind NFC, but I don't know if that's exactly if they both came through under green or not. We're going to have to wait, I think, one more lap to get a firm answer on that either way.
Yeah, I believe the 914 hit under yellow, but I'm going to be honest, I was more focused on the 123. Okay. I was more focused on the 123 and the 70 to the point where I really wasn't tracking the 914 or the 2 for that matter.
Yeah, I mean, and not to drive this one into the ground, but the 123 does stand to lose out to that 914 as well here. It's not just the 70 they've got to be concerned with, because the 914 is also on the same strategy and not terribly far behind in terms of track position either.
Yeah, if of course, if the 123 ends up having to make a green flag pit stop, it puts them in a on the most back of feet in terms of the fight for the 70, and yeah, it could put them all the way back into P7 when it's all said and done. There's a big split between those top 7 or so, and then everybody behind them. There's about 2 laps between the 124 and the 119 at this point.
Mo may know better than I don't know who was on board the 70 before. If we think Cole Losgard is going to be the finishing driver on that car, my guess is the last one would maybe have been Josh Bilicki or Chris Pies. I'm not sure who's here this weekend.
We've had a couple people in chat rooting for either Josh Bilicki or Cole Lofsgaard, but without we don't get driver ID information sent to our information. So really, we're relying on trackside reports and reports from within the teams themselves.
Yeah, the margin at race pace now is 36.4 seconds. Remember, whoever is behind the wheel at number 70 also has fresh tires to go chase down that number 123. The 914, 11.5 seconds. So that's all basically as we thought it was. Worth noting the 2 there, also 2 seconds off the back of the 914. GTR 99 a little bit further back and doesn't appear to just to have the pace just at the moment. But again, it really only takes another code 35 in a pit stop window to send this thing into a little bit of chaos. If the 123 car can keep the pace up, a 201.7 is really actually quite good. If they can keep the pace up, there is the opportunity to stretch this out to where they're not quite so exposed or at risk by the number 70. 202.9, not quite as quick, but they're clearly capable of the ones.
Yeah, it's a tricky situation. I don't think that there's a way that you can, justify short filling before you are in a position to back time, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
You can't really, you can't bank on a code 35 to bail you out at this point. That doesn't really make sense. So you have to just take the pain under the green flag and see where you end up, really. Just push flat out from there on.
Yeah, alternatively, you can, if you get a code 35 with an hour 10 or something like that remaining, you can come in and bank on a little bit of fuel saving. It's riskier, but not nearly as painful as making a stop on a green.
Yeah, the other thing about code 35s is you would get that's a wide line through turn 9. When you have a code 35, when you have this sort of modern full course yellow situation as the 70 gets involved coming out of the inner loop, when you have that situation, you don't really have the yellows breed yellows phenomenon that you get when everybody's bunched up in a pace car, safety car environment. So there's no guarantee. You can't avoid pitting on a yellow flag with the assumption that there's like maybe a 20% chance that there's going to be another one immediately after. It's basically the same odds as any other green flag lap.
99 has been in, and that car is not moving quickly down the pit lane. I think this may be them, if not done for the day, I think this may be them giving up the ghost. The body language, those blue fire suits, was not overwhelmingly positive.
Yeah, I wonder if they've got an electrical going on. I mean, I know we were talking about it not being crazy that you could spin a car with traction control coming out of turn 1, but a sensor issue would make it a lot easier.
They do make the right-hand turn into the paddock access lane, and we'll go meet the attention of the crew. Again, there's not a whole lot of desperation here. Now, we're not in the final throes of the Eastern Region Championship here, but remember that 99 lost the Midwest Championship back at High Plains as a result of I believe it was a fuel pressure or fuel pickup issue with that Toyota Supra. They nursed it home to the end, but in doing so gave the position away to the number 123 Mercedes, who was able to come through and in a double point scoring round take the class win. 2 14-point finishes for that car were enough to lift it over the 99 in the dying hours of the Midwest Championship. Those Supras have been quick, and they've generally been reliable. It's also been a long season.
It's been a long season, and they're starting to get up there in terms of miles run.
That's my point.
Yeah, not just this year, but over their life cycle. We're getting up into the second and third year of some of these cars being run. They're gonna start to develop issues.
Well, and remember back to, Joseph, when you were with us more regularly, we had a spate of issues with the BMW M4 GT4 that were occurring not necessarily because BMW had written the maintenance book wrong or anything, but you were putting more hours and miles on these cars in half a season of WRL competition than they would in a full season of anything else.
I mean,
right? So
if you're comparing this against a season of Pilot Challenge in IMSA, you're going to hit your life cycle count in about 3 rounds that you would be hitting for a full season of Pilot Challenge running.
You're running it on different tires. You're running it with a different attitude. And I think we were seeing some development of that.
Look at that. That Palomar car making a dive on the inside of one of the open throttle cars. That was never going to pan out. Backed out of it just enough to avoid contact.
Yeah, with the Stratus car going around the outside of both of them as it was happening. That people were learning about the BMW F82 in real time over the middle part of the season, and I just wonder if maybe that's what we're seeing here a little bit with that 99 Toyota Supra. It's been at virtually, if not actually every race weekend this year, and in is its second full season of competition, I think, for that Toyota Supra, even with the support from Toyota Gazoo Racing North America. So I just wonder if they're starting to run into some minor issues with those Supras in, an endurance racing format.
Yeah. Modedka reporting that Josh Bilecki is into the 70. It was Cole at the time.
Cold. Okay.
But they would have run into driver time limit issues. I think probably as a direct, not as a direct result, but they didn't get all of the running that I think they would have hoped to get with Cole in the car as a result of that red flag scenario. If I'm perfectly honest, I don't remember what the rules say of whether the clock stops or not during a red flag in terms of driver time, but I wouldn't be surprised if that if it does still count, because you are still in the vehicle.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's not a minimum time you're worried about; it's a maximum.
Yes.
Strapped in the wheel in the heat. Not so much this weekend, but generally speaking, the things the rule is designed for, where driver safety is concerned, rather than sporting fairness.
Yeah, there's no bronze driver to worry about here.
Exactly. You're not trying to make sure they're contributing their fair share, a la iRacing. It's just how long is it safe to be behind the wheel, and trying to prevent any sort of exploits to that end. So, Josh to bring that car home. Both he and Cole are righteously quick in that car. So let's keep an eye. Fresh tires again for Josh to bring that car to the end. 36-second gap from first to second in GTO has stayed relatively constant. Stratus 59 and 58, also a battle we should be paying attention to. Yes, they are teammates. Yes, it is up in GTU, but they are allowed to fight to the end, as has always been the case with Stratus cars. They're very much in a GTU class battle there, to be joined by round 3 racing in 2025.
Yeah, that'll be really exciting to have more entries in that class. I feel like GTU has been a class that has kind of perennially hovered around 5 or so entries, not necessarily full-timers. So we got very close to contact.
Yeah.
Not necessarily full-timers in that class, and so to have that built up a little bit and have that be something that's a little bit more exciting as a competition prospect for somebody who's looking to enter the series, looking to get wheel-to-wheel. We've got a Pontiac with its hood up. It's not a Porsche 996. It's a Pontiac GTO.
The visibility didn't look great, it has to be said, but it's carrying some pace up the S's.
I think you can possibly see under
I think you're right.
the hood.
I was trying to remember if that was a thing that had appeared by 2005 or so when that car was designed, that you didn't have to have the hood latch all the way up to the base of the windshield. That you could create a gap there, so even if the hood flew up, you could actually look out. That'll be a quick return to the pit lane there for the pride of Hellertown, Pennsylvania. Connolly Motorsports.
Quite a lot of front downforce being added to that car.
Sure.
Winged
to go
sprint.
With it.
I don't know if they're going to get yelled at for gaining an advantage through the chicane that time by.
My guess is not.
They're really.
He's
carrying a decent amount of speed through there. Maybe they'll just keep him out.
No, I don't think. Of all of the possible outcomes here, that one seems fairly unlikely. One point just to make about the GTU Stratus discussion and sort of hoping for a competitive boost to that class. Brad McCall, when he came and chatted with us back at High Plains a couple of weeks ago, when he made the announcement that they were going to run a pair of Sebago MP01s in GTU next year, he made a real point to underline the fact that that was going to be in a technical partnership with Stratus Racing, right? So yes, Stratus to some degree has had not a monopoly, but a stranglehold on GTU with a few notable exceptions. They are excited and supportive of the idea of bringing additional competition into that class. They want people to race against. They want a depth of field like we get in GP1 and GTO at the moment. And even if that means giving away what they've learned about the Sebago NP01 and ways to make it go quickly and last longer and all of those things, they are still, willing to turn that information over and let the round threes of the world and some of the other teams that we've, at the very least, heard rumored to be joining that class next year in on the party and to get them up to speed as quickly as possible, which I think is great. 50 has made it back to the paddock, by the way.
Now, did they go straight behind the wall, or are they going to...
Yeah, they did. They're receiving some direction from somebody, but I think they're actually just having them pull over in the paddock so they can put the hood down, latch it shut.
Yeah, there's not going to be enough airflow to flip it up at pit lane speeds, obviously.
Yeah, the irony is there's really no reason to send it to the paddock. Like, you might as well just send it to the stall, unless... it is possible they weren't back in the pit stall, because I think that car came out of the garage. Ooh, Billy Jack 70, Rapscallion will field an NP01 Dakota. I think that's Billy Smith.
That would make an awful lot of sense to me.
So we do know from entry lists that Rapscallion was interested, along with Billy in getting a car into GTU. My impression is that was the Ligier that they had out on show at Eagles Canyon. Passed my mind back as far as that.
Is that an LMP3?
It was an LMP4.
I couldn't remember if the LMP4 was a thing.
Yeah, it was that goofy entry-level formula. It didn't really have a technical definition, but they were just kind of allowing these almost like school-esque cars in. As I recall, it appeared on 2 or 3 entry lists before it stopped appearing on entry lists, and I think the reason was they couldn't quite get it to 9-1. It's interesting to see Rapscallion still committing to the class and getting a car on the grid, albeit with a slightly different platform than the one we had anticipated. Be curious to know whether or not that's under the LMP3 chassis, 3.7 liter V6, and I think with some noticeably different bodywork than the P3 had. Be fundamentally a different car, even if it was the same base chassis.
Still a pretty sizable cylinder size.
Yeah, Billy, is that likely to be the old Racer Motors car under the Rapscallion banner, or is that going to be a Rapscallion specific NP01? Would be my question.
We are starting to get down to crunch time in terms of the 123, where they are really going to need to luck into something or find themselves tumbling down the order.
Oh, 9-1, not a problem. Very interesting. My impression was that it was difficult to get down to that number with the low weight. Also, getting the power number that low was the challenge. But so why you don't trust everything you hear? Yeah, Racing Motors car. Okay, yeah, very good. Thank you. Firefox to be able to look at your timing screen, Joseph.
Well,
not playing nicely in Chrome at the moment.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
The All-Star number 5 Well, maybe it didn't actually come back out. It tripped the pit loop, but that must have been as it was being wheeled back. So I thought maybe we'd seen them back out on track, but I don't think we have.
No, it's so instead of being towed the long way down to the gate between turns 1 and 2, which is how you normally come up if your car is under motive power, there is a driving lane behind the coal pits that's marked off as like a fire lane, where at SCCA weekends that's how you exit the track. This weekend it looks like that's how they're towing disabled vehicles. Rather than going all the long way around the paddock, they just bring them up behind where the cold pits are to tow them to the paddock. And I think that's how it tripped the timing loop, was actually physically in the cold pits.
Quickly, I think we're about to see the Stratus team battle liven back up, because it's now come back under 10 seconds from the 58 trying to overhaul the 59.
Yeah, it's sort of just been like right there over the balance of the stint, but it's not like it's going any one direction with great chunks of time. They're both lapping under 2 minutes, which is really, really quick at this stage. And as you said, just slightly going the way on a more consistent basis of the 58 as we get towards the second half of their fuel stint. Should be good to go on one more stop. Joseph, you're projecting 8 laps for the 59, 10 more laps for the number 58.
Somebody was just at the pit wall. I think Jordan just picked this up. Somebody was trying to flag somebody down at the pit wall. So I wonder if someone's having to be called in because they've lost radio comms.
Yeah, I'm watching.
Car in.
Oh, that's a hard hit onto the safer barrier there on the outside of turn number 1.
This is, I mean, not to make light of this, but this is going to be that Code 35. This is going to save the 123.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Is that an AOA car again?
That looked to me like another AOA car, unfortunately. It would have to be the 55 back out, I think.
No, I don't think that car. I don't remember who was the one that went in 11.
Well, that is, I think that was a 75.
Yeah, I think you're right. There's the Code 35.
Yeah.
Actually caught on replay there. He actually caught the end of the tire wall.
Yeah, I don't know if
that safer barrier.
I don't know if that would have been more or less comfortable, but yeah, a couple of impacts, unfortunately, for the driver.
It's actually going to mean a couple of things. Number one, it's going to take, I think, a little bit longer to recover that car because it's going to have to come home on a tilt bed. Number two, we're going to have to repair the conveyor because it's ripped it away from the stacks of tires. So that's going to kind of have to be bolted back together. Not saying it's going to take 20 or 30 minutes, but it's not as simple as get the car off track and go back to green because there is some other repair work that's going to have to be done.
Yeah, that was.
The race control does report it as the 55, by the way.
That was a fast old incident for that car to come in. I mean, fortunate in a way that it wasn't heavier. That's probably the hardest braking point on the track, you'd think, close to it.
Yeah, 70's back in to top off immediately, and based on timing, as in the timing of the Code 35 and where that 70 came in and is now released, I don't think the 123 has seen the pit lane entrance yet.
Well, you would think for almost anybody in the GTO field, this is going to take you to the end of the race.
Exactly, yeah. So I don't think there's any question about whether you pit or not.
Yeah.
And to some degree, it kind of leaves it all out on track. I don't think we're going to recover that car quickly enough to prevent the 123 from being able to make the equivalent stop. But in a similar vein, I don't think there are any concerns about not being able to make it to the end from here. Hour and 5 minutes with at least 1 to 2 more laps of Code 35 likely to come are going to get everybody into a window where they can make it to the end. 914 is in and out. They're released already. Let's keep an eye on GP1. The 26 is at the attention of its pit crew. The 38 is not a car I've seen yet. Again, that's not choosing not to pit. That's just they may not have seen the pit lane entry yet under code 35.
Looking back at the incident with the 55, it does appear to have been a single car incident. I don't think that anybody else is going to be looked at for that one. Just a little bit of an overcorrection, and that was the end of it. But thankfully not a situation that happened under braking. A situation after the car had already basically decelerated all the way down to the apex speed, maybe a little higher.
Yeah, and it caught the end of the tire barrier, whereas if it had planted into the tire barrier, I think it would have just come to grief. It just looked a little bit more dramatic because it spun around the end of it.
Yeah.
Just happened to be the way the energy went. Again, like you said, it looked a harder hit than I think it actually was. Sure, it's done some damage, but that's why you have tire barriers positioned away from the Armco or the safer barrier behind it. Is you're giving an opportunity for that energy to be dissipated kinetically through the tire bundle. It just is a bit of bad luck that you've caught the end of it, and it's also allowed the car to rotate around an axis around the end of the tire wall.
Yeah, I mean, I think the most prominent example that I can think of is probably the turn 17 offset at Sebring.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Which it reminds me an awful lot of, and maybe this is the inspiration for it, reminds me an awful lot of what they used to do with like chicken wire at F1 circuits back in the 70s. That sort of just like, we need something to slow the cars down, and let's let the mass of this tire wall and also just the friction of the ground help slow things down rather than waiting until they hit tires right next to an Armco or concrete barrier.
There is a controversial track somewhere in the United States that placed those types of tire barriers at the end of its longest straightaway, where there were a number of pretty sizable accidents that I returned to earlier this year to find that they had placed Armco directly behind the tires that they had moved away from the old Armco.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, completely defeating the purpose of having to move them out in front, like creating a space in the first place. Which it kind of leads you to believe that they didn't really understand the mission to begin with. But more and more you see it. Like you said, Sebring was kind of the first place you saw it. I think Mosport or Canadian Tire Motorsports Park did it there for a few years, where they created that margin at the bottom of turn 2, where it's most important there. Obviously here are the outside of turn 1. I think they've got some up the outer loop as well that are positioned very similarly. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, the goal of those barriers, or of any barriers, is to hopefully avoid impact at all. And if you can't avoid the impact, energy dissipation is the name of the game.
123 is into the pit lane, comes to the attention of the crew. I do not see a driver change taking place. I do not see a tire change taking place. It is just fuel in, top it off, or actually probably not even a top off at this point. You might be able to time fill it and send the car on its way, which it does.
Yeah, I saw it must have been somebody just attending to the driver. Somebody closed the driver's side door and hopped away.
Yeah, maybe a drinks bottle or something similar. 1600cc sports racer. Does anybody know the math formula for the 9-to-1 horsepower ratio? At its base, it is exactly what it sounds like. Pounds of weight to horsepower, wheel horsepower on the dyno. There are some modifiers that are thrown in there depending on what your power curve actually looks like. There's a flat curve modifier. If you're not running a production-based chassis, you're running a tube frame or something similar, there's a modifier that's thrown in for that. And then the production cars get a lot more granular with those performance modifiers that add or subtract the 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, depending on what modifications you choose to make
and then,
against
of course,
the street car.
And then, of course, everything has to be closed cockpit as well.
Yes, correct. Yeah, no open cockpit cars are allowed. So there's we encourage you to go read the WRL rule book. It's not worth hashing out all the details here, especially for us as commentators who are not also racers or car builders or anything of the sort.
Idiots.
Yeah,
is the
right.
term.
Yeah, that's correct. Just prefer talking into the abyss for hours at a time.
I love to hear myself talk. I maximize the talk back on my headset just so I can hear my sweet tones.
Yeah. Speaking of that, where's JT?
Great question.
But yeah, go take a look. RaceWRL.com. You can also go back there in about a week or week and a half's time and go check out the 2025 WRL schedule, which we are anxiously awaiting the release of.
We've crossed into the final hour, by the way.
Sure have. 58 minutes remaining. Jordan, can we hit another ad here? Okay. Let's go briefly say hello to Continental Tire with 58 minutes on the clock, excuse me, and the Cavalry still down at the exit of turn number 1, tending to the number 55 and
can I do
repairing the tire barrier. We will be back on the other side of Joseph doing the thing and the ensuing commercial break. You take it away, Joseph.
Thanks to our sponsor of the GP classes, Continental Tire.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
International. The
Cross
final
Contact
throws,
LX Sport.
It's not a brand of tire. Watkins Glen International is not a brand of tire.
Oh.
Neither is it a
tire.
Not a lot of things. Sorry, I was alarmed by one of the Sebico NB01s that came back.
You were alarmed by my microphone.
I was earlier, but I knew exactly what was going to happen. It delivered, so really no surprises there.
It's not a condenser. Well, it might be, but it doesn't condense enough.
No. Speaking of condensation, no, I've got nothing.
Yeah, it's not. There's not a drop in the air.
Yeah, Brian Till would be at a loss there for trying to figure out how to make that segue work.
You know, speaking of Brian Till, about an hour up the road from Columbus is Mount Vernon, Ohio, which is where the Stoic Racing team is based out of.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Huh.
And speaking of Hilliard, that's where TC Klein is based out of. About 20 minutes outside of Columbus.
You know what else is about an hour outside of Columbus?
Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course.
That's correct. Also the Wilmington Airpark.
Okay.
The most functional airport I've ever seen that's so in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, which may or may not feature on the 2025 World Racing League calendar. I have to come back to these parts in about a week's time to find out exactly how that's going to look.
It looks a lot like that. I don't know if it looks like that.
Sure. Lots of exciting things to come for next year. Mid-Ohio itself undergoing some changes in 2025.
Yeah, we'll see what they look like. Lots of concerned individuals inspecting the tire wall, making sure that it is both tires and a wall.
Yeah. No, it's not the Jimmy Johnson wall if it's not made of styrofoam.
The Jimmy Johnson racing experience.
Yes, that's correct.
Better than the Tommy Kendall racing experience.
You know what I've always found fascinating about that?
Yeah.
I realized that 1991 was a different time. Or
It sure was.
90.
Yeah, I don't remember when Tommy had his accident.
think it was 90. I think McDuffie was 90, Kendall was 91, and then they put the inner loop in. I realized it was a different time and cars cornered at different speeds, but trying to effectively slow down the inner loop by putting in a fourth gear chicane is it's still a fast corner, man. Usually when you put in chicanes for safety purposes, they're not anywhere near as quick as the inner loop is here.
Well, and I mean, you think about what the GTP cars were doing back then. I mean, they still had, at top speed, probably 2 tons of downforce, right? I mean, they were very, very downforce heavy. If you had an accident into the inner loop in a GTP car, you were still going to have a bad time.
Right. I guess the point was that you weren't pointed at a wall that was, at a 60-degree angle to your direction of travel, if you're not able to scrub speed off or get the car turned or even rotated. If you had brake failure, you found out earlier, which I guess helps a little bit. It does, yeah. You're able to bound through some grass or, run it along the Armco or something of that nature rather than hitting the Armco at the end of the straightaway. But it's not like, you can still have a pretty sizable accident through the carousel by virtue of how much speed you're carrying through the outer loop. I think I remember Ryan Newman ending up on his side at some point in the carousel. 2003. Wow, twice in 1 year for old Ryan Newman. Go Boilermakers. 3 times. Was that right? See, I just think of Elliott Sadler. I don't remember that Ryan Newman won.
Where's Hermie?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
There's no concrete. It's not night.
I'm not sure Hermie knows where Hermie is. So anyway, where were we? Oh yeah, I remember a pretty sizable one for an extreme speed car down there at some point as well. Maybe in the Tudor United Sports Car Championship era. Anyway, the point is, when you think of chicanes slowing down race cars in a modern format, you think of like the first chicane at Monza.
Yeah.
Or the hot. Or exactly, right? Or the old Hockenheim chicanes, right? Where you're down
chicane, to the Portland chicane might as well be a curlicue loop to loop. Like the amount that they slow down cars.
But they do
slow down cars.
It does. They've opened it up since its original design.
Oh, sure.
I mean, in 1998, it was a 90-degree right-hander followed by like a 150-degree left-hander.
Well, even Monza, they reprofiled when they did the repaint. I mean, they kept the racing line exactly the same, but they widened it.
Yeah, exactly. Whereas, I mean, the chicanes that were there before were much quicker, second, third gear kind of switchbacks.
Yeah.
That's more like what the inner loop is. And it's just always kind of caught me here that, to put it bluntly, that's okay, right? That we've allowed a track that is as fast as Watkins Glen is still basically everywhere.
What is the FIA grade of this track? I don't actually remember.
Is it grade 2? I think it's a 2. That there is still, the only thing that exists on this racetrack or has been built on this racetrack to slow cars down since the 70s is still like a fourth gear corner. Like that's just always thrown me for a loop. As we go back to green, 50 minutes, just under 51 minutes on the clock. Green flag waves, and we'll have to wait for timing to cycle through. Remember, we're watching GTU, GTO, and GP1 at this stage in fights for the podium positions and class wins, really.
And everything should be pretty straightforward fights at this point. Everyone will have had plenty of time to come in and make their last pit stop, including GTU. There shouldn't be any need for anybody to make a green flag stop at this point. So if you see somebody come in, it's probably not because they wanted to.
Yeah, NFC is already headed up the hill through the S's on making its way towards the inner loop. I have not seen the 70 yet. Now I do, headed between turns 10 and 11 onto the front straightaway in a pretty pretty sizable chunk of traffic, actually. So I think the 35-ish seconds we saw before the green flag is likely to remain roughly the same. It's out to 39.
That is a little remarkable to me, in that I can't quite figure out where. If you remember before the previous Code 35, that gap was nothing. That gap was about bumper to bumper, and the 70. I know they changed tires and they changed driver. Does that account for all that time loss? It doesn't feel obvious that it would. It did, from your point of view, it didn't seem like a particularly slow pit stop.
I don't think so, but you're absolutely right. They were nose to tail there for a pretty decent chunk of time before the strategies ultimately split. I guess it must. Now, remember, it was fuel, tires, driver where the 123 chose to stay out. It was a pure stroke of luck that the Code 35 came out
absolutely
in the 123's fuel window. That we said that window was like 10 to 15 minutes wide, whereas the 70s was going to be about 40 minutes wide, and it just opened up at exactly the right time for the number 123, to where the 70 having had to pit again, and we knew it had to pit again, but
yes,
both of them having to make a final stop essentially allowed the 123's final stop to be a net zero. It was luck, but I don't think that means the 70 made the wrong call.
I agree. I think they both made basically. I'm a little surprised that they didn't pit toward the tail end of that last Code 35. But in general, I agree. I think they basically made the right calls for themselves, which is why I'm a little surprised that it's panned out so differently so far.
Yeah, we also know that the 70 had to make the driver change. So it's not like they had a whole lot of choice to just leave the car out and let it go, because they were going to run into drive time issues with Colt Lofsgaard before they change over to Josh Bilicki to bring it home to the end. Pace is good on that car, but they can't get too hyper-focused on that 123 because the number 914 from Modern Auto Body, AV Autosport, is just 12.5 seconds behind that number 70, and last time was able to close in a couple of tenths. So they're kind of having to keep an eye in the mirror there, not immediately, but with 47 minutes remaining and probably something like right on 24 laps. That's more than enough time for either one of those positions to change hands. The only thing you would say maybe slightly out of reach is the ability for that 914 to go catch the 123. That being said, the 914 is under some pressure from the number 2 of ACP Tangerine Associates. Both cars in the 202.2s last time around. Let's see if we can pick them up here. I don't know if they've already come through shot.
Yeah, and a gap of under a second. I mean, not just under pressure.
There it is.
Yeah. So that gap will have blown out just a little bit, I think just because of how traffic has played out.
Agreed.
But it is a third place is absolutely not guaranteed for the 914. That number 2 for ACP is very much in the hunt.
There goes the 70 through turn 9 and into 10. Yeah, when you see it on camera, you watch the 70 come through, you just take a couple of breaths, and then you see that orange V8 BMW. 12 seconds is not a big margin.
No, it's not. And the thing that is, surprising about the 914 is you are so used to seeing modern GT4 style cars or spec cars in this field. The 914 doesn't even look like a GTO at this point. It looks like a GP1. So it almost is a little bit of a sleeper. There it is coming through shot. And then you've got the 2 behind it in the so-called kidney grill of the M4.
Lead battle in GTUs down to 1.7 seconds. tough lap for the 59, presumably in some traffic up above 2 minutes. The 58 lays down a 59.5, 1:59.5. And as they head up through the S's, it's now being measured in car lengths. I think the 59 gets just bumped by the 997 a touch. The 58 gets similarly held up through the left-hander.
Yeah, they're going to be side
by side.
Yeah. '59's in front still, but the 58 is. I mean, it's clearly got the pace here. It's going to be really interesting to see how this plays out over the next few laps. But you would think the long game is going to be is going to end up with the 58 in front of that team car.
Yeah, if the 58 does have the pace, and certainly at this point in traffic it has seemed to, is you want to pick the moment right. You don't want to rush it. You don't want to risk anything, not just because of penalty possibilities, but your teammates. You know, be decisive about it, which can be difficult in cars that are nearly identical. At the same time, I think with all the traffic we've still got out there, that opportunity.
The car in front is completely unique, except for the one behind it, which is identical.
Exactly, Murray. Exactly. They're going to split one of the Porsche Boxsters left and right out of turn number 9, go nose to tail through 10 again. The 59 is going to be held up by, is that Big Mission? Montgomery? Just ahead of them? I wasn't sure. But they'll hold them up through 10, maybe clear them by 11. They do clear the number 24. The 58 is quicker in a straight line by a big margin, pulls out in the slipstream, and is going to make the lunge into turn number 1. Move done. So never mind being patient and just waiting. The opportunity presented itself basically immediately, and the overall race lead changes with 42.5 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, they're going to be nose to tail. I don't know there's going to be enough of a slipstream effect for the 59 to be able to get back around the 58, but he's going to be right on his tail as they make their way into the inner loop.
Well, and we saw the 59. I don't think the draft was that powerful, but the 59 had no legs down the front straightaway. You wonder if he's going to be able to hang, he or she is going to be able to hang with the 58 as the laps tick on here. The slipstream helps, but it's not going to be everything, as the 926 drifts a little wide, points itself at our turn 5 exit camera, and the NP01s dive to the inside, headed into the laces of the boot. They clear the Fast Track Racing BMW M4. And the 58 just puts a couple of car lengths again between itself and the sister car number 59.
Yeah, that 58 with the blue accenting on it, the 59 with the yellow.
Yep. Worth noting, while we focus on GTU at the moment, the 123 has dropped about 2 seconds of that time to the number 70. Again, comes through and ticks a 2:02.9. That margin for the GTO lead is down to 34.5 seconds. The modern auto body comes through at 2:01.3 to claw back another 1.5 seconds on the 70. ACP Tangerine Associates slips off the back of that orange BMW just a touch, and that margin from 3rd to 4th is out to 3.5 seconds. If you're not following along with Race Hero, why not? RaceHero.io, live timing information to carry you through these final 40 minutes or so that we're not having to just read the numbers off of timing blindly to you. It's an excellent resource and is going to help you track exactly what you're seeing from the professor, Jordan Worth, on the 1s and the 2s. Brendan Kazmarek and Joseph Mudrak bringing you through to the end. I think we should have JT back here before the end if everything goes well. Poor JT is in the middle of a sim race that is being decided on laps, not on time. So timeline for return is not a certain one.
I ran some irresponsible math.
Uh-huh.
And it's really interesting because it still really considers GTO to be kind of a dogfight between the 123, which is a given, but also the 70 as well as the 914, which kind of tracks again because the 914 is kind of sticking with the 70.
Well,
but I'm really curious to see how this plays out. There's no obvious route here. We're kind of in the same situation we were coming out of the red flag, where there feels like there might be enough time on the clock as JT returns triumphantly. I don't know if he's triumphed or not. There seems to be enough time on the clock for round 3 to make it close. Josh Palicki, in this case, behind the wheel, to claw back some time on Aaron Povoleto, but we don't know quite. Okay. It seems like there might be enough time on the clock for Josh Palicki to pull back that gap on Aaron Povoleto, but it's really unclear. The gap seems to ebb and flow a little bit as they hit traffic, and also a code 35 could take enough time off the clock to make that a difficult play as well.
Yeah, the 123 is going to.
Speaking of potential triggers for a code 35, that's an open throttle car.
It sure is. And that's coming to rest on the outside of turn number 1, not under power. Is coasting downhill, now picking up speed. Is it picking up speed because it's under power?
It's coming right for us.
Now it's come to a stop.
Are they going to try to reset it, or is that day done for that car?
No, I think it's coasting forward. Is it? I don't think they're going to leave that car there long, even if it is able to restart. Oh, lights come back on.
Yeah, it's definitely a power cycle, so they don't feel like it's failed, but there is steam coming out of that car.
Yeah. I don't think we're going to be green for very long. You raised the point at the right point, as it turns out, the right time. Any code 35 here is going to hurt anybody's charge in particular. Oh, it is moving.
Yeah. The other thing about that, when we have a car that stopped there, that is a right up. We saw one of the NFC cars. I don't know if it was the 123 or the 124, but we saw one of the NFC cars make a move or start to make a move around slow traffic. If you do that in a yellow flag zone, because, for example, there's a stopped car in the runoff, that's a penalty as well. That's a lap penalty too. So that could put pay to your race right away. All this, this 7.5 hours that you've been doing this, all for naught because you haven't been paying attention to the flag stations.
We've seen it on more than one occasion.
The number 64 is the call for that.
Okay. Yeah, I hope it's been able to maintain pace all the way up towards the inner loop. We don't really talk about it here, but we do attend or visit a lot of racetracks in the World Racing League calendar where you have the ability to get yourself off course without having to be recovered. This is not one of them. There really isn't anywhere to just kind of scoot out a back door a la Daytona at turns 3 or 5. You've got your one shot at the exit of turn 1, and that's essentially it. Ooh,
yes.
Maybe that.
Trailing a little, maybe drivers left there, but you don't often see that.
Well, I mean, the NASCAR layout. Park over
there. Yes, but then you still can't be recovered anywhere.
Are there no openings for safe vehicles there?
No. As JT Tammy rejoins us. Wait, is Mike still open on Discord, by the way? I think. Yeah. I don't think there are, JT. Because drivers left is just going to put you on the infield to the booth, which doesn't really get you anything. And drivers right is all spectator area.
Well, no. What I'm saying is, as you're coming out the outer loop, you stay right, so you don't go on towards the laces.
Yeah, but I don't think there are any openings there to get you off of the track. Because it just rejoins the track.
At some point, the 59 got back around the 58. And so that has
not anymore.
Twice over, right? Because the 58 is now back around the 59. The gap last time by, I had this 0.3 of a second. That may be not quite. Who knows? It's very close. It's nose to tail at the very least. Yeah, so the fact that the 59 has spent at least a lap back in front of the 58 by the looks of things tells us that they're not afraid to chop it up if the 58 gets balked in traffic.
Are we...
Yes?
Timing's definitely current, right?
Oh, good question. I don't know.
Race Hero specifically.
Well, that would...
Yeah, your ticker hasn't shown any updates since 419.
You're right. It hasn't.
Yeah, because that's definitely 58, still nominally at least in front of the 59. It's not much, but lead's a lead, even if it's just a couple of car lengths.
And Race Hero is also lagging, you're saying, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
It's not updating the margins between 123 and 70 and 914 and 2 as the 70 goes 3 wide over the crossover bridge at turn 9, headed into turn number 10.
Okay, so that information will update once the timing relay itself updates.
That could be a potential problem.
It locally the timing will all be saved. It's just that it hasn't gone up to the World Wide Web. Yes, I do call it the World Wide Web because I am 75 years old.
Yeah, between that and our Fig Newton discussion earlier.
Yeah, yeah. We have more in common with Brian Redmond and John Watson than I'd like to admit, I think.
So, data is still being fed to Race Monitor, even if the car numbers themselves aren't being identified. Last lap for what I believe is the 123, 207.2. And that margin is down to 27 seconds. It's 6 seconds, 5 seconds almost now between the 70 and the 914. And a long lap from the number 2, a 239.2, means they're now nowhere near the back of the 914 BMW. How's that?
Yeah, 239 is not. I mean, that's a lap where they must have had an issue because you're not even gonna make a drive-through with that amount of time delta. You're going to lose more than that. So something's happened to them on track to slow them down.
The race control log does report a car off at 1 Alpha that's headed through the infield, but I'm looking at that access road across from where I sit, and I don't see anybody headed up the hill. So I don't
there
know.
It is. It's the 90.
No, this was previous to that. Or prior to that, excuse me.
It was only reported a minute ago, so it may have been the 90. That'll be the Toyota R&D Supra. That's a very wide line through 9.
I keep wanting to call them TAPG, even though they're not.
I know. I had to stop myself.
Yeah. Real ones will remember our coverage from the 2020 National Championship event at Circuit of the Americas, where we had the pleasure of riding on board that non-GT4 Toyota Supra in some spotty rain showers with a car that looked like it was trying to kill its driver at every turn while competing for the race win. COVID days, huh? Riding only onboard coverage for 8 hours.
Listen, if 24 hours at Nürburgring can do it overnight, so can we.
That's fair.
They do it so well that I don't even recognize that they're doing it. It'll just be, there'll be a certain point in the night where you just stop seeing onboards and you see fewer, or you stop seeing tracksides. You just see fewer and fewer and fewer. Like, oh, I guess I've been on board with Lucas Stoltz for the last hour and a half. That's kind of strange.
That flashing blue light is just mesmerizing. Still haven't had this update from Race Hero yet, so we're a little bit in the blind here, dear viewer, trying to follow along with timing. utilizing some fairly anonymous data from Race Monitor at the moment. As far as we can tell, well, we don't have a GTO lead gap at the moment. We've got to wait for the 70 to come back through.
Get out that stopwatch.
Yeah, I'm that close. There's the 70. 21.7 seconds. Again, the 123 in a 2-minute 5. It put in a couple of really quick laps at the beginning of the stint and then never really caught back up to it. And I don't think I guess it's possible it's tire related, but they already changed the left rear an hour and a half ago or so. Modern Auto Body comes through as well. Almost exactly 7 seconds off the back of the number 70. Another slow lap for the number 2 last time was a 2:15.1. So have they made another mistake, or are they nursing something at this point? Trying to get that brightly colored BMW M4 that started from pit lane, let's not forget. Trying to nurse that car home to a top 4 finish in GTO. Across the line, 2:04.5, so back up to pace, and does have a healthy old margin behind it of about 3 laps with which to play.
Also good to see the Audi quite a ways up.
That's a good point. In a deep field like this, top 10 overall, 7th in class, accounting for the 3 Stratus Sebico NPO1s, is really solid.
Yeah, it's looking like a great result for a shipped up now by a victory.
Yeah.
They've been just quietly working their way up.
Did Race Hero crash because I told everybody they should be using it for their live timing? Because it was basically bang bang.
Yeah, as Nurse says, they're down on the pit wall. They have nothing.
Yeah, Race Monitor app or race-monitor.com, I think.
They said it's not working either.
Well, so it is working because I'm seeing data, but you have to correlate position against like what you're seeing because it just says it doesn't have the competitor data uploaded. So every car is just waiting for data with no car number. You just kind of have to know what you're looking at. So, like, I know at this point that the lead margin is 1.5 seconds, and the race leader just set the fastest lap of the race at a 1:57.8. But I know from seeing it on screen that it's the 58, sorry. Oh, boy. And kind of similar things down in GTO. Lead margin is 21.8 seconds. Another 8 or so seconds now back to 7.5 seconds back to the 914 Modern Auto Body car.
Side by side between the 58 and the 59. Oh, no, excuse me. That was the 60.
60. Yeah, it's the 58 lapping the 60.
Yeah, that caught me by surprise.
So I almost said the same thing earlier when they were coming through the outer loop, and I caught myself. That green at low sun angles looks awfully gold. There they are side by side. It is allowing the 59 to catch up, though.
Oh, don't.
Oh!
If there wasn't contact there, I don't know how.
That was, if I can be frank, a series of bizarre decision making. I understand that they were kind of catching a slower car there and they really weren't sure what to do with it, but taking to the grass on the inside for the 59 and parking it on the apex for the 60 seems like maybe not what I would have done. In either case.
Yeah, that was not enough looking forward mentally.
Yeah, I mean, we're at the stage of the race where you are going to make more mental mistakes. You know, we're late in the day. The sun is really low. I mean, this is the time where you are going to start making more, say, interesting decisions, just because you're just mentally more tired.
Yeah. Shadow's getting a little long here as well.
Yeah, actually, you can see that timing data isn't really going out to anybody's systems because the last lap. Oh no, that's absolutely a lie. Their last lap, I got myself mixed up because their last lap was almost perfectly identical to the last lap that's being reported for the 58. And that's not the 58. That's the 888.
Yeah. So what you're seeing on the left-hand side of the screen, or if you're using Race Hero, is about 9 laps old at this stage. The lead margin actually hasn't registered that time, which is interesting, but should be out to about 6 or 7 seconds up in GTU. Back in GTO, currently showing... Oh, that may not be updating now either. No, currently showing 22 seconds from first to second. That is NFC Motorsports 123 back to the 70, and another, call it 8 or 9 seconds now back to 8.5 seconds actually, back to the number 914 Modern Auto Body AV Autosport entry.
A little bit of an interesting note here. The 123 has just been warned for aggressive driving. Obviously, your GTO leader, who we've been talking about needing to hold on to some pace to hold off Josh Balicki in the 70 for round 3 racing.
Also, just keep an eye, if we can, on the second NFC Motorsports car, number 124, and the 888 from TLM Mona, actually just leaving the shot there. That margin is showing is 6.5 seconds, and that Aston Martin tucked up behind the rear bumper of the shift up now by AE Victory Audi R8 GT4 is... that car is chasing the 124 NFC Mercedes. And with 6.5 seconds in play, I think it's actually less than that this time. Yeah, 6 flat. That battle for 5th in GTO is by no means settled. Modadka notes a healthy dose of FOMO. It's Modadka, putting the dad in Dadka. Mo, did you end up running here in the your season in the one make series that shall not be mentioned? No, yeah, the Lamborghini Super Trofeo. I don't remember if it was on the calendar that year or not. This race has gone through some very interesting phases. I feel like it took us a while to settle into a rhythm. Once we did, the middle 3 hours just kind of flew by. And we've been at a slightly slower pace here for, let's say, the last 2.5, 3 hours or so. Of course, we did have the red flag interrupted a little bit earlier on. That lasted right around 25 to 30 minutes.
Yeah, I think whenever you have an interruption in the race like that, I think everybody resets a little bit. Your heart rate just comes back down. And you're just kind of in a different. It is a reset. There's no other way to. I mean, and bunching everybody back up and really the reshuffling that did in terms of particularly the GTO and the GP2 fields, I think really changed the complexion of this race, and it in a way that we knew was possible, but we didn't really expect.
Yeah, in some ways, I think it created a discontinuity in a race that we had no expectation of discontinuity. Right? You expect that the race, as it begins to unfold and as the story begins to tell itself over the first few hours, is setting the stage for what you expect at the end. And instead, what we got was kind of a break or a reset in the action that I think in GTO, never mind the fact that we've got 3 cars within 30 seconds for the class win, but it kind of took some of the wind out of the sails of what was brewing in those first couple of hours, and maybe that just slowed down this phase of the race where we're not waiting for the next code 35, the next pit stop, those sorts of things that have where that stage has been set. It was much more a hard reset with it's not like you were resetting cars nose to tail, right? You had a lap margin between first and second, and then some traffic between everybody else. I don't think I was primed for that sort of event today, even though it can always happen. And it just broke things up in a way I wasn't anticipating.
Well, and the other thing that's going on too, obviously, with the timing data not going out to the internet, we're not getting the same sort of flood of information that we would typically be getting at this stage of the race.
Yeah, for sure.
So fast laps, the sorts of things that are going to, like, for example, set the grid for tomorrow's race, gaps changing. We're not sort of getting that same sort of information flow that we'd be typically getting, and so that has sort of changed. And I'm sure has changed how the pit walls are dealing with it. We shouldn't feel like things have become totally sedate just for the lack of information, though, because race control log tells us that maybe 2 or 3 laps ago, the 164 actually caught the guardrail. That's your leader in GP2. They
oh my! They
have the point in that class by about a lap, and race control has noted them as making contact with the guardrail up at the S's, up at turn 3. So
man.
Probably just getting a little bit wide in traffic, running into the marbles. Nothing is guaranteed here. That there are the marbles there. That there may be the skid mark from where that car came to some light grief. But keep an eye out. Well, you can't actually. I was going to say. In any other session, we'd be able to keep an eye out for the lap times of that 164 to make sure that that car was still healthy. We can't really do that right now. We're kind of having to eyeball this situation.
Yeah, no code 35 for them, but there may have been a code brown.
Yes.
Yes. So that's your leader tucked up behind the shift up now by AE victory entry. I think we may have had a position change for 5th in GTO with the 888 and the 124. I've obviously got to wait to see them. Either we can pick them up on camera or see them come by start finish. But that 888 was really running down the second NFC Mercedes, and I have to assume that move would have taken place by now. Oh no, that is the 124, because there is the 888, so the move has been done. That's the 124 through the shot, so it is the 123 that was tucked behind the Audi. Now is clear. There goes the 123. North loop into the pits after running something like a half day.
Yeah, I was going to say that even though they didn't have the full complement of running time, I wonder if, I mean, it's only 15 minutes left in this, but you would expect them to finish out the race, and when we had the full course yellow, everyone should have had the opportunity to come into the pit, so I do wonder if maybe they've had a recurrence of issues, or they're just calling it a slightly early day.
They're changing drivers, the 21.
Okay.
That's not a qualifying move, is it?
I'm not. I guess I don't know. It absolutely could be.
Yeah.
They were going to catch the 525 for position.
Are we sure?
I mean, when timing died, they were 12 laps down.
Yeah, so they may have caught them then.
The 909 from Automatic is going to make the hard right turn at the end of the pit lane, and I think call it a day, as is Zalus, number 88.
Which, by the way, had just come back out on track before timing went down. Coincidence?
Did Zalus break timing?
Teach the controversy. And it's back.
Oh, hooray. Edge Auto Sports leads the race overall.
Listen, I'm not saying that car has to stay off the track for timing to work.
That's amazing. That is amazing.
So they were on some sort of timing EMP or something?
Yeah.
Appears to be, yeah.
Okay. So what's changed? I guess we're waiting for everybody to cycle back.
Yeah, you have to. Yeah, you've got to wait till the numbers update. I'll try and pick them up out the window here as they flash by the start-finish line.
Yeah, the issue is gonna. Oh, a car's gone around in the inner loop.
Oh,
it's a big mission BMW maybe.
It could be the triple. Or they found reverse extremely quickly. Good work.
Or that could be. Is that? Who runs that car? Is that HQ Autosport?
That could be. That does look like
189 maybe.
Yeah.
You're right, JT.
And
if that's come through, there's the 70. The margin's 18.1. The 914 margin up to the 70 is now 3.5 seconds.
So there's going to be a lot of flux here in how we show timing, because we're going to have to wait until every car comes back through. That is, you could not be any further out of the racing surface. You need to wait for every car to come through and trip timing so that their lap count is updated, basically. It's a conversation between the transponder on the car and the Orbit software that's running timing. So nothing that you see at this point is going to be should be treated as gospel. But it is once we have, give it maybe 5 minutes or so for everybody to cycle back through, and we'll get that information and we'll actually know what the state of play looks like.
So I think anybody that's completed more than 160 laps should be current, because that is where timing failed for the race leader, from memory.
Something like that. We're probably pretty close to having everybody back up to speed.
Yeah, I think we're just about there. We know that the two sets of race leaders at the top, Stratus for GTU, 58, 59, and then 123, 70, and 914 are all correct, right? So those margins that you see there are accurate. Same thing goes down in GP1, where the margin is just under 20 seconds from Palomar back to Edge Autosports, with Palomar actually just pulling away a couple of seconds the last lap. So that gap is not going the way of a dogfight to the finish. If anything, Palomar's just putting a little bit of safety margin between itself and that 26 from Edge. I do want to say I'm actually really impressed with that run from Edge Autosports today. It's been clean, it's been drama-free, interruption-free, and even if they don't come away with the class win, it's the kind of finish or the kind of race I've wanted to see them run. Right, where it's not spoiled by anything, nothing fails on the car, nobody's made any mistakes. It's just they did everything right. They just didn't have the ultimate pace when it mattered against the class winner. And that's okay.
Yeah, I mean that is a strong, silver medal finish for them. I don't think that's and it's an increasingly stout GP1 class is the other thing too,
Yeah.
So there's really nothing to hang their heads over, and then also there is also the 7 hours tomorrow to come back to.
Yeah, we should set the stage for that, as has been mentioned a couple times. The grid tomorrow morning is going to be set by the qualifying times that are run at any point, or I'm sorry, the lap times that are set at any point during the race today. As long as you pass tech, your race's fastest lap will set your position on the grid tomorrow. Tomorrow, of course, flag to flag coverage on DriversEye Live. The race begins at 8 a.m. Eastern Time. Yeah, which JT loves. Made slightly more interesting by the fact that I think sunrise here is right around 7:25. So only, let's say, half an hour worth of sunlight being put into the track before we get things underway. Temperatures this morning were in the mid-30s. So very interesting things tomorrow morning. Of course, being a 7-hour race, we start an hour earlier. Race will be done by 3 o'clock. So you even had your Sunday afternoon to panic over your fantasy football league. But we get to finish up a little early here at Watkins Glen and begin making our way home. Do join us tomorrow morning at just before 8 a.m. Eastern time to do this all again, but better. Lead margin is down to under half a second. The 59, having never really lost touch with the class leader, is now right back up to the tail end of its teammate. The gearbox of that number 58 sits large in the windscreen.
I think it's going to get held up a little bit here in the S's too.
Well, the advantage to the situation as it sits now is GTO cars are quicker in a straight line, and it's the 914 that's directly ahead of it. The challenge is that 914 is fighting for another position on the podium. So it can't really just let the GTU leaders by. But
exactly to that point, Brendan, they've actually been reported for blocking the 58. The 914 has.
So this is where the closeness of the GTO and GTU class leaders becomes complicated, right? Because it's not like you can just let the car go and they're going to just disappear off into the distance and you don't have to worry about it. They're going to hold you up in a straight line or down some of these shorter straights. You've got to let them by, or they're going to have to pass you in a place where you know you're not going to immediately be held up for a couple of corners. I don't blame the 914 for being defensive here, because it is quite right to go chase after the 70 and prevent yourself from being held up. At the same time, the car behind you is a race leader in a tighter fight than the one you're in. Right? They're half a second, a couple car lengths apart.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, that car trying to get by is quicker. So if you give him just a little bit of space, he's not going to hold you up. He can go try to harass the car you're chasing, and hopefully you can follow him through.
Yeah, again, nose to tail for the overall and GTU class lead. It hasn't expanded at all. The defensive driving on behalf of the 914 is, I think, beginning to cost them a little bit of time. You've got no choice now but to let the 58 through up the inside. Now, whether that was because of the reports of blocking, whether the team has said, hey, let them go, they're in a fight for the race lead. We need some help to catch the 70 anyway. I don't know.
Yeah.
But the end result is going to be the same in that I don't think, in fact, I know at this point, you see it on screen there, they're not really within striking distance of that Trimtex Porsche.
No, but they are hustling it to try to get to that point. I don't know if we made the point explicitly, but once timing cycled back through, the 70, the gap is now sitting just under 20 seconds, which is they're not going to be able to pull that back unless something happens to the 123 for NFC.
Yeah.
And I think by the time timing came back to us about 10 or so minutes ago, or whenever that was, even then they had kind of not really trended in the right direction in terms of making up enough time to make it an interesting fight. So Aaron Povoleto's done, I think, everything he's needed to do to, really pull this victory out of a hat. I don't think any of us thought that they had too much of a shot of holding off the 70, especially when it was a nose-to-tail fight, and it looks like they've done exactly that.
Well, it's worth noting that if it were a nose-to-tail fight, within this last stint, the 70 is still clawed back about 12 to 15 seconds.
Oh,
12
absolutely.
to 18 seconds, right? It was about 35 when timing went down. It's down to 18 now. Now, it may not be entirely fair, right? The 123 can back off in traffic, so
Yes.
maybe that time loss wouldn't have been quite so
They can
obvious.
play some. They can manage the game, as it were.
Exactly, right? So that may not be a fair comparison, but it did feel like at the time the 70 had everything going for it. And then, I mean, the code 35 from the incident down at turn 1 kind of fell into the laps of the guys down at 123 and NFC Motorsports, and sometimes things just really work out in your favor, despite the odds being generally stacked against you. Not to say they weren't in a position to fight for it, obviously, but in terms of probability, the chances of that code 35 falling in their pit window to make it to the end were not very high.
No, I mean, they got extremely fortunate. They put themselves in the right position. Whether or not it was, the odds-on decision, I think is certainly debatable. I think they did what they had to do. There are aspects of it that I was a little surprised by, but
it was certainly the riskier decision.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I think they would have. I think if they'd played the safe play, I think they would have absolutely given up any shot of the win. So I don't think that they. I don't think they did anything crazy, but they were on the back foot and they did what they had to.
Stratus Racing pair at the front of the field overall makes their way through turns 8 and 9 with just over 3 minutes on the clock. I think we're going to end up with 2 to go here at the line.
Yeah, that makes sense to me as well.
170. This will be to complete 180. So let's play in 182 as a final lap count.
Not seeing any fast laps come in, by the way. If you're looking for any shuffling in the starting order for tomorrow, it seems like most of the fast laps were done middle stint of the race. There are a few fast ones, but nothing that's setting the world on fire, and certainly nothing near like what we were getting around midway through the race.
So we've got about 42, looks like about 42 cars still out on course, maybe up to 45. But it's very interesting, such as the impact of catching traffic at a narrow part of the track, or a let's say going up through the S's or being stuck behind somebody through the inner loop, that it actually feels like the traffic density is still quite high. 45 cars spread out over 3.5 miles is not, it's not a major concern like you'd have at like a Barber, and certainly nothing compared to what we had at the beginning of the event, but it does still feel like the leaders and the cars that we're watching most closely for class battles are still being impacted pretty heavily by traffic as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, it is a fast old track too, is the other thing. I mean, so there's a lot of mileage, but you're covering those miles pretty quickly.
Just saw the lead pair go by the number 70 from round 3 racing. That is the margin back from the 70 to the 914. Again, that's gone out now to 6.5 seconds. I think they essentially, I mean, they're not pushing. They're still doing laps in the 201s, but that was essentially settled when the 914 let the 2 leaders by. A little bit too much time given up. 70 has enough breathing room there to let them through. But as we come towards the white flag with just about a minute left on the clock, the 2 race leaders are going to catch a whole heap of traffic headed into the final corner for the 181st time. As they head down the front straightaway, they go 3 wide in front of them. They're going to get balked by the 52. That's a GTO class car. 58 sends it down. Do they send it down the inside into turn number 1? Yes, they do. There's a pair of GP3 cars in front of them, actually. 58 gets held up just a touch on the exit. The 59 does not have the legs to squeak through. We'll have to go around the outside of the S's to get past the pair of GP3 cars, but does look like they're able to keep their foot planted and accelerating up the hill. They'll get decent slipstream through the right-hander at turn number 4, and we'll see them crest the hill on their way into the braking zone for the inner loop on the final time of asking. Nearly zeros on the clock now. 58 is going to get held up by, that's the 89 X Aston Martin, I believe. go around the outside of turn number 5. The 59 still in tow. I actually just wonder if the 59 has breathed off the throttle here a little bit to allow the 58 safe space in traffic. There's no point in risking any of this. Good finishes for both cars. And despite the 58 being held up, that 59 is really not forcing the issue into the toe of the boot.
The 58's had a little bit more pace for the entirety of the race. They are still flashing their headlights at some of the traffic in front of them. So if they don't feel pressured, they're not showing it.
Race leaders head into the heel of the boot, turn 8 for the first time. That is 58 leading 59. 58 tucks it in on the number 333. The 59 is going to have to go the long way around through turn 9 onto the main circuit. Has to go way out to the curb on driver's right. The 58, that's your race leader, makes the left-hand turn into turn number 10 with just a car length or two in hand over the sister car number 59 through turn 12 for the final time of asking. And as they make their way onto the front straightaway in formation, the 58 from Stratus, the 59 from Stratus take the checkered flag in the Saturday's 8-hour Enduro at Watkins Glen International. We turn our attention now to GTO, where NFC Motorsports likely to be bringing home, actually will now bring home, the class win because the 70 and the 914 were both lapped in the dying minutes. And it is going to give that 123 credit for a much bigger margin than they actually had on track. Completing 181 laps to take the GTO class win, and what will officially show a one-lap race margin is not at all reflective of the kind of pressure that Mercedes was under in the last hour, let's say 2 hours of this race.
Is that the 2 and the AAA right on top of each other?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they're fighting for position here. This is your battle for 4th place in GTO coming down to the wire.
Yeah, let's hold on to this because that was an absolute dive at the toe of the boot.
Yeah, 2 goes defensive on the inside, headed into turn number 8, into turn number 9 now, with I think the 2 having a slightly stronger hand. 888 has to show the nose to the outside. Is going to try the crossover around a long constant radius corner. It's not the easiest move to make. Set up well, but man, that 2 has a punch on the throttle and on the traction control out of the entry onto the main circuit through 10. The 888 is going to have to go wide. The 2 goes defensive.
Aston's going to be very quick out.
But the crossover is good, but I think the punch of the number 2 down the front straightaway is just going to be too much for the 888 to overcome. Indeed, it is. The margin at the line for 4th place in GTO, 0.2 of a second. Excellent racing to the checkered flag. The 123 and 124 come across the line also in formation for the first 2-prong entry we've seen out of the NFC Motorsports stables. And the GTO win comes along with it. Back in GP1, Palomar Racing will take the class win by 25 seconds over the number 26 from Edge Autosports. Really strong run for that car. 2 laps further back to the 392 from Harrison Motorsports. Choice Racing in the 522 comes home 4th with TC Klein picking up a top 5 in a really deep GP1 field. GP2, not so very long ago, we had concerns about the number 164 from Harrison Motorsports, who managed to catch the Armco, headed up through the S's, and able to nurse that car home, still doing very competitive lap times. 164 takes the GP2 class win from the 66 of Open Throttle Racing, 41 of Rockwell Autosport Development, which has had a day. At one point sideways on the exit curb of turn number 10. Also up against the guardrail at the exit of turn number 5 in an incident with the number 760 Mazda MX-5. Salvage a class podium in GP2. GP3, the number 600 Rubin Performance Garage Mazda MX-5, the MC, takes the class win by 2 laps over the 85 from AOA Racing, and another 5 laps back to the 65 from Open Throttle Racing. Shouts also to the 602 from Weiser Blitz Racing, who round out the top 4 in GP3.
Let's talk quickly about the grid for tomorrow, right on cue. GTU, your grid for that is going to be the 58, 59, and then 60. GTO is going to be the 89X actually, ahead of the 914. So that's 89X, number 2 for Team ACP, and the 914 for Modern Auto Body. Your race winner today in GTO only going to start 4th, gridded off of fastest lap from today's race. GP1 is going to be the number 5 for All Star Racing on pole position, number 88 for Zealous Motorsport, and then the number 981 for BSR Racing. As for same situation as for GTO in GP1, number 38 for Palomar Racing, your winner in that class, will only start 4th. GP2, the number 41 for Rockwell Autosport Development will be on pole, followed by the 521 for Rubin ASF. Your winner from today, Harrison Motorsports, will be P3 tomorrow morning. GP3, the number 75 has the fastest lap on that, should start on pole if that car is ready to go tomorrow. And then the number 85 will be on the other side of the front row. Number 600 for Rubin Performance Garage, your winner from today, will be P3.
As the screen notes, 8 a.m. Eastern tomorrow, there is more Watkins Glen. There is always more Watkins Glen. It's a Glen. But we will be here for it on DriversEye Live. JT Tammy will be back with us tomorrow. Scott Michaels will rejoin us tomorrow, pending absolute disaster in his endurance race. Today, Joseph might be back with us tomorrow, maybe. Undecided at this stage.
Question mark?
Joseph, maybe. Consider, discuss. And Jordan Worth, of course, professor on production duties throughout the day today, to rejoin us for 7 hours of racing action to come tomorrow. We're going to put today to one side. We'll get ourselves packed up here, go recover some cameras and batteries, because guys, it's going to rain. I got to go get cameras. But I think we put a pretty fine period on this one in the dying hour or so of the race. Looking forward to another day tomorrow, hopefully without the red flag interruption, and a nice clean run with code 35s and some unique strategy that the 7-hour races tend to throw up at us. So for JT Tammy, for Joseph Mudrock, and for Jordan Worth, thanks to all of you for joining us. My name is Brendan Kazmarek. 8 a.m. tomorrow, just before, we'll be live for some sunrise racing action from Watkins Glen to round out our debut weekend for the World Racing League at WGI. I'm Brendan Kazmarek, and until we meet again tomorrow morning, take care.